Chapter 1815 Chilly Wind Valley. The ancient battlefield where the Green Fire World was located had always been completely isolated from the outside world. Even when tribes from the Gene King went there and died in the battle, the outside world knew nothing about it because the battlefield could not communicate with the outside world. But now, Jin Wushuang had found that this battlefield could already communicate with the outside world. He sent a message to Hall Master Yuan, and the latter received it and sent another back to Jin Wushuang. The time and space of this battlefield has completely changed. Jin Wushuang looked up at the sky. He knew that the change was due to a large array of time and space storms created by his master. Before the Qing dynasty, it was completely isolated from the outside world. But now, at least it has allowed communication. I don't know if this is good or bad. Jin Wushuang felt worried inside. After reporting the situation to Master Hall Yuan, Jin Wushuang went alone to the huge ancient battlefield, where he would spend a long time. In the ancient battlefield, there were countless unique places, opportunities, and also dangers, which were waiting for Jin Wushuang to explore. The first place Jin Wushuang wanted to go was the Chilly Wind Valley. It was the first place that Jin Wushuang had discovered and named. It was also a mysterious place. The Chilly Wind Valley was a huge, innocent pothole from which there would be a gush of chilly winds bursting out at regular intervals, just like a volcanic eruption. When Jin Wushuang arrived there, he was almost killed by the bloody cold wind that suddenly sprouted. Soon Jin Wushuang realized that some treasures with strong yin power were hiding there. It was very likely to be a chaos divine treasure. But unfortunately, the Chilly Wind Valley was too dangerous. When Jin Wushuang had been about to leave the Green Fire World 50,000 years ago, he had wanted to explore it, but he did not enter the valley. Until now. I'm going to have a look. Jin Wushuang looked at the huge, dark hole in front of him with a smile. He did not immediately enter the pothole, but waited for a while. Bang! The ground started to shake and the mountain swayed, and the violent roar sounded loudly. Then, Jin Wushuang saw the wind vented and smashed everything in the world. It took 10 breaths' time to gradually subside. After the wind dissipated, Jin Wushuang waved his hands, and a group of bronze-armored Dao soldiers appeared. They were controlled by Jin Wushuang's consciousness. Go! Immediately, this bronze-armored soldiers did not hesitate to go directly into the Chilly Wind Valley. When Jin Wushuang had explored this Chilly Wind Valley 50,000 years ago, he had tried his best to go down 100,000 miles toward the bottom of the valley, and then he had not dared to move forward again. But this time, the Dao soldiers went 300,000 miles in one breath. But still, Jin Wushuang couldn't see the bottom. It was too deep. By controlling the consciousness of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers, he could clearly see everything that the soldiers encountered. The soldiers continued to plunge for 1,000,000 miles until the bottom of the valley was finally seen. At the bottom of the valley, there was a piece of white jade. A huge white jade. The surface of the jade was extremely smooth, but the most important thing was its power. The jade had extremely strong, yin-like power. Jin Wushuang could feel it so strongly even through the Dao soldier's consciousness. Is this only a jade? Jin Wushuang murmured, and guided the bronze-armored Dao soldiers to approach. Soon, he appeared in front of this jade, and he could see the jade. I have never seen this kind of jade, Jin Wushuang murmured. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang saw the inner layer of the jade, where there was a bright white light. Jin Wushuang looked at the white light and finally, he realized something. It's not a jade. It's a person. But just as he saw the white light clearly, the figure covered in the white light also opened his eyes, and bloody lightning came out. In an instant, the lightning passed through the jade and directly hit the body of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers. The bronze-armored Dao soldiers were made by the blood essence of the ancient clan, and their bodies were extremely hard. However, under the bloody lightning, they were instantly shattered, and the consciousness that Jin Wushuang had attached to them also went away. Wrong. I got it wrong. Jin Wushuang realized. It's not a treasure hidden in the bottom, but a strong man from ancient times. And I broke into the bottom of the Yin wind and woke up the ancient strong man. Escape, hurry. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately turned and ran wildly. Jin Wushuang felt alarmed by such ancient strongmen. Furthermore, the strong man was so strong. After all, those Dao soldiers were so tough that Jian Wushuang had found it hard to smash them. But the strong man had done it. Obviously, he was far stronger than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ran with full speed and soon, he suddenly stopped, because less than 10 miles away there appeared a figure in the void. Chapter 18:16 Strange Person. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood there like a statue. In his eyes, there was a fear that was rarely seen. He stared at the figure in front of him. That person was in a snow-white robe, untainted by even a speck of dust. His hands were behind his slender figure as he stood in the void. There was no aura given out from his body, but it was like air. However, this person had a pair of deep-seated eyes that considered everything and everybody, that looked down on all living things in the universe, that could even cover heaven and earth. He stood there without making any actions nor uttering any words, but he made the universe lose its shine. He knew that the proud and aloof, white-robed figure was the person on the other side of the Jade Rock in the depth of Chilly Wind Valley. However, the person was in the depths of Chilly Wind Valley when Jian Wushuang felt something wasn't right and immediately fled. In the end, he hadn't ran far before he saw the person waiting for him ahead. What kind of skill was that? Jian Wushuang. The person in front of you is very strong, really very strong. King of Venomous Worm's voice sounded terrified as it rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Obviously, need you say? Jian Wushuang cursed. He, of course, knew the person in front of him was terrifying strong. Among the experts that he had seen, including the ancient experts, even the feeling that one-star man and Long Qi had given Jian Wushuang couldn't be compared to the aloof, white-robed figure in front of him. The only one who could be compared favorably would be Long Qi's master, the beautiful, black-haired man sleeping in the coffin. If the beautiful, black-haired man were to wake up, he might have the ability to compete with this person. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then bowed in the direction where the aloof, white-robed figure was. Jian Wushuang has no intention to offend Senior. I hope Senior can forgive me. As Jian Wushuang spoke, he felt anxious. One should know that he really had offended the aloof, white-robed man. The aloof, white-robed man was obviously in a deep sleep in Chilly Wind Valley, or he might be recovering from his injury. But in the end, Jian Wushuang barged into his sleeping place and woke him up with a start. To put himself in his shoes, if someone were to barge in when Jian Wushuang was treating an injury or cultivating in seclusion, he would definitely be furious. Besides, the aloof, white-robed man was really powerful and he made one feel hopeless. If he were to try to kill Jian Wushuang definitely wouldn't even stand a chance to struggle. Hence, Jian Wushuang could only hope that he would calm down. Jian Wushuang. The aloof, white-robed man put his hands behind his back and floated in the void quietly. His eyes that were deep like stars suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. He then muttered something and extended his right hand slowly in the direction where Jian Wushuang was and pointed. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's face changed. He responded at the first instant. There were flowing lights bursting out from his body, which were bronze-armored Dao soldiers and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Jian Wushuang took out all Dao soldiers that he had brought along. Even though he knew that the Dao soldiers couldn't stop the person, it was a crucial moment. The longer they held him back, the better. Boundless divine power in his body was burning madly. He had already performed the secret skill of dragon blood, and he was prepared to flee. At that moment, a terrifying power suddenly descended and instantly froze the space-time surrounding him. Jian Wushuang was still standing there. The divine power that was burning immediately stopped, and it even stopped revolving. He couldn't even move his body. Can't move. I can't move my body at all? Jian Wushuang stared. At that moment, he could clearly feel the difference of power that couldn't be compensated in any way. The aloof, white-robed man had merely pointed and Jian Wushuang couldn't resist at all. That one gesture had bypassed the Dao soldiers easily and hit Jian Wushuang in the hand, and it had hit in between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Jian Wushuang's body quivered, but he wasn't injured. Then, he noticed that there was a unique mark on his body. It was as though the mark had belonged to Jian Wushuang originally. It was imprinted on him. Jin Wushuang was still in shock, but the aloof, white-robed man grew illusionary and his body dispersed gradually. Very soon, the aloof, white-robed man disappeared entirely. Heaven and earth resumed its tranquility. Jin Wushuang was still standing in the void. He realized his palms and his back were soaked with sweat. The person earlier didn't intend to kill me? Jin Wushuang thought to himself. The person really didn't intend to kill him. He had merely left a unique mark on his body then left. I offended him, but he didn't reprimand me, nor talk to me at all. He only left a mark on my body and left? Jin Wushuang was shocked. What was he thinking about? Jin Wushuang looked at the mark carefully. The mark was really just a mark, but it was a unique method to leave a mark. Regardless of if it was Jin Wushuang or King of Venomous Worms, they couldn't remove the mark. Besides that, the mark served no other purpose. Why did the aloof, white-robed man leave a mark on his body for? This person is so strange, Jin Wushuang muttered. Strange, really strange. After he appeared, he didn't show any anger nor ask Jin Wushuang any question. He didn't even bother to say anything. But he didn't kill Jin Wushuang either. He had only left a mark in Jin Wushuang's body. Jin Wushuang couldn't figure his intention out from such behavior. Regardless of his goal, I am alive, Jin Wushuang was glad. He had been really worried that the aloof, white-robed man would kill him. If he were to really attack Jin Wushuang wouldn't have stood a chance to survive even if he played all the cards he had on hand. The ancient battlefield has too many secrets, and there are countless hidden experts. Even though most of these ancient experts are not at their peak, it is still easy for them to kill me. Just like the person earlier. From the looks of it, I have to be more cautious when I wander around the ancient battlefield, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. After seeing the aloof, white-robed man, Jin Wushuang lost all his interest in Chilly Wind Valley. Then, he naturally went to explore other unique places. Green Fire Palace was the only one who had found the ancient battlefield. However, as they were too weak, there were dozens of unique places that they had yet to explore. Jin Wushuang was going to explore them. Chapter 1817 passed away. Ice World. Green Fire Palace found a unique place in the ancient battlefield. It was a territory that covered a few 100 million miles. The entire territory was covered in ice, which was extremely cold. When the cultivators from Green Fire World found Ice World, some of them went in. However, the strongest person only walked in for 10,000 miles and he couldn't endure the terrifying chilliness. Hence, he was forced to leave. Over the years, there was no one who knew what was in Ice World. Jin Wushuang descended outside Ice World then. He stayed in Ice World for 3 days. 3 days later, he turned to leave. The ice in Ice World started dispersing after that. After just 10 days, it had disappeared entirely. The reason was that Jin Wushuang took the treasure that formed Ice World, a spear that was chaotic divine treasure level. After Ice World, Jin Wushuang arrived at another unique place. Jin Wushuang wandered around the unique places in the ancient battlefield alone and searched for treasures and opportunities within. As they were unique places, they definitely had a unique point. Every unique place he visited, Jin Wushuang would reap a bumpy harvest. Over a few hundred years, Jin Wushuang had reaped a great harvest. Jin Wushuang enjoyed exceptional natural advantages. Advantages that were enough to make all experts in Eternal Chaotic World jealous. Him alone, he conquered a vast ancient battlefield. No one was there to fight for opportunities with him. All opportunities, as long as he could find them, they belonged to him. How about the experts in Eternal Chaotic World? They were dying to wander in ancient battlefield. However, they could only wait. Wait for 500 million years until the ancient mystery land comes back to life, then all experts swarm in and bleed to win the opportunities. Plus, the top experts had searched through ancient mystery land countless times. It should have run out of opportunities. However, the ancient battlefield where Green Fire World was located contained opportunities and treasure that were almost untouched. In such a situation, it'd be difficult if Jin Wushuang didn't want to gain anything. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 years had passed. Among the palaces hidden deep underground, it could also be known as underground cave dwelling. It was at a corner of the vast ancient mystery land, and the cave dwelling was named Seven-Star Realm. Among the densely concentrated palaces, there was a silver-haired elder sitting in front of a lofty palace. He was only a flag while he controlled a formation. The formation was covering a prohibition on the palace. It was obvious that he was trying to resolve a formation with one. After so many years, the prohibition surrounding the palace had been half resolved. Soon, the prohibition will be resolved entirely soon. The silver-haired elder's eyes were shimmering with joy. The silver-haired elder was the founder of Lineage of Star, the master of Star Palace. He had prepared for a total of 500 million years for the opportunity in this lofty palace. He had a feeling that once he grasped the opportunity in the palace, he might stand a chance to become a great emperor. Hence, he spent much time on preparation. Then, it was almost time to see the result. Pacha! Pacha! There was a soft noise from the void in front of him. The prohibition around the palace obviously had a lot of cracks. Almost, the master of Star Palace was excited and the power of formation in his hand flowed out again. Hong! The entire seven-star realm seemed to quiver slightly, and the prohibition outside the palace finally shattered into pieces. The door of the lofty palace immediately opened. Haha, done. The master of Star Palace was filled with excitement. He immediately put away the formation that he had prepared. Then he stood up and walked into the palace. In the palace, there was nothing but boundless dark void. In the dark void, there was a star. A brilliant, complete star. The moment the master of Star Palace saw the star, his eyes dilated in surprise. He looked dumbfounded. Then, the brilliant star started spinning slowly. As it spun, boundless mysteries flowed towards the master of Star Palace. In his head, there was suddenly a boundless comprehension. The comprehension was too much, too vast. The master of Star Palace immediately started to take them in and digest. However, he was too slow in his disgust, ridiculously slow. One should know that the mysteries in his head involved forces and powers that were far beyond his reach. Such power wasn't something he could control. At the beginning, there wasn't much and the master of Star Palace could barely take it. However, when the power increased by a few folds to a dozen folds, the master of Star Palace finally couldn't take it anymore. No, stop. Hurry up and stop. The master of Star Palace started roaring in madness and his eyes became bloodshot. That very moment, he could only feel that he was going to explode. The mysteries in his head definitely could help him break through and become a great emperor. However, he only needed something very minor, maybe just a fraction of them. However, whatever that appeared in his head was far beyond his imagination. No extreme would hold strong for long. It was just like a glass that could only fill a bowl of water, but in the end it was forces with the entire lake. What would the result be? D***M. Just as the mysteries in his head reached a limit, the master of Star Palace smiled bitterly, and he felt aggrieved from the bottom of his heart. Bang! 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 There were bangs from his body. The master of Star Palace's divine body started breaking apart very quickly. He knew that he was going to die. At first, he took painstaking efforts to get the opportunity in order to break through and become a great emperor for Lineage of Star. He had prepared for 500 million years to set up the formation to resolve another formation. Then, he had finally resolved the prohibition surrounding the palace. He had also obtained an opportunity. However, he had never expected one thing, which was that the opportunity was not something he qualified for. Forget about him. In the second era, in the entire eternal chaotic world, there was no one who qualified. The same applied to the strongest one in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai. Before he died, the master of Star Palace had understood that, but it was too late. His divine body collapsed and his consciousness started dispersing. The master of Star Palace couldn't stop it. The only thing that he could do was to take out a few tokens. There were messages sent. I am in danger in Seven-Star Realm. I am doomed. After I die, Jin Wushuang will be the new palace master for Lineage of Star. From then onwards, Lineage of Star will honor him. Jin Wushuang, the rise and fall of Lineage of Star depends on you. Yuan, Guxian, Nyeyun, The three of you, assist him with all you can." After the message, there was no sound to be heard anymore. The master of Star Palace had died. The mainstay of lineage of Star had collapsed. Chapter 18:18 Travel back quickly. On the vast, ancient battlefield, in a strange vortex of sinisterness, Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had already sat there for 300 years. In front of him, there was an image. In the image, there was a white-haired lady moving her finger and a sword shadow containing boundless rage substantiated in the air. She formed a sword with her willpower and swung it, without any movement or noises. In the void tens of thousands of miles before her, the head of an ancient expert that had struck fear into Jin Wushuang stood was cut off. Phew! Jin Wushuang let out a deep sigh, and he slowly opened his eyes. "I have been here to comprehend for 300 years, and my swordsmanship has improved tremendously. It's time to leave." Jin Wushuang smiled. He wandered in the ancient battlefield for 6,000 years. In the past 6,000 years, he had constantly visited places that Green Fire Palace, but was yet to have the ability to explore. During his search, he had received many opportunities. Any of the opportunities that he had received would be enviable by many. Jin Wushuang had had at least over a dozen times of opportunities in the past 6,000 years. That was the benefit of taking the entire ancient battlefield for himself. The opportunities had enabled Jin Wushuang to advance by leaps and bounds. Among them, the biggest help to Jin Wushuang was a cave dwelling. He had comprehended in the cave dwelling for 1,200 years. In the 1,200 years, he had gone into comprehension of the doctrine wholeheartedly. When he left, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine had been elevated to an unprecedented level. The special places that Green Fire Palace has found out over the years, I have searched through more than half of them. My next target will be here. Jin Wushuang took out Star Map and locked his gaze on a special place that was marked on Star Map. He was then prepared to set out to the next destination. Just then, there was a message that suddenly came in. Palace Master sent a message? Jin Wushuang was shocked, and he immediately skimmed through the message. In a short while, Jin Wushuang grew distressed. Palace Master is going to die? How is it possible? Jin Wushuang immediately replied the message in shock. However, there was no response from the other side of the token. Jin Wushuang was stunned. Master of Star Palace, the strongest reliance of Lineage of Star, a mainstay existence. He had founded Lineage of Star and led Lineage of Star to keep their footing in Sanctuary Alliance in the entire Eternal Chaotic world. Although Lineage of Star had offended many major forces and solo experts during the process, the major forces and experts were fearful but didn't dare to act hastily. Jin Wushuang adored such an existence greatly. But then, Master of Star Palace had passed away. "It is going to be chaos," Jin Wushuang muttered. Then, there was another message. The person who had sent the message was Hall Master Yuan. He sent Jin Wushuang a short message. "Travel back quickly." Jin Wushuang stared when he received the message. He immediately gave up the idea of exploring the ancient battlefield and returned to Green Fire World. After he had returned to Green Fire World, Jin Wushuang immediately found Jian Nantian. "Father, Eternal Chaotic World is going through a drastic change. I have to rush back immediately. Hence, Green Fire World and Wushuang City shall be passed to you," Jin Wushuang said. A drastic change? Jian Nantian's face grew dim. He had never been to Eternal Chaotic World, and he didn't know about anything in Eternal Chaotic World. However, he understood that something major must have happened which had made Jian Wushuang so anxious. "I will leave some Dao soldiers here. The Dao soldiers will help you to better control Green Fire World," Jian Wushuang said. 6,000 years had passed. The spiritual energy in Green Fire World had become even more intense. During these years, Green Fire World had had a major increase in experts too. Of Universe God alone, Green Fire World had a total of a few hundred. The strongest of them all was still Jian Nantian. One should know that Jian Nantian was truly a sword genius, but due to the damage of his foundation when he was younger, and also the imperfect cultivation environment, his achievement was limited. However, it was different then. Jian Wushuang already used some natural treasure to recover Jian Nanshan's damage on his foundation entirely. Plus, Green Fire World's cultivation environment was much better than the Tin Sanctuaries. Under such conditions, Jian Nanshan's power had improved tremendously in the past 6,000 years. He already passed his third god's test and reached the top limit of a universe god in the third heaven. As soon as the time came, he could break through and become a real god. With Jian Nanshan's power and the addition of Dao soldiers, they could ensure Green Fire World's peace. After delegating the task, Jian Wushuang woke up Jian Yi, who had been recovering his power in seclusion. Then, he brought along the rest of the Dao soldiers as he left. The ancient spaceship drove through the huge formation and shook off the space-time storm very quickly. In the spaceship cabin, Jian Wushuang, Jian Yi, and Xiao Yu sat. As for He Xiao, as he passed the test that Jian Wushuang had left in Wushuang City, he had become Jian Wushuang's lineal disciple. After that, he had left Green Fire World to wander outside. He Xiao then was already in the third place of the Universe God ranking list in Eternal Chaotic World, and he was even challenging the first and second place on the list. Jian Wushuang was happy with his disciple. Jian Yi, how did your recovery of power go? Jian Wushuang asked. Master, I have already resumed the middle stage chaotic realm, Jian Yi replied respectfully. Oh. Jian Wushuang's eyes grew bright. Middle stage chaotic realm was the level of an emperor god in Eternal Chaotic World. One should know that when Jian Yi was at beginner stage chaotic realm, with his comprehension of doctrine and possession of various skills, his fighting power had already been astonishing. Now, Jian Yi was much more powerful than when he had fought with Jian Wushuang back then. Jian Yi is an ancient expert, and he carries many skills. Now that he has recovered his power to middle stage chaotic realm, his power has definitely increased tremendously. I wonder which level he reached, Jian Wushuang muttered. Jian Wushuang found it difficult to gauge Jian Yi's power. After all, ancient times and the second era that he was in were completely different. Even the names of the realms were different. Regardless, Jian Yi is a helping hand to me. He might even be my lethal tactic. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. As Palace Master had died, there would definitely be a lot of issues. As he was the new master that Master of Star Palace had determined, he had to deal with all the issues in Lineage of Star. The ancient spaceship that Jian Wushuang drove was traveling at its top speed to Lineage of Star. Chapter 1819 Lineage of Star's Danger. Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang, Xiao Yu and Jian Yi appeared in the boundless galaxy. Xiao Yu, bring Jian Yi back to Sword Star first, Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded politely. Then, she followed Jian Yi back to Sword Star. Jian Wushuang plunged to the cave dwelling that Hall Master Yuan and the others were waiting at. On the way back, Jian Wushuang met some disciples and elders of Lineage of Star. That's Hall Master Wushuang? Didn't Hall Master Wushuang say that he was going back to his hometown? Why did he return so soon? Not only Hall Master Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nie Yun rushed back not too long ago as well. Did something happen? Humph. Regardless, as long as our Palace Master and our Hall Masters are here, there's nothing major. That's true. There was no tension in Lineage of Star. It was obvious that the news about the Master of Star Palace's death had yet to spread. In a lofty hall, there was a vast, grayish void. There were 4 lofty thrones floating in the void. The 4 persons on the thrones, including Jian Wushuang, looked angry yet sorrowful. Master of Star Palace is so powerful, and he has the secret of Star Palace on hand. He couldn't easily give play to fighting power of a great emperor in an instant. How can he die? Hall Master Nie Yun looked in disbelief. Master of Star Palace, how did he die? Hall Master Gu Xian said in a deep voice. Master of Star Palace died, and all of us are in pain. However, it isn't the right time for this. Even the reason behind the death of Master of Star Palace shouldn't be our main focus. We should focus on what Lineage of Star should do without Master of Star Palace attending garrison duty personally. Hall Master Yuan's voice resounded. Although what he said was cruel, it was the truth. The Master of Star Palace had already died, and that was a fact. Lineage of Star couldn't divert their attention to look for the reason behind Master of Star Palace's death. Lineage of Star has too many enemies in eternal chaotic world. Back when Master of Star Palace first founded Lineage of Star, he even carried out a massacre once and offended many major forces and solo experts. As there was Master of Star Palace in the commanding position previously, the major forces and solo experts didn't dare to make any funny moves. But then, if they were to find out the news about Master of Star Palace's death, they definitely would jump out and even swarm toward Lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan said in a low voice. Plus, those aren't the main opponents that Lineage of Star going to face. Then, Jin Wushuang and the other two Hall Masters turned to look at Hall Master Yuan. Before Master of Star Palace headed to Ancient Mystery Land, he told me that Lineage of Star was in a terrible state. Not only because we have many enemies, but is also because of some things that Lineage of Star possesses that made everyone green with envy. Firstly, there's secret skill of Star Palace. Hall Master Yuan sounded solemn. Secret skill of Star Palace is something Master of Star Palace obtained from the Ancient Mystery Land. It is from a scary sect, 7-star black sect, in ancient times. You should be able to tell the power of the secret skill. It is definitely one of the killer moves of Lineage of Star. With such a terrifying secret skill, of course, he attracted many people who are green with envy. Like Master of Star Palace mentioned before, not only do many forces and experts desire to get the secret skill, but also Sanctuary Alliance, including the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. They once found Master of Star Palace to discuss it, but Master of Star Palace refused to. Jin Wushuang was then shocked. The higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance? The higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance? Weren't they the super-existences of Great Emperor level? Even Great Emperors cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace. ****starred, the secret skill was obtained by Master of Star Palace through blood, sweat, and tears from the Ancient Mystery Land. It was because of Master of Star Palace's capability. How dare they cast greedy eyes over it? If they were capable enough, they could get a similar secret skill from the Ancient Mystery Land too. Hall Master Nye Yun roared. Of course, he was merely ranting. Besides the secret skill of Star Palace, we of Lineage of Star also received a white blaze fruit tree over the years. The white blaze fruit tree is priceless too. Although it is nothing much to experts who are Great Emperor level, it is enough to make many major forces go crazy. Forget about the others. Over the years, there was a total of 3 Almighties who came to visit personally and paid a great price in exchange for white blaze fruit. In turn, we of Lineage of Star benefited well from it. It has only been tens of thousands of years. Hearing what Hall Master Yuan had said, Jin Wushuang and the other 2 Hall Masters' faces grew in distress. White blaze fruit tree was truly a treasure. In merely tens of thousands of years, it had already brought about many benefits to Lineage of Star. If it were to remain in Lineage of Star for few million years, the benefit for Lineage of Star would be even greater. The major forces in eternal chaotic world were of course dying for a white blaze fruit tree. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. Because of the secret skill of Star Palace and the white blaze fruit tree, Lineage of Star was eyed by many forces and experts long ago. Now that Master of Star Palace has passed away, some major forces or solo experts, even those who didn't share any resentment with Lineage of Star, would inevitably attack us as Lineage of Star is going through a drastic incident. Besides, there's another huge potential threat in Lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan continued. More. Jin Wushuang and the other 2 Hall Masters' faces grew grave. The potential threat is you, Jin Wushuang. Hall Master Yuan looked at Jin Wushuang. Me? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Yes. Hall Master Yuan nodded and explained, maybe you didn't notice yourself. Your speed of growth is too fast, and you have too great of a potential. Plus, you are an inverse cultivator. Merely as a real god, you could already match evenly with an emperor god. It is definitely right and proper to call you the #1 real god. In such a situation, if you were to obtain the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill and break through to become an almighty, your fighting power should be comparable to a great emperor. Once you steady your footstep among almighties and continue to increase your power, you might even become the 2nd emperor by. But you must know that Sanctuary Alliance isn't that united. There are many forces and experts that have internal fights, but Sanctuary Alliance doesn't get involved in it. Your growth, although many are looking forward to it, there are also some selfish people who didn't anticipate your growth. After all, Emperor Bai alone has already brought pressure to many of them. Who would wish for the second Emperor Bai in Sanctuary Alliance? Hearing what Hall Master Yuan had said, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Around Emperor Bai, who could kill a great emperor with ease, many great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance were careful and no one dared to act wildly. Another Emperor Bai? Unfortunately, there were not many who were willing to see that. Chapter 18:20 New Palace Master. Hall Master Yuan's bright and clear voice reverberated in the entire hall. Lineage of Star is now facing the biggest danger in history, not only from those forces and experts who harbor deep-seated hatred against Lineage of Star, but we also have to watch out for the forces and experts who have cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace and White Blaze Fruit Tree. Besides, there are also people who didn't hope for Jian Wushuang to grow stronger and want to kill him ahead of time. Once the news about Palace Master's death spreads, they might all turn into jackals and wolves and charge at Lineage of Star. Hearing what Hall Master Yuan had said, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Nie Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian looked solemn. The reason why Palace Master did everything possible to obtain the opportunity in 7-Star Realm was that he saw the hidden danger in Lineage of Star. The danger has revealed itself gradually over the recent years. Hence, Master Palace wanted to break through and become a great emperor through the opportunities. Only when a great emperor attends garrison duty, personally could he ensure Lineage of Star's safety. But it is a pity that Palace Master passed away because of this. Then, Hall Master Yuan clenched his hands and his body quivered. The other 3 Hall Master felt extremely distressed as well. Especially Jian Wushuang, Master of Star Palace, had been in a hurry to become a great emperor, most likely was to protect him. Hall Master Yuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then announced solemnly, before Palace Master passed away, he sent the 4 of us a message. According to his order, from today onwards, Jian Wushuang will be the new Master of Star Palace. Gu Xian, Nie Yun, do you have any opinion about this? No, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun replied without hesitation. Jian Wushuang's talent and power were on display. He was listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Plus, all his contributions to Lineage of Star were well known too. The White Blaze Fruit Tree had been obtained by Jian Wushuang alone, as they were satisfied with all aspects, and it had been an order from the Master of Star Palace before he died. They naturally didn't have any objection. If so, Hall Master Yuan turned to bow at Jian Wushuang. Yuan greets Palace Master. Gu Shi greets Palace Master. Nie Yun greets Palace Master. The 3 Hall Masters bowed at Jian Wushuang with great respect. Please get up, Jian Wushuang waved and the 3 of them got up. At such a crucial moment, I shall not behave unreasonably. From today, I will be the new Palace Master of Lineage of Star. The danger and difficulties that Lineage of Star is going to encounter, I will be the first to take them on. Jian Wushuang's voice was bright and clear, with a tinge of determination. Then, he waved and 2 flowing lights appeared in the hall. The 2 flowing lights were 2 brawny figures. One was bronze-armored, and the other one was silver-armored. Palace Master, this is... The 3 Hall Masters looked confused. These are Dao soldiers. I brought them back. Their nature is similar to a war puppet's. The only difference is that they are more powerful. Hall Master Nie Yun, go ahead and try them yourself. Try their power. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. All right, Hall Master Nie Yun nodded. In the lofty hall, Hall Master Nie Yun fought with the 2 Dao soldiers. He first fought with the bronze-armored Dao soldier. Although the Dao soldier wasn't weak, it didn't know close combat skills. When it was fighting with Hall Master Nie Yun, it was hit and flew off from Hall Master Nie Yun's attack. However, the bronze-armored Dao soldier flew out over 10 times, but didn't seem to take any damage. Hall Master Nie Yun stopped very soon. Haha, this Dao soldier's was quite durable. I hit it so many times and it was still complete. Hall Master Nie Yun laughed heartily. Try another one. Jian Wushuang smiled and said. Very soon, Hall Master Nie Yun and the silver-armored Dao soldiers fought. Then, Hall Master Nie Yun wasn't as at ease as before. One should know that silver-armored Dao soldiers' power was at the level of an emperor god. Even though it only knew simple attacks, it cornered Hall Master Nie Yun badly. Hall Master Nie Yun had already showed all his power, but he continued to retreat from the Dao soldiers' attack. "Stop, stop!" Hall Master Nie Yun shouted. Jin Wushuang immediately commanded the silver-armored Dao soldier to stop. "How is it?" Jin Wushuang asked with a smile. "Very strong, this war puppet." "No, this Dao soldier. His attack was too strong and has definitely already reached the level of Emperor God. Such a Dao soldier might not be comparable with a true Emperor God, but it is definitely stronger than some top Sir gods," Hall Master Nie Yun said. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian nodded their heads by the side. Although they had never fought with the Dao soldiers, they could see from the exchange between the Dao soldiers and Hall Master Nie Yun. "I have to tell the three of you, I have quite a few of these Dao soldiers on hand," Jin Wushuang suddenly said. "What?" Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nie Yun were stunned and immediately looked at Jin Wushuang. "Palace Master, when you said quite a few, how many is a few?" Hall Master Yuan asked. "Firstly, I have 100 of bronze-armored Dao soldiers. As for silver-armored Dao soldiers, I have less. I only have 4 of them," Jin Wushuang replied. Back then, he had taken 132 Dao soldiers from around Wu Hun's dead body. However, during the time when he was wandering in the past 6,000 years, as he had needed some Dao soldiers to explore the way, he had damaged some. On top of that, he had also left some Dao soldiers in Green Fire World before he left. Hence, he had only brought back 104 Dao soldiers when he had returned to Lineage of Star. 104 Dao soldiers? Hall Master Yuan was dumbfounded. Or it should be said that he was shocked by the unexpected surprise. Although the bronze-armored Dao soldiers weren't strong, its power was definitely at a Sir God level. As long as 4 to 5 joined forces, they should be able to match evenly with a Sir God. Jin Wushuang had 100 such Dao soldiers? In other words, Jin Wushuang controlled the fighting power of about 20 Sir Gods. Besides, there were 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers. The silver-armored Dao soldiers had the power of an Emperor God. One of them could easily suppress Hall Master Nie Yun. The total of all Dao soldiers would be a fierce force. Hall Master Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in himself. He asked, "Palace Master, where did you get these Dao soldiers? Let's not talk about how I got them for now. In short, I control all the Dao soldiers, and they definitely follow my commands. Besides, I took control of another expert via a unique method. He is now my sword servant, and I brought him back to Lineage of Star as well. He is now in Sword Star. As for his power, he is slightly stronger than I am now," Jin Wushuang said. Chapter 1821. Universe Galaxy. Hearing what Jin Wushuang said, Hall Master Yuan and the other 2 Hall Masters gawked. Jin Wushuang was an expert on the 61st place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He had absolute fighting power of an Emperor God, but his servant was more powerful than he was? That's great. Another fighting power of Emperor God. Hall Master Yuan exclaimed in surprise. With so many Dao soldiers and a powerful servant. "Palace Master, you brought about a great surprise to Lineage of Star indeed." Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun was excited. However, the 3 of them never paid attention to what Jin Wushuang said. "He is stronger than I am now." One should know that Jin Wushuang had received countless opportunities as he wandered alone in the ancient battlefield for 6,000 years. He had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was no longer comparable to how he was before, while Jin Yi was even stronger than he was then. How could Jin Yi's fighting power be as simple as an ordinary Emperor God? "Palace Master, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nie Yun, there's another thing that I have to tell you," Hall Master Yuan suddenly said. Jin Wushuang and the other 2 Hall Masters immediately looked at Hall Master Yuan again. "Actually, there is another trump card in Lineage of Star," Hall Master Yuan said. "Oh." Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and revealed a shocked expression. Hall Master Yuan started explaining, "The 3 of you should know that I am very special in Lineage of Star. According to Lineage of Stars rules, only one who possesses fighting power of an almighty could become a Hall Master. However, I am not an almighty, nor do I have fighting power of an almighty, but I became a Hall Master, Jin Wushuang. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yuan were interested in what Hall Master Yuan was going to say. They were curious about Hall Master Yuan's existence. They had tried asking before, but Hall Master Yuan never answered. My identity is supposed to be a secret. In Lineage of Star, only Master of Star Palace knows. However, it is a crucial moment and I cannot hide anymore. Everyone, please take a look, Hall Master Yuan said as he let out a unique aura from his body. The aura spread outside the hall and blended with the boundless galaxy flawlessly. This is Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Niu Yuan were dumbfounded. Weapons Spirit. Jin Wushuang were shocked. Yes, the aura that Hall Master Yuan gave out then only belonged to Spirit's weapon. Plus, his aura blended flawlessly with the boundless galaxy that Lineage of Star was in. In other words, Hall Master Yuan was the weapon spirit of the boundless galaxy. How could it be? Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yuan were in disbelief. They had been making wild guesses about Hall Master Yuan's identity before, but they had never expected Hall Master Yuan to be a weapon spirit. Looking at the few people's reactions, Hall Master Yuan wasn't surprised, but he smiled and said, "Everyone, do you remember that Master of Star Palace once mentioned before he left to go to Ancient Mystery Land? He said that back when he went to 7-Star Realm, not only had he found the secret skill of 7-Star, but he also obtained a unique treasure. The unique treasure is me, the boundless galaxy that engulfed the lair of Lineage of Star. However, my real name is actually Universe Galaxy." The three of them were dumbfounded at the newfound knowledge. The boundless galaxy that Lineage of Star was located in was really unique. Not only could it nurture a meta-beast on its own, but the spiritual influence of heaven and earth and intensity of doctrine were also much stronger than other places. However, they never once thought that the galaxy was a treasure from Ancient Mystery Land. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and smiled. "Hall Master Yuan, you kept the secret well? I had no choice. My existence is unique, and it isn't common. If this were to be exposed, the people who cast greedy eyes over the treasure and resources of Lineage of Star would be even more," Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang understood too. At the same time, he finally knew why Hall Master Yuan's position in Lineage of Star was so unique. As a weapon spirit, he was of course absolutely loyal to Master of Star Palace. The Master of Star Palace was also at ease when he passed the affairs in Lineage of Star to Hall Master Yuan. Although the outside world knew of Hall Master Yuan's existence, they had never once seen Hall Master Yuan fight because Hall Master Yuan almost never left Lineage of Star. Even if he were to head out, it was merely his consciousness embodiment. Hall Master Yuan, you said earlier that your existence was also the trump card of Lineage of Star. How does it work? Hall Master Nye Yuan asked. Universe Galaxy that I made isn't as simple as you imagine it to be. The power that is displayed on a normal day is merely a fraction of it. If there were to be strong enemies that came to attack, Universe Galaxy could turn into a formation. Unless a great emperor came personally, there won't be anyone who could barge into the galaxy, Hall Master Yuan said with confidence. Jin Wushuang and the other two Hall Master were thrilled. Haha, I never knew that Lineage of Star had another powerful trump card, Hall Master Nye Yuan laughed. Only when a great emperor comes personally could he resolve the formation. If there was no real reason, why would a great emperor come to Lineage of Star personally? With this trump card, no matter what kind of danger we are in, at least Lineage of Star's base can be maintained. Hall Master Gu Xian smiled too. Hall Master Yuan then said regretfully, "It is a pity that I was severely damaged during the war. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth in this world is so thin that I have yet to recover. If I were to be able to recover parts of my power, the benefits that Lineage of Star wouldn't be limited as it is now." Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yuan didn't react much to what he said, but Jin Wushuang quivered in surprise. Spiritual influence of heaven and earth? The spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World was much stronger than 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Along with the formation, it was on a constant increase. If he were to be able to move universe galaxy there. Of course, it was merely a thought that Jian Wushuang had. With these trump cards, if Lineage of Star were to be in trouble, we should be confident enough. Jian Wushuang smiled and turned to ask, Hall Master Yuan, the news about Master of Star Palace's death has yet to spread, right? Besides the few of us, no one else knows. Hall Master Yuan nodded. However, even if we hide the news on purpose, people will find out in no time. After all, Sanctuary Alliance has experts keeping watch outside the Ancient Mystery Land. Whoever enters Ancient Mystery Land but doesn't come out from Ancient Mystery Land is recorded. Now that the Ancient Mystery Land is still open, naturally, no one knows. However, when the Ancient Mystery Land closes, Sanctuary Alliance will notice that the Master of Star Palace didn't come out, and they'd 80% determine that the Master of Star Palace had passed away then. If so, we still have time to prepare ourselves. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Chapter 1822 Desperate Times Call for Desperate Measures. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nye Yun. Jian Wushuang looked around. Before the news of Master of Star Palace's death breaks out, we shouldn't disclose the news of me being the new Palace Master. In front of the elderlies, continue to call me Hall Master Wushuang, just like before. We shall hide this news for as long as possible. Yes, Hall Master Yuan and the other Hall Masters nodded politely. Besides, I have an idea. Am not sure if it is workable, Jian Wushuang said. Idea? The three of them looked at Jian Wushuang. Hall Master Yuan, according to what you said earlier, Lineage of Star has a lot of enemies. Once the news about Palace Master's death spreads, the enemies will flood in. If so, instead of waiting for them to attack, why not we try our best to exterminate all the enemies before the news spreads? Jian Wushuang's gaze grew cold. You mean, strike first and gain the upper hand? Hall Master Yuan was stunned. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Anyway, after the news spreads, they'll definitely attack us. Why don't we seize the time when everyone thinks Master of Star Palace is still alive and ride on the deterrent force as we figure out ways to exterminate them first? Even if we can't kill them all, we can at least take off part of the pressure when they charge at us in the future. Plus, these people were Lineage of Star's enemies anyway. We of Lineage of Star could kill them, and it would be fair and reasonable. That's true. Hall Master Yuan's eyes glowed with joy. If we kill them one by one during normal times, there is no guarantee that they would hold back their attacks, as they would involve other innocent people to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. In the end, they might unite to fight against Lineage of Star. But at this point in time, as they are going to attack us anyway, so we shall take action first and exterminate as many as possible. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. Hall Master Yuan, I shall assign this to you. Those major forces, we shall not take them into consideration now. We want to first deal with those solo experts. Figure out a way to find out the location of all of the solo experts that harbor hatred against Lineage of Star. If Lineage of Star can't find out the information, bring sufficient rewards and ask Vientiane Tower to do it. In this life and death situation, we shouldn't be stingy. Take out everything Lineage of Star has. This must be done quickly. After we find out their locations, I will exterminate the Almighties personally. As for real gods, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun, please take care of them. No problem. Yes, Palace Master. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nye Yun nodded heavily. Hall Masters, let me remind you again. Lineage of Star is on the brink of life and death. Hence, you must be extremely careful in your actions. Jian Wushuang looked at the three Hall Masters, then he waved. Go ahead. The three Hall Masters then immediately left. In the hall, Jian Wushuang sat alone and his gaze was unusually cold. I never expected Lineage of Star to have so many hidden dangers. Master of Star Palace alone carried so much pressure. He was an amazing man. But now, Master of Star Palace has passed away. As I have become the new Palace Master, this pressure will be on me. As long as I am alive, no one can lay a finger on Lineage of Star. Lineage of Star really paid a great price. They gave Vientiane Tower a great reward. With the bountiful reward, Vientiane Tower had activated the information-gathering mechanism. They then found the solo experts that harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star. Very soon, a list of solo experts was presented to Jian Wushuang. Palace Master, these are the experts who have harbored deep-seated hatred against Lineage of Star over the years, and they will definitely pound at Lineage of Star the moment the news about Master of Star Palace's death spreads. There is a total of 16 of them, Hall Master Yuan said politely. 16? So many? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The list doesn't stop there. Hall Master Yuan shook his head and said, these 16 solo experts were only those that Vientiane Tower found for now. There are some that disappeared long ago. No one knows if they are dead or alive. It is rather difficult to find them. Jian Wushuang sighed. Lineage of Star really had many enemies. Of course, not only Lineage of Star. Any major forces who stood in eternal chaotic world for so many years would have many enemies. Lineage of Star had many enemies because the Master of Star Palace had once used the secret skill of Star Palace to massacre wantonly. 16 experts made up of 14 Sir Gods and 2 Emperor Gods, Jian Wushuang said. I shall move now to kill the experts. Palace Master, please be careful on the way, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. Jian Wushuang had then replaced the Master of Star Palace and became the new mainstay of Lineage of Star. The mainstay definitely couldn't afford to collapse. Otherwise, Lineage of Star would definitely be destroyed, and there would be no space for struggle. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded and prepared to set off. Of course, he brought Jian Yi with him when he departed. With his power and existence of Jian Yi, when they looked for the people on the list one by one, there was almost no one who could escape if there weren't any unexpected events. The first target, Sir God Xingxiang. He is the nearest to Lineage of Star. He is in Red Dragon Sanctuary in the 10 Sanctuaries. Rumble. The ancient silver spaceship traveled from Universe Galaxy in Lineage of Star at a terrifying speed and sped forward. Red Dragon Sanctuary was engulfed in a huge, ancient forest. There was a lofty black castle. The black castle was huge, and it covered an expanse of about a few million miles. Such a huge castle had more than 100,000 maidservants and footmen. At that moment, in the middle of the black castle, there was a banquet. At the banquet, there were a few hundred beautiful concubines dancing and serving. The main character of the banquet was an overbearing bearded man in black armor. The man was Sir God Xingxiang. He had become a famous top expert many years ago. Although he couldn't be listed on Heaven and Earth's Supreme Ranking list, he was extremely close to it. Besides Sir God Xingxiang, there were another 2 Sir Gods at the banquet. The 2 Sir Gods' auras weren't any weaker than Sir God Xingxiang's. Rumble. A huge silver spaceship appeared in the void before the castle. A young man carrying a sword stepped out of the spaceship. The moment he appeared, he swept out with his soul power. He looked at everything in the castle below. Sir God Song Yu and Sir God Qi Sha are here too? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows as an imposing aura soared from his eyes. I don't care about them. Whoever blocks my way, I will kill them all together. Chapter 1823 Extermination. In the depth of the Black Castle, at the dinner banquet. Brother Congyu, Brother Qisha, thank you so much, Sir God Xingxiang said heartily with a cup of wine in his hand. No big deal, Brother Xingxiang. It's as easy as lifting a hand. It's nothing. Plus, we are friends, Sir God Qisha said. I work for rewards. Sir God Xingxiang, you offered enough rewards and I would, of course, do my best. Sir God Songyu smiled gently. Haha, Brother Congyu is very realistic, Sir God Xingxiang laughed. The 3 Sir Gods were chatting casually. Suddenly, Sir God Xingxiang, come out and greet death. The bright and loud voice that contained a terrifying pressure instantly covered the entire castle. It was extremely imposing. Countless maids and servants in the castle were shivering in fear because of the pressure. There were some beauties, who were dancing at the banquet, who knelt down in terror as well. The 3 of them who had been chatting earlier suddenly looked unhappy. The smile on Sir God Xingxiang's face froze. Hong, Hong, Hong. There were 3 fierce auras that burst out simultaneously. The three Sir Gods soared up and appeared in the void above. They stopped and instantly noticed the young man carrying a sword. Real god? Sir God Songyu was surprised. Although he is only a real god, his aura is terrifyingly strong, much stronger than the three of ours. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the super genius from lineage of Star, Jin Wushuang, who was listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking List, Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, the 61st place on Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking List? Sir God Qi Sha squinted his eyes. On the other hand, Sir God Xing Xiang's face grew grave. Jin Wushuang, you have guts. Your lineage of Star once killed 3 of my lineal disciples. I didn't find trouble with you, but you barged into my place? Humph, that's because you assassinated one of lineage of Star's expert first. Jin Wushuang's gaze was cold. Save that bullshit. I came here today to kill you. Haha, you put it in such a nice way. Who do you think you are? The old monster of Star Palace? Sir God Xing Xiang sneered as he looked at the other 2 persons next to him. Brother Tsangyu, Brother Qisha, lineage of Star is being such a bully. I wonder if the 2 of you are willing to lend a helping hand. I, Xing Xiang, will remember what you did. If there were to be any help needed in the future, I would not refuse to help. Although Sir God Xing Xiang was reluctant to admit inferiority, he knew that it was impossible for him to match evenly with Jin Wushuang, who was listed on the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking List that possess fighting power of an Emperor God alone. Hence, he naturally dragged in the other 2 Sir Gods next to him. The 2 Sir Gods were like him. They were top Sir Gods. Especially Sir God Songyu, who was also listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking List as a Sir God but at a lower rank. He once fought with an Emperor God, and he survived. In addition, there was Sir God Xing Xiang and Sir God Qisha. The 3 of them teamed up might not be able to do anything to Jin Wushuang, but they definitely could fight a battle with Jin Wushuang. Hearing what Sir God Xiang Xiang had to say, Sir God Qisha agreed without hesitation. Brother Xing Xiang, don't worry about it. If Jin Wushuang wants to lay a finger on you, he has to receive approval from the 2 of us. Sir God Songyu hesitated for a while, but he replied, Jin Wushuang, Qisha, and I accepted Xing Xiang's invitation to be here. We have yet to take care of the task on hand. I can't let you kill him. So, please leave. If you won't leave, stay and die together. Jin Wushuang had soaring murderous intention. Arrogant. Sir God Qisha was furious. Jin Wushuang, you are too arrogant. Sir God Songyu was furious too. Haha, as Jin Wushuang is asking for trouble, the 3 of us shall grant his wish. Sir God Xing Xiang smirked coldly. Instantly, the 3 figures turned into 3 rays of flowing lights that burst out. The 3 of them knew Jin Wushuang's power, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. The moment they attacked, they went all out. Sir God Xing Xiang's body was covered by a layer of magic clouds, while there were 8 ancient shadows that appeared behind him. The 8 ancient shadows were huge, and his body increased to 3 meters tall. With a malicious smile, the 8 ancient shadows pressed at Jin Wushuang with boundless, terrifying aura. Sir God Qisha was soaring with imposing aura. His body moved, and there was instantly a huge storm around him. Boundless, murderous aura swept out. Die, die, die. A soaring sword intention filled the air while he held a creepy crimson blade and turned illusionary in silence. Sir God Songyu, who was the strongest, suddenly increased in size to 10 zhang tall. He was showering in warm sunlight as though he was the ruler of the universe. He was wearing a gentle smile, and everyone found it friendly. However, he already had strong divine power concentrated in his hands. The bolt of divine power was enough to split the sky and break the earth. Looking at the 3 Sir God launching attacks at the same time, Jin Wushuang's eyes burst out lights. Courting death. Jin Wushuang roared without taking a step back, and he flipped his palm. There was billowing divine power with ancient tribe bloodline power that suddenly burst out to his ultimate limit. Hong. He swung his palm. It was as though his palm contained the entire reincarnation. It was reincarnation palm derived from the terrifying palm that 1 star man had left in his head the other day. Walala. The void shattered, and a huge palm print extended and grabbed Sir God Xing Xiang at the far front. Sir God Xing Xiang let out an angry roar, and the 8 ancient shadows behind him let out an earth-shattering roar as well. However, the very next moment, it stopped. The huge palm print that contained the entire reincarnation covered Sir God Xing Xiang's body, including the 8 ancient shadows altogether, and it gripped tightly. Bang! The 8 ancient shadows collapsed at the same time. Sir God Xing Xiang only let out a groan in pain at his last moment before his divine body was crushed under the palm. With one palm, Sir God Xing Xiang died on the spot. How is it possible? Sir God Song Yu and Sir God Qi Sha stared. They knew that Jian Wushuang was powerful and possessed fighting power of an emperor god. Hence, the 3 of them had teamed up. However, Jian Wuxiang had ignored the 2 of them and killed Sir God Xing Xiang with one simple palm. Such power. Be careful. Sir God Song Yu suddenly spoke in terror. What? Sir God Qi Sha's face grew grave. Just as he came back to reality, there was a resplendent golden light that appeared behind him. The golden light gave out a boundless, chilly, brilliant gleam. It was Jian Wushuang's Hongjun golden sword. There was only one Hongjun golden sword, but that one sword made Sir God Qi Sha feel instant hopelessness. Pest! A golden light swept past, and Hongjun golden sword pierced Sir God Qi Sha's head straightway. Sir God Qi Sha's power had yet to be displayed. The surrounding storm had yet to burst out, but he had already followed Sir God Xing Xiang's footstep to death. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body turned illusory, and he appeared before Sir God Song Yu in the end. Chapter 1824. Spare my life. The entire universe became quiet. Sir God Song Yu, who was still bathing in the sunlight, originally wore a gentle smile, but then he couldn't smile anymore. The 3 top Sir Gods had joined forces, but in the end, in the blink of an eye, Sir God Xing Xiang and Sir God Qi Sha were instantly killed. Too strong. He was too strong. Sir God Song Yu stared at Jian Wushuang. The 2 of them are top Sir Gods. Even if a true Emperor God came, it would require some time before they killed them. But Jian Wushuang did an instant kill. A top Sir God couldn't even struggle in his hands. With such power, I'm afraid he is extremely close to peak Emperor God level. Previously, Sir God Song Yu, Sir God Qi Sha, and Sir God Xing Xiang had thought Jian Wushuang was still only the expert in the 61st place in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list who could evenly match Emperor God Tian Shao. They didn't know how greatly Jian Wushuang had improved in the past 6,000 years. Forget about the rest. His possession of ancient tribe bloodline by bloodline inheritance from Wuhan, and with his power of bloodline in combination with his divine power, Jian Wushuang was 2 times stronger than an emperor god in terms of power and strength. With such ferocious power and strength, any casual reincarnation palm could exterminate Sir God Xing Xiang, like slaughtering a chicken. It was true. To Jian Wushuang, killing a top Sir God was too easy. There was no difference to killing a chicken. Sir God Song Yu took a deep breath and flashed a smile. At the same time, he bowed politely to Jian Wushuang. Thank you for your mercy, Sword Emperor. Sir God Song Yu knew that Jian Wushuang could easily kill him in an instant if he wanted to. Although he had once survived a fight with an Emperor God, the Emperor God was just the weakest of his level. He couldn't be compared favorably with Jian Wushuang. But the fact Jian Wushuang didn't attack meant that Jian Wushuang didn't intend to kill him. It is because of Purple Sky Palace and Emperor God Zi Song that I spare you. I hope that there won't be a repeat of what happened today, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Yes, Sir God Song Yu nodded continuously. Jian Wushuang waved and took Sir God Xing Xiang and Sir God Qi Sha's dead bodies and their treasures. Then, he left. Sir God Song Yu then let out a sigh of relief after he watched Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared from his sight. Gate of Hell. I, Song Yu, just took a trip to the Gate of Hell. Luckily, I am fortunate enough. It seems that Sword Emperor wasn't as aggressive and lawless as he was pictured in the rumors. He had scruples with Purple Sky Palace and Emperor God Zitsong, Sir God Song Yu muttered. The 3 top Sir Gods, Sir God Xing Xiang was Jian Wushuang's target, so he had to be killed. Sir God Qi Sha was merely a solo expert, and he had no background. Hence, Jian Wushuang could kill him with no scruples. But the 2 Sir Gods were different to him. They had a backer, so Jian Wushuang let them off the hook. However, with Jian Wushuang's power and lineage of star behind him, even if he killed me, Purple Sky Palace couldn't do anything about him, even if they were furious. What is his concern? Sir God Songyu was confused, but he immediately reported what had happened to Emperor God Zizong behind him. Songyu, you teamed up with Sir God Qisha and Sir God Xingxiang, but Jian Wushuang instantly killed the other two? Emperor God Zizong was surprised at the news. Yes, Jian Wushuang is terrifyingly powerful, far stronger than when he fought with soaring Heaven King Palace 6,000 years ago, Sir God Songyu said. Thanks. He is truly an expert. In just a short time span, his power increased to another level. Maybe to us, 6,000 years is only a snap of our fingers. But to Jian Wushuang, 6,000 years is enough for him to improve tremendously, Emperor Zizong sighed. According to the power that he displayed, he should be listed in the top 50 or 40 on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Such a figure shouldn't be provoked. Luckily, he left you some leeway and didn't kill you. Otherwise, Purple Sky Palace really couldn't do anything about him. Palace Master, isn't Jian Wushuang devoid of scruples all this while and willing to fight over the smallest trifles? I took the initiative to provoke him, but he spared my life. Why? Did he really hesitate because of Purple Sky Palace? Sir God Songyu asked in confusion. Who knows? As he showed mercy, Purple Sky Palace shall accept it. From today, do not become hostile towards Lineage of Star. Even if Lineage of Star's disciples were to be in our hands, we shall let them off the hook, Emperor God Zizong said. I understand, Sir God Songyu nodded. Just as Sir God Songyu was talking to Sir God Zizong, Jian Wushuang had already left Red Dragon Sanctuary via a wormhole and departed to his next destination. As for the reason he had showed mercy to Sir God Songyu, it wasn't because Jian Wushuang had a good temper and was easy to talk to, but because Lineage of Star was in a different situation. When the Master of Star Palace was still around, all forces had scruples. Jian Wushuang could just kill Sir God Songyu. But then, the Master of Star Palace had passed away. Even a slight bit of the news spreading would attract many forces and experts to attack instantly. At such a crucial moment, Jian Wushuang naturally tried not to offend any major forces. For instance, Purple Sky Palace was considered a major force, and there was an Emperor God who was in commanding position. Although Emperor God Zizong's power was ordinary, Jian Wushuang didn't want to offend him unless necessary. The next target, East Royal Sanctuary, Sir God Gu. Jian Wushuang's eyes filled with murderous intention. Very soon, a god-killer descended in East Royal Sanctuary. In the vast void, Sword Emperor, spare me and I guarantee that I wouldn't be hostile towards Lineage of Star. A gray-robed, cold-looking woman fled ahead. As she ran, she shouted, I'm sorry. Since you slaughtered countless cultivators in a city of Star land to take revenge, the resentment between Lineage of Star and you can't be resolved. You have to die. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate. He performed secret skill of dragon blood and caught up to Sir God Gu. He then killed her straight away with a thunderous method. When Jian Wushuang had killed Sir God Xingxiang and Sir God Qisha previously, he had been so quick that the two Sir Gods didn't even have a chance to send any messages. Plus, Sir God Songyu had appreciated Jian Wushuang's mercy and hadn't spread the news. But then, Jian Wushuang had killed Sir God Gu before everyone's eyes. The news naturally spread. In an instant, the entire Sanctuary Alliance shook because of the name Sword Emperor once again. Chapter 1825 Target: Emperor God. Massacre. Jian Wushuang had gone on a crazy massacre. For the 16 Almighties on the name list, from the closest to the furthest, and from the earliest Sir God Xingxiang to Sir God Gu, Jian Wushuang had gone to find all of them personally. In less than 100 years' time, Jian Wushuang had already found and killed 5 of those Almighties. In no time, the Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar. It's too frightening. This Jian Wushuang is really a lunatic. In less than 100 years' time, he has killed a total of 7 Sir Gods. If he were to continue his massacre at such a speed, all the Sir Gods in the eternal chaotic world would be killed by him in a split second. Among those 7 Sir Gods, 5 of them had huge grudges against the Lineage of Star, and they were his targets. As for the other two people, they were killed by him as they obstructed him during his massacre. It is also very normal for him to kill his own enemies since he is so powerful. However, I am only curious as to what the lineage of Star is trying to do. According to what I know, it's not just Jian Wushuang alone. The other two almighties of the lineage of Star have also taken action, and their targets are real gods who have huge grudges against the lineage of Star. The lineage of Star has made enemies out of many people, and it is not considered a big matter for them to get rid of some of them. However, their movements this time around are too big. In particular, Jian Wushuang has made it clear that he wanted to kill all the experts in the eternal chaotic world who have a huge grudge against the lineage of Star. The experts in all the powerhouses were all having a discussion, and they were trying to figure out the intentions of the lineage of Star. Their guesses were that the lineage of Star had done such things to either instill fear in everyone or to raise the reputation of Jian Wushuang. However, no one would direct their thinking toward the Star Palace Master. At the same time that the Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar, an ancient, huge silver spaceship descended upon a holy kingdom. That Emperor God Jin Ming stays in this holy kingdom? As Jian Wushuang stood on the spaceship and looked at the holy kingdom in front of him, he laughed indifferently. Out of the 16 almighties in the name list, 14 of them were Sir Gods while the remaining 2 were Emperor Gods. For Jian Wushuang's massacre for the lineage of Star, all the targets that he had looked for so far were not determined by their abilities. Instead, all of them were determined by the distance between him and them. Previously, he had already killed 5 Sir Gods in the name list. At that time, it was the 6th person, and this person was an Emperor God. Emperor God Jin Ming is ranked 83rd in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he can be said to be at the bottom of the Emperor Gods. However, even though he is at the bottom, he is still a genuine Emperor God expert in the end, Jian Wushuang murmured. Master, do you need me to do it? Jian Yi, who was at the side, said with respect. No need, Jian Wushuang shook his head. You are a great trump card of mine, and you must not expose yourself unless it is really necessary. Moreover, it's just Emperor God Jin Ming, and I am not worried at all. With absolute confidence, Jian Wushuang activated the spaceship and entered the Holy Kingdom right away. In no time, Jian Wushuang came to a vast land that was floating in the air. Emperor God Jin Ming. The powerful god power that his ice-cold voice contained burst forth instantly. The vast land was the place where the capital of a holy kingdom was, and there were countless experts, which was inclusive of real gods in it. However, at that time, under the pressure of Jian Wushuang's god power, these experts started to shiver in succession as they were terrified and filled with grief. Humph! All of a sudden, a cold snort which contained a tremendous amount of god power as well could be heard, and it was comparable to Jian Wushuang's god power. After that, a golden-robed stalwart man rose high into the air slowly, and he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a jiffy. As expected, Jian Wushuang, you have really come. Emperor God Jin Ming's eyes were glowing brilliantly with golden light, and he was staring at Jian Wushuang. Why? Emperor God Jin Ming seems to know that I will be coming? Jian Wushuang laughed. For your journey of massacre from the lineage of Star to here, you have killed a total of 7 Sir Gods. Among the 7 Sir Gods, 5 of them had huge grudges with your lineage of Star. As for the remaining 2 of them, they were killed by you since they obstructed you. Hence, it is obvious that your target is to kill some enemies of the lineage of Star. Moreover, the grudge between me and your lineage of Star will not end without death. Thus, how is it possible for you to let me off? Emperor God Jin Ming's voice was ice-cold. It's good that you know. Jian Wushuang had an ice-cold expression. Emperor God Jin Ming, do you want to kill yourself? Or do you want me to kill you personally? Kill myself? You are not worthy for me to do that, Emperor God Jin Ming sneered. Jian Wushuang, 6,000 years ago, you were ranked 61st on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Now, after another 6,000 years, your abilities have risen greatly again, and you probably have the fighting capabilities of the top 50 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Therefore, you are definitely very close to the peak of an Emperor God. For a 1-to-1 battle, I would naturally not be your opponent. However, since I know that you will come to my doorstep, How could I not make any preparations at all? Oh, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. As soon as Emperor God Jin Ming's voice left his mouth, swoosh, a flittering light appeared from the void behind, and it appeared beside Emperor God Jin Ming instantly. It then stood side by side with Emperor God Jin Ming, and it was not weaker than Emperor God Jin Ming in the slightest bit. Moreover, it also emitted an aura that was slightly stronger than Emperor God Jin Ming. Upon seeing the person who had come, Jian Wushuang frowned. You are Emperor God Fan Yuan, who is ranked 61st on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? Emperor God Fan Yuan was an extremely powerful expert who traveled alone. More than 6,000 years ago, he had been ranked 61st on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, after Jian Wushuang had become famous from his battle, he had been pushed downward to the 62nd rank. Sword Emperor, this is our first time meeting one another, and it's nice to meet you. Emperor God Fan Yuan laughed. Why? Could it be you also want to take advantage of this battle for your own personal gain? Jian Wushuang's expression did not change in the slightest. Haha. Jian Wushuang, you might not know that Fan Yuan and I have always been extremely good friends. This time around, since I know that you will come to my doorstep, I naturally got him to lend me a hand. Although your abilities are strong, with Fan Yuan and I, two Emperor Gods, teaming up, you probably wouldn't be able to overpower us. Moreover, you will not be able to do anything to Fan Yuan alone. Emperor God Jin Ming laughed coldly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Sword Emperor, for your battle with Emperor God Tian Shao more than 6,000 years ago, your abilities are indeed not too bad, and it is not surprising for the Sanctuary Alliance to place you in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Moreover, it is too much for them to give you the 61st ranking, which is before me. You should know that I, Fan Yuan, have not fought in front of many people for many years. Thus, my real abilities will not be as simple as what the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list has described, Emperor God Fan Yuan shouted with a low voice. Everyone had an air of arrogance. Similarly, Emperor God Fan Yuan had one as well. Moreover, after reaching a level like his, one would pay more attention to their prestige. Jian Wushuang was merely a real god who had trained for a short number of years. However, his ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was actually higher than his. How could he contend with that? Chapter 1826 Emperor God Fan Yuan. Jian Wushuang, I will let you know today that you are only a joke in front of me. Emperor God Fan Yuan's voice was cold. Then, there was a fiery red spear that appeared in his hand. Rumble. A vast aura spread from his body. Emperor God Jin Ming next to him revealed a cold smile. He knew Emperor God Fan Yuan's fighting power clearly. The 62nd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? That had been so many years ago. I shall see then. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I will not disappoint you. Emperor God Fan Yuan smirked and suddenly moved. He moved and left a unique trace in the void. When he appeared again, he was in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he held his spear with both hands, and there was an ancient crimson ape that was roaring and giving out an intense, bloodthirsty aura. Crimson God 9 Spear. Die, 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 die. He spat the word 9 times continuously, and every word he uttered was heavy. The crimson spear in his hands stabbed out simultaneously too. There was a total of 9 stabs, and every stab could break the void easily and shook the universe. Crimson clouds swept out, and the entire sky was covered in crimson storm. Crimson God 9 Spear was Emperor God Fan Yuan's famous unique skill. Emperor God Fan Yuan attacked with full force when he attacked. Looking at the 9 spear shadows bursting at him like lightning, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and Blood Mountain sword suddenly was out of its scabbard. Wow! The sword shimmered and greeted the 9 spear shadows. Both collided in an instant. Bang! 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 9 deep clashes rang out almost simultaneously. When it stopped, the entire void collapsed, and there was a black hole that spread across a few million miles. The black hole swallowed everything in the universe. The terrifying strangling strength could easily tear anyone below Sir God level into pieces. In the core of the black hole, Emperor God Fan Yuan held a spear with one hand as his eyes glowed with soaring murderous intention, and his body gave out a bloodthirsty aura. He stared at the void in front of him. Did he die? Emperor God Jin Ming looked. Emperor God Fan Yuan's Crimson God 9 spear. One was stronger than another. The 9 spears stabbed out simultaneously. Unless one was a peak Emperor God, there shouldn't be anyone who could block head-on. From Emperor God Jin Ming's viewpoint, as Jian Wushuang had opted to take the earlier hit head-on, even if he didn't die, he definitely would have been severely injured. But then, Virum, a cold sword light tore down all hindrances in front and pierced the storm that was substantiated with divine power. Then, a figure walked out slowly after the sword light. What? Emperor God Fan Yuan's face changed. He was perfectly fine? Emperor God Jin Ming was shocked. Emperor God Fan Yuan, you spoke so confidently, but your power is only at this level? Jian Wushuang walked to him slowly, and he smirked in disdain. There was no trace of injury on his body. Emperor God Fan Yuan's face grew in distress. It seems that I have belittled you. Well, it's true. The entire Sanctuary Alliance said that your power has increased tremendously over the years. If so, you are qualified to try my strongest move. Strongest move? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Fan Yuan, are you going to use that move? Emperor God Jin Ming quivered. Emperor God Fan Yuan's strongest unique skill derived from an opportunity that he had obtained over the years. Through many years of comprehension, he had created that move, and it had not been long since he had created it. Emperor God Jin Ming was fortunate enough to witness someone strong enough to impress him, and Emperor God Fan Yuan was going to perform his strongest move, Jian Wushuang die. There was a loud roar, and Emperor God Fan Yuan's vigor rose suddenly, and he looked just like a bloody person. The crimson spear in his hands burst out a strange, monstrous light, and it pierced the void. There was a distance of tens of thousands of miles, but the crimson spear suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. A spear stabbed out that could destroy heaven and split the earth. Jian Wushuang had an illusion as though he was locked up, and no matter how he dodged, the spear would stab his heart. This spear is not too shabby. Jian Wushuang nodded, but in the next moment, he lifted his right hand and pointed in the direction of the crimson spear. In the direction he pointed, his fierce ultimate divine power and bloodline power of 7-star ancient tribe exploded without holding back. The bolt of strength had already surpassed an ordinary emperor god by too much. Jian Wushuang was performing the 7th finger of ancient god, Vault of Heaven's Finger. A space-time whirlpool that covered the expanse of 100,000 miles appeared from nowhere. The space-time whirlpool strangled everything in the universe, and in the whirlpool, a huge ancient finger extended. The only difference was that the ancient finger was no longer in a dark golden, but a black jade luster. Ancient God was part of the bloodline under ancient tribe. If the unique skills that ancient gods possessed were to be performed by an ancient tribe, it would be even more powerful. Hong. There was a loud noise and space-time shook. The entire universe was trembling from the terrifying hit. How is it possible? Emperor God Fan Yuan suddenly stared as he could feel a terrifying power approaching him. The power collided with his spear, and the strongest killer move that he had performed with all his strength had the lower hand. Soon, his strongest move collapsed. As for the black jade finger that extended, part of its power hit his body. The impact shook his body, and he retreated continuously. The strongest move that he had performed with his all was defeated by Jian Wushuang. It's impossible. Besides a peak emperor god, there shouldn't be anyone else who could match me evenly. Has Jian Wushuang already reached the level of peak emperor god? Emperor God Fan Yuan looked shocked. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang wiped off the divine power storm before him, and his cold eyes met Emperor God Fan Yuan's. Emperor God Fan Yuan, you are really powerful. You are slightly stronger than Emperor God Shuegu, who forced me into a desperate situation. However, it's a pity that no matter if it is Emperor God Shuegu or you, neither of you pose any threat to me. Emperor God Shuegu? Did you fight with Emperor God Shuegu? What happened to him? Emperor God Shuegu asked. Emperor God Shuegu died long ago. Emperor God Jin Ming, and you will head down to keep him company now. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but his smile was extremely cold. He didn't want to waste any more time on the two emperor gods. Let's get this done quickly. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Hong. A terrifying divine power exploded with a tinge of shocking space-time power. Secret skill of ancient god, moon-picking skill. Chapter 1827. One Realm Pearl Buzz. With Jian Wushuang using his powerful divine power, the moon-picking skill, the ancient god clan's strongest secret skill was completely unleashed. This secret skill was related to space-time. Hence, the stronger one's comprehension of the space-time doctrine was, the greater its power. During the 6,000 years' time that Jian Wushuang traveled in the ancient battlefield, the area that he had made the greatest improvement in was the space-time doctrine. By unleashing this secret skill, the void shook fiercely. After that, rumble. The void collapsed into pieces like paper. Emperor God Fan Yuan and Emperor God Jin Ming still stood in the void. However, at that moment, both of them realized that the space-time around them had undergone some slight changes. After that, they noticed that the whole universe, the whole vault of heaven, and the whole space-time had started to exert pressure on them crazily. The pressure was too powerful. It was powerful to the extent that the bodies of these two emperor gods were unable to move at all. I am unable to move? Emperor God Jin Ming opened his eyes wide. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang, who was in the void in front of him, took a step out. This step covered a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles instantly, and he appeared in front of Emperor God Jin Ming. After that, Jian Wushuang swung his sword. An ice-cold, merciless sword shadow expanded in the eyes of Emperor God Jin Ming continuously. Emperor God Jin Ming's throat became dry, and he wanted to resist with all his might at that moment. However, it was extremely difficult for him to move while under the pressure of the space-time. As such, he was totally unable to keep up with the speed of the sword light. Swish! The sword light flew past, and Emperor God Jin Ming's head was sent flying immediately. After that, the Blood Mountain sword shook madly. It seemed to be jumping for joy, and it also seemed to be extremely excited. Oh, it's about to make a breakthrough? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He was the Blood Mountain sword's master, and he naturally understood the feelings of the Blood Mountain sword the most. The Blood Mountain sword had always been an embryo sword, and it could raise its power with endless massacre and training. Then, the reason why the Blood Mountain sword was so delighted and excited was that it had already reached the edge of a breakthrough after killing Emperor God Jin Ming. With just another step, it would achieve the level of a Chaos Divine Treasure. At this stage, it yearned to drink blood again. Haha, little thing, don't worry. I will let you kill until you are satisfied, Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. After putting Emperor God Jin Ming's treasures away into his Qian Kuan ring, he looked in the direction Emperor God Fan Yuan, and murderous intent rose from him abruptly. Not good. Emperor God Fan Yuan's expression changed greatly. No matter how frightened or stupid he was, he understood that Jian Wushuang already possessed the fighting capabilities of a peak Emperor God, and he killed Emperor God Jin Ming easily moments ago. As such, Jian Wushuang also had the ability to kill him. Run! Emperor God Fan Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He had already struggled free of the moon-picking skill's binding, and he had also unleashed his speed completely. You wish to escape? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. When he unleashed the secret skill of Dragon Blood, his speed skyrocketed at once. He was already a Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, and he possessed a total of 100 Ultimate Real God water droplets. Therefore, the amount of divine power that he had was a lot more than that of the Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. With such a vast amount of divine power, he was naturally not worried about running out of it. Jian Wushuang, your target is only Emperor God Jin Ming. Now that he has been killed by you, why is there a need for you to be so aggressive? Emperor God Fan Yuan shouted loudly as he escaped. Haha, now you are scared. However, Emperor God Fan Yuan, this wasn't what you said at the start. Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. However, his eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. Humph. If you were someone who was hired by Emperor God Jin Ming to help him due to him paying you a huge price, I would have just let you off. However, You are an extremely good friend of Emperor God Jinming, and since I have killed your good friend in front of you, how can you not hate me? Not hate the lineage of Star? Rather than letting you find an opportunity to take revenge in the future, it would be better for me to get rid of you now. Jin Wushuang's mind was as clear as a bright mirror. The lineage of Star was in danger, and it was naturally good to not provoke experts if there was no need to. For example, back then, Jin Wushuang had spared Sir God Songyu. However, Jin Wushuang had spared him as he knew that Sir God Songyu and the Purple Sky Palace behind him would not hate him after the matter. Instead, they would remember this favor of his. However, it was completely different for Emperor God Fanyuan. Moreover, there was another factor, and it was his Blood Mountain sword yearning for blood. In particular, the blood of an expert. Under such circumstances, Jin Wushuang had no reason to let Emperor God Fanyuan off. Damn it, who do you think you are? So what if your abilities are stronger than mine? Do you think that you can kill me? Emperor God Fanyuan laughed disdainfully. He admitted that Jin Wushuang's abilities were stronger than his. However, Jin Wushuang's abilities would definitely not be so much more powerful than his own. Moreover, he was still an Emperor God expert who was near the peak after all, and his ability to stay alive was extremely shocking. Even among the peak Emperor Gods, there were probably very few of them who could kill him to the extent that they could be counted with fingers. As for Jin Wushuang, he absolutely did not believe that Jin Wushuang possessed the ability to do so. Swoosh! Emperor God Fanyuan also unleashed a secret skill to escape, and his speed was not slower than Jin Wushuang's in the slightest. Instead, it was slightly faster. Isn't his speed a bit too fast? Jin Wushuang revealed a surprised expression. Even though he had unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood with his full power, he was still unable to catch up with Emperor God Fanyuan. I said before that you would not be able to kill me. Emperor God Fanyuan's voice, which was filled with ridicule, could be heard. Is that so? Jin Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth. After that, with a flip of his palm, a purple pearl which emitted a peculiar aura appeared in his hands. What is that? Emperor God Fanyuan had always been careful toward Jin Wushuang. When he saw the purple pearl that Jin Wushuang had taken out, he realized and felt immediately that it was not good. As for Jin Wushuang, he laughed apathetically. Go! Buzzed out a vast amount of purple energy burst forth from the purple pearl. This purple energy then covered a range of millions of miles of void around the surrounding almost instantly. Similarly, Emperor God Fanyuan, who had been escaping madly, was also covered by the purple energy. This is a formation? Emperor God Fanyuan's expression changed greatly. He could already tell that the millions of miles of distance that the purple energy had already formed a kind of giant formation, and this formation had already covered him as well. If he wanted to escape, he would need to destroy the formation completely. However, would it be so easy to destroy this formation? I have said before that you would not be able to escape. Jin Wushuang laughed coldly, and he approached Emperor God Fanyuan hastily. While shrouded by the formation, Emperor God Fanyuan was totally unable to escape, and he could only force himself to fight a close-quarters battle with Jin Wushuang head-on. However, the close-quarters battle only lasted for a short time. No! Emperor God Fanyuan gave a shrill roar, and his consciousness started to dissipate slowly. Jin Wushuang stood in his position calmly. With a wave of his hands, the purple energy which covered a distance of millions of miles was gathered up at once and returned to the purple pearl. This one realm pearl is really useful. Jin Wushuang laughed. Chapter 1828. Impressive bad name. One realm pearl was a treasure that he had gotten from a unique place during the 6,000 years when Jin Wushuang had been wandering in the ancient battlefield. Although it was a chaotic divine treasure, it was sometimes more useful than a chaotic divine treasure. One realm pearl could form a realm on its own. It only required willpower to activate it and instantly formed a complete space, just like a formation. In short, it would become formation in one's will. For instance, Emperor God Fanyuan was running away to a far-off place, but the moment Jin Wushuang activated One Realm Pearl, it instantly became a complete space and blocked Emperor God Fanyuan's way. It didn't give him any chance to escape. In the 6,000 years, Jian Wushuang searched through many special places on the ancient battlefield and received many opportunities and treasures. One realm pearl was merely one of them, and it wasn't even the best treasure. After Jian Wushuang killed Emperor Fan Yuan, he knew that Blood Mountain sword broke through and had the power of a chaotic divine treasure. Jian Wushuang was thrilled. The next target, near Holy Kingdom of White Fog, Jian Wushuang drove his ancient spaceship to the destination of his next target. But he didn't know that there was a hubbub in Sanctuary Alliance because of him. Previously, although Jian Wushuang had started a massacre and killed a total of 7 Sir Gods, they were Sir Gods after all. The power that Jian Wushuang had displayed wasn't as ridiculous, but then, Emperor God Fan Yuan and Emperor God Jin Ming, the 2 experts of Emperor God level, had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Plus, the 2 Emperor Gods weren't killed separately by Jian Wushuang, but they were together, and they had teamed up. In the end, they were still killed by Jian Wushuang brutally. One should know, they were Emperor Gods. In Eternal Chaotic World, there was only a total of over 80 Emperor Gods. Every one of them was Heaven and Earth Supremes. They were a superb existence, but Jian Wushuang had killed 2 at once. What was going on? This is insane. He can even kill Emperor God experts. Jian Wushuang is too scary. 6,000 years ago, he was barely evenly matched with Emperor God Tian Shao. After 6,000 years, his power has improved to such a level? Emperor God Fan Yuan and Emperor God Jin Ming teamed up but couldn't flee from Jian Wushuang's hands. Jian Wushuang's power should have reached the level of peak Emperor God if not mistaken. A real god could be compared favorably with a peak Emperor God? Emperor Bai wasn't even that scary back then. Monster. He's a monster. Jian Wushuang and the other 2 Hall Masters from Lineage of Star obviously wanted to exterminate everyone who harbored grudges against Lineage of Star. Plus, Jian Wushuang is so strong that he could even kill Emperor God directly. Those that they are in big trouble. In Sanctuary Alliance, people were in intense discussion. Everyone made a new evaluation regarding Jian Wushuang's power based on his battle achievements. Peak Emperor God. His fame as Sword Emperor instantly rose to a brand new level. This fame was an impressively bad name. Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Soaring Heavenland. In an extremely hidden secret room, a purple-robed elderly waited anxiously. Soon, a green-robed young man walked in. Haha, Sir God Xianbing. Long time no see. Looking as graceful as ever. The man in the Taoist robe chuckled and said, Sir God Qingfu, you must be joking. How do I still look graceful? The purple-robed elderly sighed. Sir God Qingfu raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew Sir God Xianbing's situation, and he laughed and said, Sir God Xianbing, you are quite courageous. A sword emperor from Lineage of Star is hunting experts who share great resentment with Lineage of Star. At such a crucial moment, you did not look for a place to hide but came to Colored Glaze Sanctuary instead. Aren't you afraid that Sword Emperor will come and look for you? I am. Of course I am afraid, Sir God Xianbing replied. Because I'm afraid, that's why I seized the time to come and looked for you. Sir God Qingfu, when Jian Wushuang was still at Sir God Jin Ming's. As for the purpose of my visit, I hope that Soaring Heaven King Palace can take me in. From today, I will follow Soaring Heaven King Palace's lead. Oh! Sir God Qingfu looked surprised. He had known of Sir God Xianbing's intention long ago, but he didn't point it out. Then, as Sir God Xianbing had said it, he replied, Sir God Xianbing, we of Soaring Heaven King Palace came forward to express our intention to be on friendly terms with you long ago. But then, you took a different stance. This, Sir God Xianbing felt bitter. When Soaring Heaven King Palace had thrown out an olive branch back then, Jian Wushuang had yet to come to Eternal Chaotic World. Although he had harbored deep-seated resentment, only the Master of Star Palace from Lineage of Star had had the capability to kill him. Due to some restraints, the Master of Star Palace wouldn't come after them on purpose. Plus, Lineage of Stars hadn't been this crazy back then. But now there had been Jian Wushuang's sudden rise and his terrifying power, and he was only a real god. Without scruples, as long as he had a reason, he could massacre wantonly. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't stop him. The few Sir Gods and Emperor God Jin Ming were only a warning to the others. Emperor God Jinming and Emperor God Fan Yuan were killed. Sir God Xin Bing. Who did he think he was? Once Jin Wushuang found him, he would definitely be dead. Hence, he could either flee to some remote holy kingdom in eternal chaotic world so that Jin Wushuang couldn't find him, or he could join some major forces and seek refuge. Sir God Xin Bing was obviously the latter. Sir God Xin Bing, I know that you have been forced into a corner by Sword Emperor from lineage of Star. Luckily, Soaring Heaven King Palace is also in an endless fight with Jin Wushuang. As you're willing to yield to us sincerely, we of Soaring Heaven King Palace will naturally keep you safe. As long as we of Soaring Heaven King Palace announce this, at least when you're in Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Jin Wushuang definitely won't dare to touch a single strand of your hair. Sir God Qing Fu smiled. Thank you, Sir God Qing Fu. Sir God Xian Bing was delighted and he said, before I came to see you, I sent a message to Sir God Qianren. If Soaring Heaven King Palace is willing to accept, he and I will join Soaring Heaven King Palace together. Haha, even better, Sir God Qing Fu beamed with joy. Ever since Jin Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace the last time, they had lost 4 Sir Gods and their power had diminished drastically. They were thinking of ways to recruit more Sir Gods to join them, but now were 2 Sir Gods who had come to them instead. Plus, the 2 Sir Gods, Sir God Xin Bing and Sir God Qianren weren't weak. Especially Sir God Qianren, he was also a top Sir God, and he was listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Jin Wushuang, you probably never expected Soaring Heaven King Palace to be benefiting from your massacre. Sir God Qing Fu was laughing maliciously from the bottom of his heart. 1. Chapter 1829, Deluge Fortress. Not long after Jin Wushuang killed Emperor God Jinming and Emperor God Fan Yuan, Sir God Xian Bing and Sir God Qianren announced to the world that they had joined the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In no time, the Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar again. Jin Wushuang also caught wind of the information immediately. They have actually gone and sought refuge with the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Jin Wushuang frowned. Sir God Xian Bing and Sir God Qianren were the experts in his name list. Before Jin Wushuang could find them, they had quickly found someone to back them up. In actual fact, it was not just those 2 Sir Gods. There were also the remaining experts in the name list, as well as some experts who were not in the name list but who had a huge grudge with the lineage of Star. After they became aware of Jin Wushuang's crazy massacre, they knew that they were in danger and they naturally thought of ways to protect themselves. Palace Master, you do not need to go to the Holy Kingdom of White Fog anymore. The Vientiane Tower has just spread news that the Sir God who stayed near the Holy Kingdom of White Fog has already left, Hall Master Yuan messaged. Left? Did the Vientiane Tower find out where he has gone? Jin Wushuang asked. They have found out about it. This Sir God has gone to the Abysmal Sanctuary, and it's not just him. Quite a number of the Sir Gods in the name list that I have given you have also gone there, Hall Master Yuan said. The Abysmal Sanctuary? Jin Wushuang was surprised. The Abysmal Sanctuary was one of the 10 sanctuaries, and it was very close to the lineage of Star. At this stage, why had those experts gone to the Abysmal Sanctuary? Could it be that they want to come together and fight the lineage of Star head-on? Jin Wushuang asked in a cold voice. That looks to be what is going on. Moreover, the Vientiane Tower has also found out that these people have gone to the Deluge Fortress, Hall Master Yuan said. The Deluge Fortress? Fortress Master Hong Tian? Jin Wushuang's expression turned grave. The Abysmal Sanctuary was within the 10 sanctuaries, and there were many peak powerhouses as well as experts who traveled alone in it. As for the Deluge Fortress, it was neither a powerhouse nor a sect. Instead, it was a place where an expert who traveled alone lived. However, the Deluge Fortress had a huge reputation in the Abysmal Sanctuary as well as the whole eternal chaotic world. Fortress Master Hong Tian, the founder of the Deluge Fortress, was ranked 36th on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he was a genuine Emperor God who stood at the top. It should be known that the Star Palace Master was ranked 31st on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Hence, Fortress Master Hong Tian was extremely close to the Star Palace Master. Could it be that Fortress Master Hong Tian has a grudge against the lineage of Star as well? Jin Wushuang questioned. That's right, Hall Master Yuan nodded his head earnestly. However, Fortress Master Hong Tian does not have a grudge against the lineage of Star. Instead, he has a grudge against the Star Palace Master. I have heard that Fortress Master Hong Tian has fought a close quarter battle with the Star Palace Master twice, and every close quarter battle was extremely intense. However, as their abilities are not far away from each other, there has never been an outcome. If this is the case, why did you not place Fortress Master Hong Tian on the name list? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. Palace Master, Fortress Master Hong Tian is a peak Emperor God. Even with the Star Palace Master alive, it is still impossible to kill him. Hence, Hall Master Yuan had not finished talking yet. However, Jian Wushuang had already understood. The 16 experts on the name list that Hall Master Yuan had given him were all experts who traveled alone. Moreover, they were experts who Jian Wushuang could kill. However, experts which would involve those big powerhouses, as well as peak Emperor gods like Fortress Master Hong Tian, were not included on the name list. After all, be it the experts of those big powerhouses or peak Emperor gods, none of them could be killed easily. Looking at it now, Fortress Master Hong Tian probably wants to gather those experts who have a grudge against the lineage of Star. After that, they will team up and go against our lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan said. Go against us? Them alone? Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with coldness. For the remaining experts on the name list, apart from a small number of them joining some big powerhouses, the rest of them had gone to the Deluge Fortress. With that, Jian Wushuang had no way to continue his massacre, and he returned to the lineage of Star at once. Abysmal Sanctuary, Deluge Fortress. In a vast palace, there were more than 10 thrones standing tall and upright. At the same time, there was a total of 12 people. Among the 12 people, a good number of them were people on Jian Wushuang's name list. As for the remaining people, although they were not on the name list, they had a grudge against the lineage of Star as well. For example, on a throne, there was a purple-robed old man who was 3 meters tall. Jiugong, long time no see. You have actually made a breakthrough already. Congratulations, a Sir God beside him laughed. Real God Jiugong. No, now you should be called Sir God Jiugong. The Jiugong Holy Kingdom under you is not too far away from the 10 sanctuaries. Even so, during Jian Wushuang's massacre, he actually did not look for you. Your luck is really not too bad, some other people said. Jiugong's expression changed slightly, and he said, Jian Wushuang's targets are obviously almighties. As for real gods who have grudges against the lineage of Star, they are massacred by the 2 other Sir Gods of the lineage of Star wantonly. Although I have already made a breakthrough, this news remained confidential and no one knew about it. With this, I was able to remain alive. As Sir God Jiugong spoke about that, he was really glad. He was glad that the news of his breakthrough was not made public. If not, the name list that Jian Wushuang had would probably have had his name on it as well. With the massacre, he would probably be dead already. That Jian Wushuang, a junior who is trained for merely tens of thousands of years, actually forced us to such a stage. Not only is he just a junior, he is also a real god. A real god-level inverse cultivator. Even as a real god, he is already so frightening. If he were to make a breakthrough and become an almighty in the future, he would definitely have the fighting capabilities of a great emperor. According to Jian Wushuang's personality, since he has already taken action, he will definitely want to kill all of us. If we are unable to take action in time to kill him, and he makes a breakthrough to Almighty in the future, then we can only escape to the remote regions in the eternal chaotic world and hide ourselves for life. This Jian Wushuang must absolutely be killed. In the palace, a clamorous voice. Just then, buzz. A figure came into shape slowly on the throne at the highest point of the palace. It was a hale, bald-headed old man. His deep eyes then looked around the area. Greetings to Fortress Master Hong Tian. When the 12 almighties below saw the person who had come, all of them stood up and greeted him. Please take a seat. Fortress Master Hong Tian waved his hands, and the almighties sat down again. Fortress Master Hong Tian said loudly, all of you should know my motive for gathering you here this time around. The lineage of Star has been threatening us, and it obviously wants to kill all those people who have once made enemies with them. To date, Quite a number of Sir Gods as well as 2 Emperor Gods have already died in Jian Wushuang's hands. Moreover, the lineage of Stars Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun have also taken action personally to kill quite a number of real gods. At this stage, if all of us were to not team up, we would be killed by the lineage of Star one by one. By then, even I would be worried about my life. Chapter 1830 Self-Defense. Fortress Master Hong Tian made the 12 Almighties stunned. If they didn't work together, the 12 of them would definitely be in a life-threatening situation. However, Fortress Master Hong Tian wouldn't be, right? Fortress Master Hong Tian was a true peak Emperor God. He had once fought with the Master of Star Palace twice, and he survived both matches. No matter how great Lineage of Star's tactics were, it would be impossible that they could kill an expert at the level of peak Emperor God. Why? Do you think I am joking? Fortress Master Hong Tian saw everyone's expressions, and he smirked coldly. Everyone might not know. The reason I could retreat when I fought with the Master of Star Palace was that he never used secret skill of Star Palace. After all, his strongest trump card is secret skill of Star Palace. After he performs it, he will need a long time until he perform it a second time. If he isn't sure that he can kill me, he won't be willing to use his trump card. But then, Jian Wushuang has risen and his strength isn't much weaker than the Master of Star Palaces. He has definitely cultivated secret skill of Star Palace too. Once they join forces and play secret skill of Star Palace, I might not stand a chance to flee either. The 12 Almighties then understood. The scariest part about Lineage of Star was the secret skill of Star Palace. The secret skill was eagerly coveted by many experts in Eternal Chaotic World. Fortress Master Hong Tian, according to what you said, even if we team up, we won't be evenly matched with Lineage of Star? A Sir God couldn't help but ask. That's true, Fortress Master nodded faintly. So, you were talking about killing Jian Wushuang and destroying Lineage of Star. Forget about that. With us alone, it is impossible. However, if we were to team up, although we couldn't be evenly matched with Lineage of Star, we could defend ourselves well enough. Self-defense? So many of us team up, including you, but we can only defend ourselves. The 12 Almighties were unhappy about it. They harbored deep-seated hatred against Lineage of Star, and they were forced to team up. If they teamed up, they not only wanted to defend themselves, they wanted to bring damage to Lineage of Star. It's great enough that we could defend ourselves. Plus, we can wait for a chance to come by. Fortress Master Hong Tian smiled. Just as you have mentioned, Jian Wushuang has high potential, and he carries the fighting power of a peak Emperor God at the level of real God. Once he breaks through and becomes an almighty, how much greater can he be? Sanctuary Alliance isn't that united. There are many who wouldn't want to see Jian Wushuang grow stronger. Fortress Master Hong Tian, what you are trying to say is that someone will take care of Jian Wushuang. A black-robed lady creased her eyebrows and asked, Hee, not only Jian Wushuang, but also Lineage of Star. Over all these years, Lineage of Star has grown too quickly and possessed too many resources. Like the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind. There are many who are eyeing secret skill of Star Palace and want to kill Jian Wushuang. They are only waiting for an opportunity to do so. What we are going to do is to defend ourselves together. In no time, Lineage of Star's danger will reveal itself. By then, we can beat a drowning dog. Why not? Fortress Master Hong Tian laughed. Hearing what he had said, everyone exchanged a look and nodded simultaneously. They thought what Fortress Master Hong Tian had said made sense. Fortress Master Hong Tian, the black-robed lady continued to ask, even if we wanted to defend ourselves, Lineage of Star and Jian Wushuang are willing to let us be? As for this, Fortress Master Hong Tian smiled. In this world, power rules. As long as we are powerful enough, even if Jian Wushuang doesn't want to stop, he has to. I have already sent a message to Lineage of Star that we are going to meet them on Thunderbolt Island 1 month later. By then, we will just go together. Everyone's eyes glowed. They already understood Fortress Master Hong Tian's intention. Fortress Master Hong Tian didn't intend to fight with Lineage of Star. He merely wanted to showcase his team and trump cards to serve as a deterrent force to Lineage of Star. so that they wouldn't act hastily. Hence, he had invited them to go together. On that day itself, the message that Fortress Master Hong Tian sent was heard in Jian Wushuang's ears. Fortress Master Hong Tian has asked for me to meet him on Thunderbolt Island? What is he thinking about? Jian Wushuang smiled, but he made a decision very quickly. No matter what he is thinking about, I shall go. Jian Wushuang wasn't worried, and he immediately went to Thunderbolt Island alone. 1 month later, in a lofty hall on Thunderbolt Island, there were countless experts gathered. The experts were from Sanctuary Alliance. Most of them were real gods, and there were some almighties who gathered there. In the middle of the hall, there was a total of 13 figures towering there. The 13 auras spread, and any single one could strike fear into the surrounding real gods. The 13 people were all almighties. Among the 13 almighties, there were 7 ordinary Sir Gods, 4 top Sir Gods, and the remaining 2 were Fortress Master Hong Tian and Emperor God Bing Can. Such a strong team. There are not only Sir Gods, there are even 2 Emperor Gods and the 2 Emperor Gods. Sir God Bing Can is listed in the 54th place on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He is slightly higher compared to Emperor God Tian Shao from Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for Fortress Master Hong Tian, it's needless to say, he is a peak Emperor God. Previously, Sword Emperor from lineage of Star killed many Sir Gods, including 2 Sir Gods, but he killed them one by one. However, fighting against such a strong team formation, I reckon he won't act hastily. Fortress Master Hong Tian united the experts who harbored grudges against lineage of Star and wanted to match evenly with them. I wonder if the 2 strong teams will fight a fierce battle. Even if they fight, it won't be within Thunderbolt Island. In the hall, all the experts from Sanctuary Alliance were talking among themselves. Just then, the crowd suddenly moved to 2 sides. Then, a young man carrying a sword slowly walked to the middle of the hall. There was no one behind him, just him alone. He didn't have a team of 13 almighties like Fortress Master Hong Tian, but he alone could make the entire hall quiet down. In the hall, the experts from Sanctuary Alliance fixed their gazes upon him. Most of the people revealed reverence and adoration in their eyes. When he reached the middle of the hall, in front of the 13 almighties, there was suddenly a hubbub in the hall. It's Jian Wushuang. He came alone? Alone? He fights alone with a total of 13 almighties, including Fortress Master Hong Tian. Such courage. Thanks. Chapter 1831. Jian Wushuang's reply. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang, who had appeared before them, the expressions of Fortress Master Hong Tian and the 12 almighties behind him changed slightly. The Star Palace Master is becoming more and more arrogant. I sent an invitation to him personally, and in the end, he did not come, Fortress Master Hong Tian said in a deep voice. Palace Master is busy with his own matters, and he does not have the time to care about such a small matter, Jian Wushuang said nonchalantly. Busy with his own matters? Isn't his traveling in the ancient mystery land? Humph, that old bastard. I really hope that he will die in the ancient mystery land one day. Fortress Master Hong Tian snorted coldly, and he did not care about Jian Wushuang, who was present in the slightest bit. Upon hearing Fortress Master Hong Tian's words, a light that was hard to notice flashed past Jian Wushuang's eyes. The Fortress Master Hong Tian was right. The Star Palace Master had indeed died in the ancient mystery land. Fortress Master Hong Tian, let's cut the crap. Why not tell me your motive this time around bluntly? Jian Wushuang crossed his arms. My motive is simple. Behind me, there are 12 almighties. All of them are now my friends, and they are all currently guests in my deluge fortress. I hope that the lineage of Star will not make things difficult for them. If they do, Fortress Master Hong Tian had only managed to speak until this point. Then what? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. Fortress Master Hong Tian, are you trying to threaten the lineage of Star? Or do you plan to start a war with the lineage of Star head-on? Fortress Master Hong Tian was stunned, and after muttering to himself for a long time, he spoke again. Jian Wushuang, for you to be able to reach your current stage today, you are definitely not an idiot. You're right. Your lineage of Star is powerful. However, with many almighties teaming up now, our lineup is probably more powerful than your lineage of Star. If a great battle were to really break out on both sides, the end result would definitely be mutual destruction, with both sides suffering losses. Is there really a need for this? Why don't both our sides take a step back? From today on, all these good friends of mine, including me, will make a detour right away if we come across experts of the lineage of Star. As for you, you must not make trouble for us again. Deal? Take a step back? What a great idea, Jian Wushuang laughed. In other words, you agree to this? Fortress Master Hong Tian looked over. Agree? What a joke. Why must my lineage of Star agree to all of you? Do you think that all of you have the right to get my lineage of Star to retreat? Jian Wushuang laughed with ridicule. Upon hearing that, the 12 almighties behind Fortress Master Hong Tian were all enraged. Jian Wushuang, don't be too much. That's right. Even if we were to have a great battle, do you think that we would be afraid of you? At most, there will be mutual destruction. Even if we were to die, your lineage of Star would definitely suffer heavy losses like never before. Many shouting voices could be heard in the hall repeatedly. The fury and god power that these shouting voices contained also caused many of the experts of the Sanctuary Alliance to shiver in fear. Jian Wushuang, Fortress Master Hong Tian's voice turned cold. To your lineage of Star, this matter is considered huge. I think you had better have a good discussion with the Star Palace Master, as well as the other hall masters of the lineage of Star first, before making a decision. Discuss with them? There's no need for that. Jian Wushuang shook his head and his eyes were extremely determined, like never before. Since I have come alone, my decision can fully represent the lineage of Star, and I can give you my answer now. You wish for the lineage of Star to retreat, for us to be non-aggressive toward one another, and for us to stop what we are doing now? Impossible. Since my lineage of Star has already made up our mind to take action, we will continue our massacre. Aren't all of you gathered together and staying in the Deluge Fortress now? Since that's the case, within 10 years, my lineage of Star will fight our way into the Deluge Fortress and kill the 13 of you, which is inclusive of you, Fortress Master Hong Tian. None of you will be able to escape. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent, and he had already made up his mind a long time ago. He could tell that Fortress Master Hong Tian had invited him there on that very day, simply to show him the power of their lineup in order to frighten him as well as the lineage of Star, so that the lineage of Star would stop their massacre. In addition, their lineup was very powerful. 13 almighties, which was inclusive of 2 emperor gods. Moreover, there was Fortress Master Hong Tian, a peak emperor god expert would be present. Even if it were a big powerhouse like the soaring Heaven King Palace, they would not dare to provoke him as well. However, as their lineup was very powerful, it made Jian Wushuang want to kill them even more. It should be known that the lineage of Star was about to face an unprecedented danger. The moment the danger descended upon them completely, a great number of experts from the powerhouses would probably throw themselves at them, including the 13 almighties, which was inclusive of Fortress Master Hong Tian, who already had a huge grudge against the lineage of Star to begin with. Moreover, at that time, these 13 almighties would definitely bring about great dangers to the lineage of Star. Hence, before the danger descended, these 13 people had to die, no matter what. Within the hall, countless experts of the Sanctuary Alliance were gathered together. The 13 people, which was inclusive of Fortress Master Hong Tian, continued standing at their positions, and Jian Wushuang's answer was still resounding in their ears. Within 10 years, the lineage of Star would fight their way to the Deluge Fortress and kill the 13 of them? How arrogant! How impudent! Jian Wushuang, you are too arrogant. The almighties were all extremely furious, and some people even roared with fury repeatedly. If not for them being in the Thunderbolt Island and the fact that fighting was forbidden, some of them would have taken action to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot, as they could no longer take it. After all, they were 13 almighties, which was inclusive of Fortress Master Hong Tian as well. With such a powerful lineup and that they were willing to take a step back, Jian Wushuang still did not agree to their conditions in the end. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had also threatened to fight his way into the Deluge Fortress. This was him not caring about the 13 of them at all. Jian Wushuang, do you know what you have just said? Fortress Master Hong Tian's expression turned grave, and he stared at Jian Wushuang. Of course I do, and I will repeat it for all of you again. The 13 of you had better sit back and prepare yourselves. Within 10 years, my lineage of Star will fight our way into the Deluge Fortress and get our hands on your necks. Jian Wushuang's voice was ice-cold. Good, very good. Then I shall await respectfully in the Deluge Fortress for the arrival of the lineage of Star. Fortress Master Hong Tian's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were also burning with flames with fury. Jian Wushuang curled his lips, and he was too lazy to care about their response. As such, he turned his body and left. Let's leave. Fortress Master Hong Tian waved his hands, and he left with his 12 almighties. After they left, the hall burst into an uproar. How daring he is! This Jian Wushuang is really very daring. Fight their way into the Deluge Fortress? Where did his courage come from? Could it be that the lineage of Star has planned to come out in full force? Even if that's the case, they would still be unable to do anything against a battle array of 13 almighties. In particular, a super existence like the Fortress Master Hong Tian is present as well. Unless the Star Palace Master and Jian Wushuang unleash the secret skill of Star Palace at all costs. However, the Star Palace Master seems to be under some restrictions of the Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, won't he be unable to unleash the secret skill of Star Palace at will and go on a killing spree? Chapter 1832. Emperor God Lu Guang lineage of Star would charge to Deluge Fortress within 10 years. The news spread like wildfire. Eternal Chaotic World was instantly bubbling over with enthusiasm. After Jian Wushuang left Thunderbolt Island, his face was cold. At first, he thought the earlier massacre had already killed many experts who harbored grudges against lineage of Star, but he had never expected that there would be so many left. A total of 13 almighties combined was not a weak team formation, but Jian Wushuang had to kill all of them. Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan sent a message. Hall Master Yuan, you have received the news, right? Jian Wushuang assumed. Yes, I have, Hall Master Yuan replied. Palace Master made the right decision. If it was during normal times, it'd be okay for Lineage of Star to take a step back when Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others united and were willing to take a step back. But now, Lineage of Star is caught between life and death. The abyss is right behind us, and we can't even take a step back. Fortress Master Hong Tian and the rest have to be exterminated before the danger explodes. Otherwise, they will become a sharp blade that is pointed at the heart of Lineage of Star. It seems like you agree with my course of action, Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course I do. It's just that they are a group of 13 almighties. It won't be easy to kill all of them, Hall Master Yuan sighed. Don't worry. As I said, I will head to Deluge Fortress within 10 years. I naturally am confident in killing them, Jian Wushuang said. Hall Master Yuan nodded too. Yeah, Palace Master, do you want Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun to come over and help you? It's okay. Let them continue to chase after real gods who hold grudges against Lineage of Star. They'll take care of things here, Jian Wushuang said. I understand. Hall Master Yuan didn't ask further. An ancient spaceship continued to travel forward at a high speed in the dark void. Half a year later, he arrived at a piece of floating land. The land wasn't huge in size, but there were mountains and rivers. It was a painting-like scenery. Jian Wushuang had just landed on the land when there were immediately 2 flowing lights that flew over. Who is this? The 2 flowing lights were 2 silver-armored soldiers. They were looking at Jian Wushuang with their guards up. Although they were only soldiers, their auras were already at the level of real god. Please notify your betters that Sword Emperor from Lineage of Star has come to visit. Jian Wushuang smiled as he let out his divine might. Feeling Jian Wushuang's divine might, the 2 soldiers immediately realized that the visitor was an almighty. They didn't dare to delay and immediately reported. In the middle of the land, there was an ancient palace. In the palace, there was a golden-robed lady that sat on a cattail hassock. The golden-robed lady had a lightning mark in between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a maidservant came in and bowed politely. The golden-robed lady fluttered her eyelids and opened her eyes. What is it? The golden-robed lattice voice was cold. Master, there's a visitor. He said that he is Sword Emperor from Lineage of Star. He said that he has come to visit you, the maidservant said politely. Sword Emperor from lineage of Star? The golden-robed lady looked shocked. I do not have anything to do with lineage of Star. Not too long ago, Jin Wushuang said that he wanted to barge into Deluge Fortress in 10 years' time. Why did he come to look for me now? Although the golden-robed lady was confused, she waved and said, "Let him in." Yes, the maidservant left. Very soon, Jin Wushuang came to the palace under the lead of the maidservant. Jin Wushuang greets Emperor God Lu Guang. Jin Wushuang was polite, but he wasn't fearful. Emperor God Lu Guang was a peak expert in the 27th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. In terms of power, she was one notch stronger than the Master of Star Palace. She was definitely considered a terrifying existence. However, Jin Wushuang also possessed fighting power of a peak Emperor God. Hence, they were not far apart in power. They naturally could speak on even ground. I wonder why the famous Sword Emperor has come to my place? Emperor God Lu Guang stared at Jin Wushuang with her pair of eyes that were giving out faint golden light. It was as though she was trying to see through Jin Wushuang, but she couldn't see anything. I think Emperor God Lu Guang also knew that lineage of Star would barge into Deluge Emperor within 10 years, right? Jin Wushuang looked at Emperor God Lu Guang. Yes, Emperor God Lu Guang nodded. She wasn't cultivating in seclusion, so she pretty much knew what had happened within Eternal Chaotic World, especially about that incident. It had been a great scene, and it would be difficult for Emperor God Lu Guang to not know about it. If so, I will not beat around the bush. Deluge Fortress has a total of 13 Almighties. To kill all 13 Almighties is easier said than done. So, I'd like to ask Emperor God Lu Guang for help, Jin Wushuang said straightforwardly. You want me to help you? Emperor God Lu Guang looked cold. Jin Wushuang. No matter if it is you or lineage of Star behind you, we share no relations. Plus, Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others have never offended me before. Under such circumstances, why would I want to help you? Because of this, Jin Wushuang flipped his hand, and there was a strange-looking jade sword. Emperor God Lu Guang, who looked originally cold, her eyes dilated in shock when she saw the jade sword. There was also a glimpse of light in her eyes, but she instantly concealed it. Jin Wushuang, where did you get this jade sword? Emperor God Lu Guang looked at him. Regardless of where I got this from, this jade sword is in my hands and Emperor God Lu Guang has been wanting to get this jade sword. Jin Wushuang smiled. The jade sword had been given to Jin Wushuang many years ago when he took He Xiao in as his disciple and He Xiao gave it to him, along with the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. The jade sword and Taiching ancient panaceas were from Sir Goddan Hong's cave dwelling who had passed away long ago. Back then, Jin Wushuang didn't know what the purpose of the jade sword was. But when he returned to Lineage of Star and asked Hall Master Yuan, he had found out that the jade sword was a token to enter the third most famous dangerous place in the third layer, Blood Cloud Palace. There was a total of 10 tokens to enter Blood Cloud Palace, which were 10 jade swords. Only one with a jade sword could enter Blood Cloud Palace. It was a pity that it still required a long time until Blood Cloud Palace opened again. Hence, there wasn't any use of the jade sword in Jin Wushuang's hands. However, Jin Wushuang knew that Emperor God Lu Guang had been looking for the jade sword over the years. Emperor God Lu Guang, I heard that the last time when Blood Cloud Palace was open, your husband went in to explore with one of the jade swords, but in the end, he never came out. For all these years, you have been looking for a new jade sword. You should be thinking of entering Blood Cloud Palace the next time it opens again, to look for your husband. It's a pity that you have yet to find one, Jin Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 1833, Assistance. I really do want the jade sword. Emperor God Lu Guang lifted her head and looked at Jin Wushuang. However, there is a total of 10 jade swords. Even though there are a few that are lost, there are still some remaining. Plus, it will be still a long time until the next opening of Blood Cloud Palace. In this period of time, I can totally look for it slowly on my own. With my power and my position, it will definitely not be difficult for me to find one. I don't have to CAE about the jade sword in your hand. Jin Wushuang's face changed slightly. He knew what Emperor God Lu Guang said was a fact. Although the token to enter Blood Cloud Palace was rare and precious, if Emperor God Lu Guang were to spend some time and effort to look for it slowly, she would be able to find it. It wasn't too high of a price to pay. Emperor God Lu Guang, if you help, I will owe you a favor, Jian Wushuang said. Oh! Emperor God Lu Guang was surprised. Although she was dying to get the jade sword, she wasn't in a hurry. Jian Wushuang couldn't convince her with the jade sword. But with the addition of Jian Wushuang's favor, the deal was entirely different. One should know that if Jian Wushuang could break through and become an almighty, he would possess fighting power of a great emperor. He might even reach the level of Emperor Bai. Although he would come across countless dangers and unexpected incidents during the process, there was a high hope after all. A possible great emperor-to-be who could be side by side with Emperor Bai. A favor from him is hard to come by. Emperor Lu Guang nodded and stood up. Jian Wushuang, I agree to make a trip to Deluge Fortress with you. But there's one thing. I will only attack once. After the fight with Deluge Fortress, regardless of if you reach your goal to kill all the Almighties or not, I will not attack again. Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded. He intended to destroy Deluge Fortress in one shot anyway. It was naturally unnecessary to attack the second time. If so, let's move now, Emperor God Lu Guang said. Jian Wushuang immediately made a move with Emperor God Lu Guang, and Emperor God Lu Guang entered the ancient spaceship that Jian Wushuang had come in. Master, Jian Yi stood next to Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, this is? Emperor God Lu Guang glanced at Jian Yi. In her eyes, Jian Yi was just an ordinary person. He's my servant. He takes care of my daily living. He doesn't have any power, Jian Wushuang said. Oh! Emperor God Lu Guang understood. Very quickly, the ancient spaceship departed. In the dark void outside Abysmal Sanctuary, the ancient spaceship stopped in silence. Sword Emperor, what are we doing outside Abysmal Sanctuary? Emperor God Lu Guang asked. Don't be in a hurry, let's wait, Jian Wushuang said. It seems like you have other helpers. Well, that makes sense. Deluge Fortress gathered 13 Almighties, and there are Fortress Master Hong Tina and Emperor Godbing Ken in commanding position. To kill all of them, Lineage of Star definitely has to turn out its full force. Would the Master of Star Palace be involved this time as well? Emperor God Lu Guang said. Jian Wushuang didn't explain but continued to wait. A few months later, a black spaceship drove over. Then, a black-robed, evil-looking young man walked out of the spaceship and entered Jian Wushuang's silver spaceship. Sword Emperor. Oh, Emperor God Lu Guang is here too? The black-robed young man was calm when he saw Jian Wushuang, but he revealed a reverent look when he saw Emperor God Lu Guang. Emperor God Lu Guang was a superb existence in the 27th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Juin? You asked him too? Emperor God Lu Guang looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, then he flipped his hand and took out a spear that gave out boundless chilliness. He passed it to the black-robed young man. Emperor God Juin. Emperor God Juin, this is your reward. What do you think? Jian Wushuang said. It's really a chaotic divine treasure, and the power seems strong too. There was passion burning in Emperor God Jiuying's eyes. He wasn't close to Jian Wushuang. The reason why he had rushed over was that Jian Wushuang had sent him a text and said that the reward would be a chaotic divine treasure. Chaotic divine treasure, even an ordinary Emperor God wouldn't have one. Only an Emperor God with extremely strong power would have at most only 2 of the items. Just like Emperor God Jiuying, he only had a simple attack chaotic divine treasure. Then, he was only going to offer Jian Wushuang a helping hand to barge into Deluge Fortress, so he would be able to get a chaotic divine treasure. Emperor God Jiuying, of course, wouldn't decline. Sword Emperor lives up to his name. You are quite generous. Emperor God Lu Guang glanced at Jian Wushuang. It's only a chaotic divine treasure. Now, I get to invite an Emperor God expert who was on the 49th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list to join forces with me. It's very worthy. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Although Emperor God Juin wasn't a peak Emperor God, he was very close to one. His close combat skill was extremely scary, and it would be best to use it to massacre some Sir Gods. I have something to tell the 2 of you ahead of time. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juin and said, There are only 3 of us who are going to barge into Deluge Fortress. What? Emperor God Juin's face instantly grew grave. Emperor God Lu Guang also looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Sword Emperor, you're joking, right? The three of us can fight evenly with the 13 Almighties led by Fortress Master Hong Tian? Plus, Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others knew that you're coming after them. They will definitely make preparations ahead of time. Who knows, by then, we might be dealing with more than 13, maybe 15 or more, Emperor Gajuin said. With the three of us, if we were to fight with Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others all together, we might only have a 50% chance of winning. Emperor God Lu Guang remained cold. Sword Emperor, you paid a huge price to invite myself and Emperor Gajuin. You won't only do it for a 50% winning chance, right? Of course not, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then, he flipped his hands. There were immediately 4 silver-armored, brawny figures that appeared next to him. This is Dao soldiers? Emperor God Lu Guang was shocked. Emperor God Lu Guang, you know them? Jian Wushuang was surprised too. Emperor God Lu Guang nodded. Once when I wandered in ancient mystery land, I met similar Dao soldiers. It is said that Dao soldiers are substantiated with ancient tribe experts' blood essence. There are a few levels, and these 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers should have the power of an ordinary Emperor God. The 4 of them together should be able to match evenly with an Emperor God. In addition of the 4 Dao soldiers, our winning chance should increase by 10%. 60%? Jian Wushuang smiled. Don't worry. When I'm here, there won't only be a 60% winning chance. Let's go. The huge silver spaceship immediately plunged in the direction of Abysmal Sanctuary at a terrifyingly fast speed. An earth-shattering war was coming. Chapter 1834. To Deluge Fortress in Abysmal Sanctuary. In the spacious palace, there were 13 Almighties gathered, including Fortress Master Hong Tian. Everyone, let me tell you the good news. Emperor God Jinhua has already accepted my invitation, and he is already on the way here. He will arrive in Abysmal Sanctuary within 3 years. Fortress Master Hong Tian looked around. Emperor God Jinhua is coming too? That's great. With Emperor God Jinhua's help, our team formation will be even stronger. The moment the news spread, the surrounding 12 Almighties were excited. Previously, Emperor God Long Yin accepted my invitation. In addition, there's Emperor God Jinhua. It equals to the assistance of 2 Emperor God experts. Besides, there is a total of 8 Sir Gods who have accepted our invitation too. If all of us are added up, we of Deluge Fortress will have gathered 4 Emperor Gods and over 20 Sir Gods by then. With such team formation, we could even wipe out Soaring Heaven King Palace. We don't have to be fearful of Lineage of Star. What we need to do now is wait patiently for Emperor Gods and the Sir Gods who accepted our invitation to arrive. Fortress Master Hong Tian smiled and said. As their negotiation with Jian Wushuang had failed and Jian Wushuang had said that he would barge into Deluge Fortress within 10 years, Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others naturally had to be prepared. They had been contacting their good friends and experts who shared a relationship with them to offer them rewards for them to rush over for assistance. In merely a year, they had invited 2 Emperor Gods and 8 Sir Gods. Emperor God Bing Can, is there any movement in Lineage of Star? Fortress Master Hong Tian suddenly looked at Emperor God Bing Can. I already assigned men to keep watch of Lineage of Star. Besides, we also asked Vientiane Tower to watch after them as well. However, it's weird that there isn't any movement in Lineage of Star. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun are back in Lineage of Star. There's only Jian Wushuang alone. He has no fixed whereabouts. We do not know where he is temporarily, Emperor Godbinken said. Humph, no matter where he goes, he will definitely be here in 10 years' time. Before that, we only have to keep watch of Lineage of Star. After all, when he comes, he definitely will make use of Lineage of Star's power. Wait till the few Almighties from Lineage of Star or the Master of Star Palace come out from Lineage of Star. It means that they are going to launch an attack. Fortress Master Hong Tian smirked coldly. I reckon Lineage of Star will definitely need to prepare themselves before launching an attack as well, one of the Sir Gods said. Of course they have to prepare, but that gives us time to prepare as well. After some time, the experts that we invited will arrive and I'd like to see what Lineage of Star can do to us. The Almighties at the scene sneered. They assumed that Jian Wushuang would need to prepare elaborately before barging into Deluge Fortress, and they also thought that he would utilize the power of Lineage of Star, such as the Master of Star Palace, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun would all join the troop. But in actual fact, the ancient silver spaceship that Jian Wushuang was driving had already arrived outside Deluge Fortress. The ancient silver spaceship stopped in the void above, as it overlooked the lofty fortress at the end. There was even a layer of faint gray film around the fortress. It was a huge formation and its power was quite strong. When I said that I am going to barge into Deluge Fortress within 10 years in front of everyone on Thunderbolt Island, I was obviously not joking. Everyone in Deluge Fortress knew that clearly. So, they definitely will have started preparing immediately. For example, they would figure out ways to invite experts over to assist them. However, inviting experts takes time too. Jian Wushuang overlooked the huge fortress at the end of his sight. He had also invited experts, but he only invited 2. These 2 people were from Abysmal Sanctuary. Hence, he had only used a year's time in total. In 1 year, he believed that the experts that Deluge Fortress invited definitely couldn't reach them so soon. Even if 1 or 2 arrived, it wouldn't have too much of an effect on the overall situation. Sword Emperor, none of the Almighties from Lineage of Star are coming. Just the few of us with a few Dao soldiers, we will attack Deluge Fortress? Emperor Gajuin found it strange. Why? Is Emperor Gajuin afraid? Jian Wushuang smiled. I'm not afraid, but I feel uncertain. Emperor Gajuin shook his head and said, Sword Emperor, they'll be frank. If I find things not right when the fight starts, as in there's life-threatening danger, I will leave immediately. Although chaotic divine treasure is hard to come by, it's not worth risking my life for it. All right, Jian Wushuang nodded. But you have to give your all during the fight later. If your life wasn't endangered but you left, or you made a groundless retreat, don't blame me for not recognizing your effort. You should know the outcome of being eyed by myself or my palace master, right? Emperor Gaju Yin's face grew grave, and his heart quivered in fear. Everyone had seen the massacre that Jian Wushuang carried out in the past. He had killed 2 emperor gods in public, and his name was well known. As for the master of Star Palace behind Jian Wushuang, he was even scarier. Many years ago, the master of Star Palace massacred, and the sight had struck fear into many. If he were to be eyed by the 2, Emperor Gajuin quivered at the thought itself. Don't worry, I won't leave until the very last moment, Emperor Gajuin said. That's great, Jian Wushuang smiled. Sword Emperor, there's a formation around Deluge Fortress. It seems that they immediately asked someone to set it up after they knew that you were going to come. The formation seems powerful. I don't think it'll be easy for us to barge in. Emperor God Lu Guang looked at Jian Wushuang. Let me take care of this formation, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Oh. Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor Gajio Yin looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Let me send a present to Deluge Fortress. Jian Wushuang's eyes grew cold, and there was a scroll painting in his hand all of a sudden. Then, Jian Wushuang threw the scroll painting into the void above. The scroll painting blended with the universe, and suddenly, the sky above made a drastic change. Virum. Boundless aura spread across. The sky above turned into a beautiful world. There were mountains and rivers in the world where birds sang and flowers emitted their fragrance. The most enchanting part was the 9 lofty continents in the world. Every continent was huge and boundless, and their lofty aura was shocking. The scroll painting world moved the universe, including the 9 lofty continents, above Deluge Fortress. The strongest treasure that Jian Wushuang held, Mountain River Map, was spread open. Chapter 1835 Welcome GIF. This is Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor Gajio Yin looked at the scroll painting world above them. They felt the magnificent aura that was given out and their gaze fixed upon it. 9 province of the universe, Yang province as the seal, overwhelmed the rain. Jian Wushuang bellowed and his palm swung to the void above. Rumble. The universe shook and a lofty continent descended from the scroll painting world and pressed down. This power. Emperor God Lu Guang looked shocked. Emperor Gaju Yin was terrified. He stared at the lofty continent as it pressed down at Deluge Fortress. In Deluge Fortress, in the spacious palace where Fortress Master Hong Tian and the other 13 Almighties gathered, suddenly, a shocking power pressed down. The 13 Almighties, including Fortress Master Hong Tian, quickly lifted their heads. What's going on? Such terrifying pressure. What happened? The 13 Almighties immediately soared up from the palace in shock. After leaving the palace, they immediately looked to the lofty continent that descended from the sky above. Huge. The continent was too huge. The power that it contained was earth-shattering, and the Almighties were shocked. Oh my God! Is this punishment of God from above? No, it's going to hit. The lofty continent covered the entire Deluge Fortress. It first pressed against the formation surrounding Deluge Fortress. Fortress Master Hong Tian asked people to set up the formations within the past 1 year, and its power was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, even if 2 to 3 Emperor Gods joined forces, they would need some time till they could resolve the formation. Then, as the lofty continent descended, the entire formation was shaking vigorously from the pressure. After a while, it collapsed and shattered. The formation broke? The Almighties stared with their eyes wide. They then roared in the next moment. Be careful. The continent is pressing down at us. Quick, hurry up and block. Fortress Master Hong Tian, Emperor God Bing Can, and the other 11 Sir Gods immediately took action. There were fierce auras exploding from the 13 of them. The ferocious attack hit the descending lofty continent like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. There were deafening noises that rang continuously. It could destroy the universe. Along with the noises, the entire Deluge Fortress was covered by the lofty continent entirely. In the void, Jin Wushuang, Emperor God Lu Guang, and Emperor God Zhu Yong stood as they watched Deluge Fortress from afar. Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Zhou Ying's facial expression were both very interesting. Sword Emperor, this is the welcome gift you gave to Deluge Fortress? Emperor God Lu Guang looked at Jin Wushuang. She could feel the power of the lofty continent earlier wasn't any weaker than her strongest hit that she could perform with all her strength. It might even be stronger than her full-force hit. To be able to perform an attack of such level, Jin Wushuang's power. It isn't easy to perform this move. It's already great that I could perform it once, Jin Wushuang smiled. Then, he waved and the 9-province world dispersed very quickly and turned into a scroll painting in Jin Wushuang's hand again. Although Emperor Lu Guang heard Jin Wushuang say so, she didn't quite believe him. After all, when Jin Wushuang had performed the earlier move, he didn't look like he had had any difficulty. The formation has broken. Now, it's time for a head-on fight, Jin Wushuang smiled. Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Zhou Yin looked forward, and the boundless divine power gradually dispersed and revealed the scene within. Under the weight of the lofty continent, the huge Deluge Fortress was crushed to the ground. The original fortress was replaced with a huge pit. In the void above the pit, there were 13 figures that stood there coldly. They were the 13 Almighties, including Fortress Master Hong Tian himself. Jin Wushuang had performed Overwhelm the Rain with his full force earlier. Although it broke the formation surrounding Deluge Fortress and razed Deluge Fortress to the ground, the full pressure on the 13 Almighties didn't bring about any damage or injury to them. Even so, Jin Wushuang was content. At least his move had brought about a deterrent power to his enemies. Then, among the 13 Almighties, Fortress Master Hong Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he was raging in anger. After all, Deluge Fortress was his lair. He had resided there all those years. Then, it had been razed to the ground. Even though it had been easy for him to rebuild Deluge Fortress, it had been rather humiliating to have his lair razed to the ground before everyone else. As for the 12 Almighties behind him, they were all raging with anger. However, in the anger there was a faint fear. They were fearful of the power in the earlier move. Such terrifying power. Luckily, the 13 Almighties had teamed up and they had Fortress Master Hong Tian, who was a peak Emperor God. If they were to be against him one-on-one, they might be gone without any trace under such power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were 7 figures that plunged over from afar and appeared before the 13 Almighties. Jian Wushuang, Fortress Master Hong Tian, and the others saw the incomer, and they immediately clenched their teeth. Of course, they had already noticed Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin by his side. They were fine when they saw Emperor God Juyin. However, when they saw Emperor God Lu Guang, many of their faces grew grave. Emperor God Lu Guang was a peak Emperor God who was on a higher ranking than the Master of Star Palace and Fortress Master Hong Tian. But then, the peak Emperor God was standing with Jian Wushuang. Fortress Master Hong Tian and everyone, my welcome gift is quite good, huh? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but his voice was extremely cold. Be *starred. Fortress Master Hong Tian clenched his hand, and there was soaring murderous intention in his eyes. The Almighties behind him were all shocked. How is it possible? Jian Wushuang came so soon? Didn't he say in 10 years' time? It has only been a year. In only a year, he got Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin to help him? Forget about Emperor God Juyin. Emperor God Lu Guang never gets involved in others' fights. What price did Jian Wushuang pay to get her to be here? *a minute. The experts that we invited have yet to reach us, and Jian Wushuang is already here? What to do? What should I do? The Almighties were panicking. Too bad. The scene was beyond their expectations. It was entirely different from what they had expected. Chapter 1836. War exploded. They assumed that Jian Wushuang definitely needed to prepare elaborately before he barged into Deluge Fortress. Plus, Lineage of Star would definitely turn out in full strength. Hence, they had been keeping a tight watch at Lineage of Star. They would immediately raise their guards when there was any movement. But they had never expected that Jian Wushuang would find 2 Emperor Gods as his assistants within a year and come directly. On top of that, he didn't use any power from Lineage of Star. Then, Jian Wushuang's sudden attack had caught them totally off guard. Humph, why are you panicking? Fortress Master Hong Tian harumphed, and he looked around coldly. Although the formation has been broken and the experts that we have invited have yet to arrive, Jian Wushuang's team formation is only 3 Emperor Gods plus 4 war puppets. With our power, we could totally be evenly matched. As for victory and defeat, it is still unknown. The Almighties became confident when they heard him. It was true that Jian Wushuang's sudden attack was beyond their expectations, but the experts that had come with Jian Wushuang weren't many. Including Jian Wushuang himself, there was only the fighting power of 3 Emperor Gods and 4 war puppets. They were 13 Almighties teamed up. There were 2 Emperor Gods too, Fortress Master Hong Tian and Emperor God Bing Can. They could totally be evenly matched. Then, the Almighties calmed down and their gazes grew cold. There was war intention that suddenly soared from their bodies too. Emperor God Lu Guang, I shall pass Fortress Master Hong Tian to you. Keep him occupied, Jian Wushuang said. I'm doing this personally. He doesn't stand a chance to run free. However, are you sure that you only need me to suppress Fortress Master Hong Tian alone? Emperor God Lu Guang asked in shock. In terms of power, Emperor God Lu Guang was much stronger than Fortress Master Hong Tian. If she were to use her full force, not only could she suppress Fortress Master Hong Tian, she could even be involved with other battles. You can just focus on not letting Fortress Master Hong Tian run free. As for the others, Jian Wushuang smirked coldly and said, he'll take care of Emperor God Bing Can. The rest of the 11 Sir Gods will be taken care of by Emperor God Juing and the 4 Dao soldiers. No problem, right? 11 Sir Gods? Emperor God Juing creased his eyebrows. With 4 Dao soldiers, I should be able to match them evenly, but I reckon I can't sustain it for too long. You don't have to endure for long. A short while will do, Jian Wushuang smiled. If so, let's do it. Emperor God Lu Guang's gaze grew cold. Die! Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the murderous intention flooded out from his body like a rising tide. His figure burst out in an instant. Kill them all! Fortress Master Hong Tian let out an angry roar, and the 13 Almighties' aura spread vigorously as they took action at the same time. The war exploded all of a sudden. Fortress Master Hong Tian, your opponent is me. Her cold voice reverberated in the universe. Emperor God Lu Guang was like a flowing light, and her speed was terrifyingly fast, far beyond Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Zhou Ying's. She appeared in front of Fortress Master Hong Tian at the first instant. At the same time, a resplendent, flowing light burst out and aimed at Fortress Master Hong Tian's throat. Fortress Master Hong Tian's eyes dilated. He could belittle Emperor God Zhou Yin and also Jian Wushuang, but he definitely didn't have the guts to belittle Emperor God Lu Guang. Humph! There was a cold humph, and there were huge axes that appeared in Fortress Master Hong Tian's both hands. The two huge axes were filled with terrifying rage. They were a pair originally. Judging from their auras, the pair of huge axes were obviously chaotic divine treasures. As one of the huge axes swung out, the flowing light that burst out instantly shattered. Go! Emperor God Lu Guang pointed, and the glaring light lit up the universe. A white phoenix that showered under divine light substantiated. The white phoenix brought about threatening power that pierced the void and appeared in front of Fortress Master Hong Tian. Fortress Master Hong Tian's face grew in distress. Then, there was an ancient beast shadow that soared up behind him, and his divine body grew tremendously to 3 meters tall. His imposing aura had suddenly increased to a new level as well. He swung out two of his huge swords as though it could level mountain and blast cliff. At the instant when the power exploded, Fortress Master Hong Tian roared, "Emperor God Lu Guang, we bear no grudges against each other. What did Jian Wushuang offer you?" "Why would I tell you what he offered me?" Emperor God Lu Guang's voice was cold. "Regardless of what he offered, I'm willing to pay double the price for you to leave. What do you think?" Fortress Master Hong Tian said again. "Double the price? Hee, you can't afford." Emperor God Lu Guang didn't want to waste any time with Fortress Master Hong Tian. In her hands, there was a pair of crystal-clear white gloves. The aura given out by the white gloves was shocking. It was obviously a chaotic divine treasure as well. D***M in it. Fortress Master Hong Tian's face instantly changed. When Emperor God Lu Guang and Fortress Master Hong Tian had fought, Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Zhou Yin, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers had been fighting with the other 12 Almighties too. Emperor God Bing Can. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he locked his eyes on one person. Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Bing Can's gaze were unusually cold. Die. Jian Wushuang's murderous intention flashed. Although there was a good distance in between them, there were suddenly 2 resplendent golden lights next to him. The 2 resplendent golden lights shook faintly and instantly pierced through the space-time. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before Emperor God Bing Can. Emperor God Bing Can's divine power churned, and he didn't dare to make any careless mistakes. There was a boundless chilliness that spread out of his body. The chilliness froze the surrounding void, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles turned into ice caves, while the Emperor God Bing Can was the ruler of the ice cave. Slash! A saber filled with chilliness appeared in his hands. The direction where his blade light pointed at turned into frost. The golden lights that burst out of the 2 Hong Yung golden sword collided with the blade light. Dang! Dang! There were 2 continuous clashes. Every clash contained a terrifying explosion of divine power that flowed out. After the clash, Emperor God Bing Can's body was the first that retreated, and he retreated by almost 10,000 miles. Such a powerful force. The 2 golden lights contained the impact of an Emperor God each. Emperor God Bing Can was shocked. He was on the 54th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. There was some distance to peak Emperor God. However, he wasn't too far from it. When he fought with a peak Emperor God, he could withstand it for a bit. Hence, when he had first fought with Jian Wushuang, he had had no scruples. However, when he fought with him then, Jian Wushuang's power frightened him. The 2 Hong Yung golden swords equaled an Emperor God's power each. However, according to the information that he had obtained, speed was the scariest factor of Jian Wushuang's 2 Hong Jun golden swords. Chapter 1837. Breaking a piece of deadwood, power itself is already so fierce. Just how scary can the speed would be? Emperor God Bing Can couldn't help but think. He had just thought about it when he got to experience it the next moment. The two Hong Jun golden swords that were pushed back from the impact quivered, then came in front of him again like electric arcs. The distance of tens of thousands of miles was almost instantly pierced by the two Hong Jun golden swords. Too fast. Emperor God Bing stared, and the saber in his hands was swung out again. Dang, 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 dang. There were continuous clashes. Every single clash contained terrifying power that made Emperor God Bing retreat. Just as he steadied himself, Hong Jun golden swords flew over again. They didn't give him any chance to gasp for air. He had already gone all out, but under the continuous attacks of the two Hong Jun golden swords, he constantly retreated. Under continuous hits, his divine body was constantly attacked and his injuries constantly worsened. Emperor God Bing, I came to help you. There was a loud roar, and a white-robed elderly appeared with a sword that suddenly increased in size like a lofty mountain and pressed towards Jian Wushuang. The white-robed elderly was a peak Sir God himself. When he performed the stroke with his awl, the power was sufficient to move an ordinary Emperor God. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold at the sight. Go away. Jian Wushuang spat coldly and sent a palm in the direction of the white-robed elderly. Read more chapter on VIP novel. The palm seemed to contain the entire reincarnation. It instantly collided with the sword directly. There was a loud bang and the sword flew off, along with the white-robed elderly, who turned into a flowing light. As the white-robed elderly flew off, he was spitting blood and his aura grew dispirited. A top Sir God broke down under Jian Wushuang's palm. Emperor God Yuan, don't let those Sir Gods interrupt me. Jian Wushuang glanced at Emperor God Yuan in the void from afar. I tried my best. Emperor God Yuan smiled bitterly. Although he was an Emperor God, he had to fight with 11 Sir Gods with 4 Dao soldiers. Among the 11 Sir Gods, there were a few top Sir Gods. Although he wasn't afraid, the other party's headcount was higher. He had no choice if there were 1 or 2 Sir Gods who had the time to interrupt the battle on the other side. Humph! Jian Wushuang stared at Emperor God Bing in front of him coldly. The white-robed elderly interrupted and gave Emperor God Bing a chance to pant. Then, Hong! There was an unprecedented chilliness that swept out from Emperor God Bing. Emperor God Bing's face grew red, and the chilliness formed into a storm and swept out. Are you going all out now? Jian Wushuang's expression grew cold. When he saw Emperor God Bing's aura soar, he summoned his willpower, and there was a golden light that instantly burst out in silence. Go away. Emperor God Bing's eyes grew red as he swung the saber in his hand. Dang, dang. There were 2 clashes, and the 2 Hong Jun golden sword flew off from the impact. Emperor God Bing's body retreated. Virum. Another strange golden light appeared in front of him on the way. The third one. Emperor God Tian stared. He didn't know Jian Wushuang had 9 Hong Jun golden swords. The higher his comprehension of space-time doctrine, the more Hong Jun golden swords he could use. Previously, Jian Wushuang's comprehension towards space-time doctrine had stopped at the peak of level 6. Hence, he was limited to using 2 Hong Jun golden swords. But then, Jian Wushuang had received countless opportunities and benefits from the 6,000 years on the ancient battlefield. In terms of power, the one with the most improvement was space-time doctrine. He, of course, could perform the 3rd Hong Jun golden sword then. Nit. Emperor God Tian's face grew grave. Merely 2 Hong Jun golden swords had already brought about great stress, and he was pathetically suppressed even when he gave his all. Then, there was another one? How could he resist? Jian Wushuang's power definitely isn't at the level of an ordinary peak Emperor God. Emperor God Tian roared in anger, and his figure retreated. You want to flee? You don't stand a chance. There was billowing murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. There was a bolt of space-time power that permeated the air. Secret skill of ancient god, moon-picking skill. Virum. The entire universe and the entire space-time was pressing towards Emperor God Tian mercilessly. Emperor God Tian's figure was instantly restricted by the boundless pressure, and his speed diminished greatly. Even the actions of his hand became difficult. The 3 golden lights were like 3 death curses. They continuously plunged over at high speed. No. Emperor God Tian can let out an unwilling roar and barely raised his hand to resist one Hong Jun golden sword, but the other two hit his skull and his chest respectively. The armor on the surface of his body activated its power, but it was an armor at the level of chaotic divine treasure after all. Its defense power was limited, and he was hit directly. The sight struck many surrounding experts. Dead? Emperor God Tian Can was killed? How did it happen so quickly? It has only been a short while. Many Sir Gods were gawking in disbelief. They knew that Emperor God Tian Can was definitely not Jian Wushuang's match. However, there shouldn't be any problem for him to hold Jian Wushuang back. But in the end, how long had it taken? From the explosion of the war until then, it was slow in words, but in actual fact, it had only been a short while, like 20 breaths' time. Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden swords had only hit a dozen times. In such a short time span, Emperor God Tian Can was killed by Jian Wushuang? It was like breaking a piece of dead wood. It was definitely an easy kill. To be able to kill the other party so quickly, just how huge was their difference in power? Sword Emperor, even Emperor God Lu Guang by the side was looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. She knew of Emperor God Tian Can's power. Even if she were to kill him, she would require more time. To do it so smoothly and cleanly, like breaking a piece of dead wood, she couldn't do it. The three golden lights are Hong Jun golden swords that made him gain fame, right? He could perform 3 of them. Everyone equals a hit by a peak Emperor God, and the speed is so swift. In addition to the secret skill of Ancient God, moon-picking skill, it is really difficult to run away from him. Emperor God Lu Guang complimented and acknowledged Jian Wushuang's power. Maybe he isn't as strong as I am. He is definitely much stronger than Fortress Master Hong Tian. Even if he were to compare to the Master of Star Palace, I reckon their powers wouldn't be far apart. In terms of hunting power, he is much stronger than I, the Master of Star Palace and also Fortress Master Hong Tian. Chapter 1838, The Last Person. Hunting Power. It was true that Jian Wushuang's Hong Yung golden sword and moon-picking skill were closely related to space-time doctrine. As for space-time doctrine, speed was the most impressive factor. Jian Wushuang relied on the 2 techniques. As soon as he suppressed his enemy, it would be very difficult for them to flee. Although Emperor God Lu Guang and the Master of Star Palace were powerful, they would need to put in a lot of effort to kill a powerful Emperor God. Besides, they might let their enemy flee. They were definitely not as relaxed as Jian Wushuang. The moment Emperor God Bingkan died, Jian Wushuang was free. Then, Jian Wushuang turned to look at the 11 Sir Gods at the side. The 11 Sir Gods were fighting ferociously with Emperor God Jiuying and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Along with Jian Wushuang's flash of murderous intention, the 3 Hong Jun golden swords instantly became 3 resplendent golden light under his control. Then, they flew in 3 different directions simultaneously. Suddenly, the 3 Hong Jun golden swords appeared behind 3 different Sir Gods. No. This, D***M in it. The 3 Sir Gods' faces changed. Some of them were fighting with Emperor God Jiuying together, some were fighting with the silver-armored Dao soldiers. However, Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden sword suddenly flew at them and didn't give them any chance to struggle. The 3 Hong Jun golden sword instantly pierced 2 bodies. Although there was one who responded in time and blocked the attack, Hong Jun golden sword contained the power of a peak Emperor God. The moment he collided with the sword, the Sir God got severely injured while the Hong Jun golden sword only quivered slightly and continued its attack. It pierced the person's head. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Sir Gods were killed. My goodness. Too scary. We can't resist the golden swords. Run. Hurry up and run. The remaining Sir Gods were terrified and they started running away. They were originally forced to team up in order to defend their lives. However, dealing with Jian Wushuang's crushing power and his terrifying massacre pattern, they were shivering in fear. It had only been a short while since the explosion of the war, but Sir God Tian Can and 3 Sir Gods had died. At first, the team formation that could fight for a while suddenly had a great disparity in power. Plus, there was Jian Wushuang who was a killing machine. They had already lost their courage to continue the fight. However, although they wanted to run away, they would require Jian Wushuang's permission. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, and there was a purple pearl that gave out a unique aura that appeared in his hand. It was a one-realm pearl. Die. Jian Wushuang moved with his willpower, and boundless purple energy swept out from the one-realm pearl. It instantly covered the surrounding void of a few million miles. The Sir Gods who were ready to run were engulfed within. One-realm pearl turned into a formation with one willpower. Today, none of you shall escape. Jian Wushuang's voice that contained shocking murderous intention reverberated in the few million miles void engulfed in the formation. The remaining 8 Sir Gods saw that their ways were blocked, and they panicked. Such fear and shock turned into madness in a short period of time. I will fight all out with him. Even if I die, I won't let him leave in peace. Die, die, die. The 8 Sir Gods' faces were distorted. They instantly turned around and charged at Jian Wushuang. Among them were a few that had billowing energy. Some were churning with magical clouds. There were 2 Sir Gods who had consumed a few elixirs, and their auras had increased tremendously. It was obvious that the 8 Sir Gods were going all out. It could be called a last chance. It could also be called a desperate fight of a cornered beast. Looking at the 8 Sir Gods' faces, they were cold and fearless. Emperor Gajuin, let's do this, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Then the 3 Hongjun golden swords flew out first. Then, he took a huge leap and drew out Blood Mountain Sword. Blood Mountain Sword that already transformed into chaotic divine treasure displayed terrifying sword intention that could shake the universe. Even when 11 Sir Gods team up, there was nothing, and you wanted to struggle when there are only 8 of you? Die. Emperor Gajuin smirked coldly, and his figure turned ghostly as he flashed here and there. The 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers followed. The experts from both parties instantly fought. The battle ended very quickly. In a short while, the 8 Sir Gods were killed. Among the 8 Sir Gods, there were 6 who were killed by the 3 Hongjun golden swords. Sword Emperor, your golden sword is really scary. Emperor Gajuing looked at the 3 Hongjun golden sword floating around Jian Wushuang, and he looked reverent. The fear of the 3 Hongjun golden swords was seen in his eyes. It would have been okay if there was only one. However, the combination of 3, he couldn't resist. If he were to fight with Jian Wushuang, he could only opt for fleeing. As for he could escape, that would depend on his luck. Emperor God Tian Can and all the Sir Gods were killed. Now, there is only one person left. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he looked to the other side of the battlefield. On the battlefield, Emperor God Lu Guang were fighting ferociously with Fortress Master Hong Tian. Of course, Emperor God Lu Guang definitely had the upper hand, and she suppressed Fortress Master Hong Tian. Swoosh, swoosh. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Gajuin's body appeared on the battlefield. The 2 people who were fighting instantly stopped. Fortress Master Hong Tian was holding a huge axe in each hand, and there was rage soaring from his body. However, his face didn't look good. He had never expected the total of 12 Almighties, including Emperor God Tian Can. Such a great formation would be massacred by Jian Wushuang in such a short time. Jian Wushuang's power was much stronger than he had imagined. While the Almighties at his side had been killed while Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor Gajuin had maintained their full fighting force. If the 3 Emperor Gods were to team up, I'm in big trouble. Fortress Master Hong Tian felt an intense danger. Fortress Master Hong Tian, like I said, I will come to Deluge Fortress and kill all 13 of you. I never go back on my words. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Fortress Master Hong Tian's face grew in distress. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and suddenly said solemnly, Jian Wushuang, if I were to swear now that I would stay at the border of eternal chaotic world from today, and as long as lineage of star is there, I will never step foot in the 10 sanctuaries, would you be willing to let me go? Oh? Jian Wushuang smirked and said, if it was on Thunderbolt Island, and you said so before every expert of Sanctuary Alliance, I would consider it. But now, it's too late. Chapter 1839 Soul Burn. It's too late. Although it was 3 simple words, they seem to have given Fortress Master Hong Tian his death sentence. It's too late. Fortress Master Hong Tian lowered his head, and he seemed to feel remorseful. However, all of a sudden, Fortress Master Hong Tian's body expanded fiercely, and his body was like a ferocious beast from the past, and it dashed out instantly. He then bellowed furiously, "Then you shall die first." Fortress Master Hong Tian's expression was hideous, like a cornered beast's. His hands then unleashed a ray of black light. The ray of black light was ice-cold, and it headed toward Jian Wushuang's head immediately with an infinite amount of coldness. The speed of the ray of black light was actually faster than the Hongjun Golden Sword's extremely fast speed. "I knew that you would do this." Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. He knew that an ancient existence and an overlord like the Fortress Master Hong Tian would not beg for forgiveness like an idiot when he was near a situation where he would die. His begging for forgiveness was simply to create an opportunity to use his own killing move. However, it was a pity that Jian Wushuang had already taken precautions against that a long time ago. The instant the ray of black light appeared, divine power emerged from Jian Wushuang's body, and he extended his palm. Ancient God's unique skill. 8 divine mountains. Bang, 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 bang. 8 lofty golden divine mountains landed in front of Jian Wushuang, and they acted as layers of defense. Although the speed of the ray of black light was unbelievable, it was not too powerful in terms of power. Hence, after piercing through 6 golden divine mountains in succession, it stopped at the 7th divine mountain. It stopped? Fortress Master Hong Tian's eyes turned scarlet in color. When he saw that Emperor God Lu Guang had already taken form in front of him, he turned his body to the back instantly and escaped hastily. Fortress Master Hong Tian had unleashed a secret skill to escape with all his might. As his speed was extremely frightening, he covered millions of miles of distance instantly and appeared before the purple formation. Break! As Fortress Master Hong Tian looked at the great formation which was formed by the One Realm Pearl, he gave a thunder-like roar and 2 giant axes swung out. For the 2 giant axes, both had the power to split the heavens and earth apart. When they were swung powerfully on the purple energy wall, rumble, the whole formation shook madly. However, it still blocked the attacks of the giant axes in the end. What? Fortress Master Hong Tian's expression changed. He was a peak emperor god, and the attack that he had unleashed was actually unable to destroy the great formation in front of him. It should be known that the great formation was obviously a treasure that Jian Wushuang had used, and it was formed in an instant. As such, logically, it should not be so powerful. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. One Realm Pearl is a treasure that I obtained from the ancient battle, and it came from the ancient past. Although it is not a Chaos Divine treasure, its worth and its effects are greater than that of a normal Chaos Divine treasure. For the great formation that the One Realm Pearl contains, if I were to unleash it with my current divine power, although it would be formed instantly, it would be considered the ravings of a lunatic if it were destroyed by one attack from a peak emperor god. Jian Wushuang had tested the power of the great formation from the One Realm Palace a long time ago. Even if it were him attacking it with his full power, it would still take him 2 to 3 attacks to destroy the great formation. As for Fortress Master Hong Tian, his abilities were not as strong as Jian Wushuang's. Let's not give him any chances. Let's attack together and kill him, Jian Wushuang said with a heavy voice. Leave it to me. Emperor God Lu Guang's eyes turned cold and dense white light gathered in her fair palms. A frightening aura was also gathering on her hands slowly. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. He knew that Emperor God Lu Guang was unleashing her killing move. Boom! The universe shook. After that, 3 brilliant lusters attacked while illuminating the surroundings. The 3 lusters were not obstructed in the slightest, and they even ignored the space-time. In an instant, they appeared in front of Fortress Master Hong Tian. Fortress Master Hong Tian was like a lion who was extremely furious, and he activated his secret skill. With that, the 2 giant axes in his hands expanded, and he swung them fiercely. Bang! 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 3 loud sounds could be heard. What followed that were the sounds of Fortress Master Hong Tian spitting out blood. Before Emperor God Lu Guang's killing move, Although Fortress Master Hong Tian was a peak Emperor God, he was still seriously injured. Just then, a giant crack appeared at the top of the void abruptly. An infinite amount of purple sacred thunder was also gathering in the crack crazily, and it descended slowly with the power to destroy the world. Ancient God's secret skill, thunder attracting skill. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing with a black jade luster, and more than hundreds of life-destroying sacred thunder that had gathered in the crack fused together instantly to form a giant life-destroying thunder dragon. It then descended while roaring furiously, and it covered Fortress Master Hong Tian's body at once. As for Emperor God Jiuyin, he appeared quietly beside Fortress Master Hong Tian like an assassin, and a noiseless saber light headed toward Fortress Master Hong Tian's nape abruptly. "Ah! All of you have forced me to do this." With a loud and furious roar, Fortress Master Hong Tian went insane completely. On his forehead and body, a vein emerged, and it was so hideous that it was frightening. At the same time, the aura on Fortress Master Hong Tian's body rose again. Moreover, its speed of rising was extremely frightening. "This is soul burn? Not good." Emperor God Lu Guang's expression changed greatly. Boom! With a loud sound, a fearsome axe shadow split everything in the universe apart and also split the life-destroying thunder dragon, which had descended from the void above, into two. In addition, the saber light that Emperor God Jiuyin had unleashed dispersed instantly as well. On top of that, great portions of void burst apart like paper paste. Amidst this frightening divine power storm, a 3-meter-tall body which looked like a demon god stepped forward fiercely. The first person that he appeared in front of was Emperor God Lu Guang. Swish! An axe shadow descended. White lusters then appeared in front of Emperor God Lu Guang immediately, and they acted as protective screens. At the same time, she swung her jade hands abruptly, and her great amount of divine power formed a giant palm print to block the attack from the axe shadow. However, the shocking axe shadow swept past her unreasonably. The protective screens, which were formed by many white lusters, were smashed into pieces instantly, and the giant palm print, which accompanied them, also dissipated. Humph! With a groan, some blood flowed out from the corners of the Emperor God Lu Guang's mouth, and her body was sent flying. "Jian Wushuang, I want you dead." A hysterical voice reverberated across the universe, and the face of the 3-meter-tall, demonic, godlike body had already distorted to its maximum. However, one could still tell vaguely that the demonic, godlike body was Fortress Master Hong Tian. However, he had already become crazy like never before. Boom! After taking another step, Fortress Master Hong Tian, who had already gone insane, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Swish! A giant axe shadow descended again. "Sword Emperor, be careful." Emperor God Lu Guang warned immediately. "What?" Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had not expected that at such a stage, Fortress Master Hong Tian would still able to use some techniques to unleash such fearsome fighting capabilities. However, fortunately, his reaction was fast, and he gathered divine power right away. The Blood Mountain sword in his hands then unleashed a frightening sword essence. Reincarnation Sword Principle, 4th move. Chapter 1840. The Last Counterattack. Bang! The loud noise shook the earth. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim. He could feel that the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was extremely unyielding. In the unyieldingness, Blood Mountain sword was slashed to the side, and the towering axe shadows containing some power hit Jian Wushuang's body. *T. Emperor God Lu Guang was shocked. "Sword Emperor?" Emperor God Jiuyin stared. Hong! A terrifying power spread like a rising tide. Jian Wushuang's body quivered and then flew off like a bomb. He flew over 10 of thousands of miles before he regained his stability. When he steadied himself, Jian Wushuang's face was slightly paler than it had been before. Looking at the scene, Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor Jiuyin were astonished. Are you joking?" Emperor God Jiuyin looked in disbelief. Fortress Master Hong Tian burned his soul power. It is the strongest attack that he performed with his all. Even Emperor God Lu Guang would have been injured if she took the hit directly. But Sword Emperor, The huge axe hit his body and only his face turned pale slightly? That's it? How is it possible? Emperor God Lu Guang was shocked too. Such a terrifying hit. Even though Jian Wushuang had blocked half of its power with his sword, the remaining power theoretically could kill an Emperor God too. In the end, Jian Wushuang merely turned slightly paler from the axe hit. There was no bleeding, let alone spitting blood, or being severely injured. Read more chapter on VIP novel. His defense power was this strong? Jian Wushuang looked at the crimson armor surfacing on his body in surprise. The crimson armor was originally blotted with rust. However, when it recognized Jian Wushuang's as its owner, it resumed its original look and became extremely eye-catching, like magma from a volcano. The reason why Jian Wushuang wasn't injured from the fierce hit by Fortress Master Hong Tian was because of the crimson armor. 5-gem armor. Senior Wu Hun really gave me a great treasure, Jian Wushuang muttered. The crimson armor, which was 5-gem armor, was something that had been relied upon by experts in ancient times. Jian Wushuang had obtained only the damaged 5-gem armor, and it could only perform less than 10% of its power. Even so, its defense power was far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. Jian Wushuang had even thought that the defense power of 5-gem armor then was much stronger than the chaotic divine treasure level armor that Emperor God Tian Shao was wearing back then. In addition to Jian Wushuang's strong divine body, because of his possession of ancient tribe bloodline, he also had 5-gem armor to protect his body. It would be a wild wish if Fortress Master Hong Tian burned his soul power with the intention of killing Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, Fortress Master Hong Tian burned his soul in order to explode such ferocious power. However, he who is a peak Emperor God, his soul wouldn't be that strong. The burning of his soul wouldn't last long. We only have to drag him on for a little longer. By then, we can kill him easily. Emperor God Lu Guang shared a message. I understand. Jian Wushuang's gaze fixed upon Fortress Master Hong Tian. He could tell that Fortress Master Hong Tian was totally fighting a desperate fight, like a cornered beast. Die! Die! Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang charged at him again. Then, the two of them didn't fight head-on with Fortress Master Hong Tian, but indirectly entangled with Fortress Master Hong Tian. As for Emperor God Juyin, his power was weak and any single axe hit by Fortress Master Hong Tian then could severely injure him. He didn't have the guts to bother Fortress Master Hong Tian, and he hid far away. D***MN. Am not happy. I will not submit. Fortress Master Hong Tian roared. With the burning of his soul power, he wanted to hurt Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang badly. However, Emperor God Lu Guang was powerful and her speed was shockingly swift. Fortress Master Hong Tian couldn't touch her at all. As for Jian Wushuang, he was fearless. He was totally confident in fighting Fortress Master Hong Tian head-on. Even if he couldn't match him evenly, it would be impossible for Fortress Master Hong Tian to hurt him. In a short while, Fortress Master Hong Tian roared as his consciousness became blurry. It was the price to pay for burning his soul. One should know that soul was an almighty's foundation, the core item. When divine body was damaged, it could be recovered with the aid of treasure. But when the soul was damaged, it would be a few times more difficult to recover. Fortress Master Hong Tian burned his soul in madness, and he couldn't stop when he ignited the burning. The final outcome would be the complete disappearance of soul. Hence, Fortress Master Hong Tian died. Although his soul power had yet to burn to the end, his consciousness had dispersed due to too much burning. Then, Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang stopped. They looked at Fortress Master Hong Tian's aura grew weaker in front of them. Then, in the end, pust! A golden light burst out and Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden sword pierced Fortress Master Hong Tian's head then shattered his divine body. An overlord, Fortress Master Hong Tian, who had reached the peak of Emperor God level, had died. When they that saw Fortress Master Hong Tian had finally died, Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang both let out a sigh of relief. Peak Emperor God is really not that easy to kill, Jian Wushuang sighed. Fortress Master Hong Tian among peak Emperor Gods wasn't considered the strongest, and he was only on the 36th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, he had also brought about trouble for them, especially when Fortress Master Hong Tian had risked his all by burning his soul power. Luckily, Jin Wushuang had 5 gem armor to protect his body. Otherwise, his counterattack before his death would pay the price. Soul Burn, only an expert whose soul strength has reached a certain level could perform. He at least has to be a peak Emperor God to perform this move. And as peak Emperor God, only under one circumstance would he perform this move, which was when he knew that he would definitely die. He would risk his life to make a final counterattack in order to try his best to kill his enemy. The moment he uses this move, death is his only outcome, Emperor God Lu Guang said. Jin Wushuang nodded in silence. He also could tell that Fortress Master Hong Tian was already hopeless. He had no choice, that's why he had performed that move. Emperor God Hong Tian was a peak Emperor God. His soul power has reached the threshold of this move. However, he is too weak after all. Even when he performed this move, he couldn't bring about damage to us. If it were to be another peak Emperor God who was stronger, the outcome would be beyond our imagination. Or even if it were to be a great emperor who burned his soul in a desperate situation, that would truly be a horror. Emperor God Lu Guang said, and her eyes revealed a tinge of fear subconsciously. Chapter 1841. Abysmal Saint Master, a great emperor using soul burn? Jin Wushuang's body shook as well. With just a mere Fortress Master Hong Tian using soul burn, the fighting capabilities that he had unleashed were already so frightening. If a great emperor were to unleash this move, Jin Wushuang was totally unable to imagine how fearsome it would be. However, great emperor experts stood at the top and in the eternal chaotic world. Wouldn't there be no threats that could force them to that extent? Jin Wushuang asked. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible. However, in the history of the eternal chaotic world, there was a great emperor who was forced to the point that he unleashed this move. As a result of that, this great emperor fell. As for who forced him to this extent, it was Emperor God Lu Guang said. Jin Wushuang was stunned. He knew that Emperor Bai, who was recognized as the strongest person in the eternal chaotic world, had once killed a great emperor. In a situation where he had given up all hope, that great emperor would definitely counterattack by using soul burn. However, looking at it, even though he had used soul burn, he was still unable to do anything to Emperor Bai in the end. Instead, he had died in Emperor Bai's hands. Jin Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang was having a discussion. All of a sudden buzz. A powerful aura burst forth abruptly. Jin Wushuang, Emperor God Lu Guang, and Emperor God Juyin looked in the direction of the source of the aura immediately. At a void by the side, a white-robed man had just rushed over, and he crushed a token right away. The powerful aura had come from the token. After that, Jin Wushuang and the two of them noticed that a dim black shadow was taking shape slowly in the void. After the black shadow took its form, the whole universe fell into complete darkness, and it was so dark that it looked as if the sun could not be seen forever. This aura, in the whole eternal chaotic world, there is only one person who has this aura. Jin Wushuang and the two of them looked at one another, and their eyes filled with fear. After that, the three of them greeted the black shadow together. Greetings to Abysmal Saint Master. The Abysmal Saint Master was the great emperor who ruled the Abysmal Sanctuary. At that moment, the consciousness body of the Abysmal Saint Master had descended. Jin Wushuang. A hoarse voice spread across the area slowly. All of a sudden, a pair of sharp eyes from the black shadow pierced the void and looked at Jin Wushuang fiercely. When he was stared at by that pair of eyes, Jin Wushuang's body could not help but shake. Oh, Lu Guang is here as well. The Abysmal Saint Master glanced at Emperor God Lu Guang. Emperor God Lu Guang bowed down immediately to show her respect. As for Emperor God Juyin, Abysmal Saint Master was too lazy to even look at him. Jin Wushuang, Emperor God Lu Guang. All of you have fought your way into the Abysmal Sanctuary without even coming to greet me. Aren't you disrespecting me? The Abysmal Saint Master's voice was ice-cold, and it was impossible to tell whether he was delighted or furious. The hearts of Jin Wushuang and Emperor God Lu Guang felt chilly. There was no choice. After all, they were facing a great emperor, and it was not a normal great emperor. On the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there was a total of 15 great emperors, and Abysmal Saint Master was ranked 3rd. He was only inferior to the Red Dragon King and the Supreme Emperor Bai. Abysmal Saint Master, in front of many experts of the Sanctuary Alliance 1 year ago, I said that I would fight my way into the Deluge Fortress within 10 years' time. If I'm not wrong, Saint Master should have heard of this piece of news? Jian Wushuang said, I have indeed heard of it. However, hearing of it is one matter and not greeting me is another matter. Abysmal Saint Master's voice turned heavy and the universe shivered in fear. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. Let's cut the crap. I only came here to tell you that since the Almighties in the Deluge Fortress have a grudge against your lineage of Star, you can go ahead and kill them and I will not stop you. However, Fortress Master Hong Tian has stayed in the Abysmal Sanctuary for many years, and he can barely be considered one of my people. Hence, you are not allowed to kill him. Do you understand? The Abysmal Saint Master said heavily. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang frowned. After muttering for some time, he said, Abysmal Saint Master, I'm sorry. You're a bit too late. Fortress Master Hong Tian already died. What did you say? Abysmal Saint Master's sharp eyes changed into 2 strands of lightning and swept over the area. The lightning struck the void beside Jian Wushuang and cracked open the void completely. However, Jian Wushuang stood upright at his position. Fortress Master Hong Tian has already died, Jian Wushuang said again. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor God Lu Guang spoke as well. Indeed, Fortress Master Hong Tian has been killed. How can it be so fast? Abysmal Saint Master frowned. The moment he got the news that Jian Wushuang had fought his way into the Deluge Fortress, he got people to bring his token and hurry to the Deluge Fortress immediately. Along the way, there was no delay at all, and not much time had passed since then. Looking at it from his point of view, in such a short amount of time, it would be impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill Fortress Master Hong Tian. After arriving at the battlefield, although he did not see Fortress Master Hong Tian right away, he thought that Fortress Master Hong Tian had escaped. However, he did not expect Jian Wushuang to kill a peak emperor god like Fortress Master Hong Tian in such a short amount of time. Jian Wushuang, Sword Emperor, you are really talented. Abysmal Saint Master was ice cold. Before I took action, I looked at the information of Fortress Master Hong Tian and I thought that Fortress Master Hong Tian was not really related to you, Abysmal Saint Master. As such, I took action. If I offended you, I hope that you will forgive me, Jian Wushuang apologized. Haha, he has already been killed by you. What use is there for me to blame you? The Abysmal Saint Master laughed coldly. Forget it. Jian Wushuang, the Abysmal Saint Master's sharp eyes looked at Jian Wushuang again, and there was some coldness deep inside his eyes. For the matter this time around, considering the fact that you do not know of our relationship, I shall not blame you. However, I still have to warn you. For whatever you do in the future, you had better stay low. In this period of time, you killed quite a number of Almighties, and there are already many people in the Sanctuary Alliance who are dissatisfied with you. As you are a top genius, the Sanctuary Alliance is still able to bear with it. However, if you were to continue your massacre and overdo it, you might go over the limit of the Sanctuary Alliance. At that time, even if we have to suppress our grief, the Sanctuary Alliance will still send experts to kill a top expert like you. You had better look out for yourself. After giving a cold snort, Abysmal Saint Master's black shadow started to dissipate slowly. Farewell, Abysmal Saint Master. Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin bowed down and looked at the Abysmal Saint Master's consciousness body as it started to dissipate slowly. It was not until it dissipated completely that the 3 of them stood up. Haha, the Abysmal Saint Master can really hold his temper. Moreover, looking at it, he does not really like me, Jian Wushuang laughed. Dislike you? That's highly possible, Emperor God Lu Guang nodded her head. According to what I know, the Abysmal Saint Master has always been extremely envious. Chapter 1842. Rope and Jealous? Jealous of who? Jian Wushuang asked subconsciously. Emperor Bai, I guess. In eternal chaotic world, besides Emperor Bai, who else could make him jealous? Emperor God Lu Guang smiled. As for the reason why he didn't like you, I think you should be able to make a wild guess. Jian Wushuang kept quiet. He heard Emperor God Lu Guang, and he naturally understood. Abysmal Saint Master, the third place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. It was said that he and Red Dragon King on the second place were evenly matched. Because Red Dragon King's defense power was higher, he was listed at a higher rank than him. There was nothing to be jealous about with Red Dragon King. However, it was different from Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest in eternal chaotic world. He was a superb existence that could kill another great emperor. Although Abysmal Saint Master was in the third place, he was fearful of Emperor Bai. He couldn't stand the feeling of fear. Hence, he might be jealous of Emperor Bai. As for the reason why Abysmal Saint Master was unhappy with him, it was because he was greatly talented and had too great of a potential. Once he received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill and broke through to being an almighty, he would definitely have fighting power of a great emperor. If he were to improve more, he could easily reach the level of Abysmal Saint Master and Red Dragon King. If he were to reach his peak in growth, he could totally become the second Emperor Bai. One Emperor Bai had already made Abysmal Saint Master super jealous, but there was another one. From what I know, Fortress Master Hong Tian has nothing to do with Abysmal Saint Master. Fortress Master Hong Tian isn't his man, but he descended his consciousness clone for Fortress Master Hong Tian. Wanted to stop me from killing him? He was obviously aiming at me. He said earlier that Sanctuary Alliance felt a strong antipathy towards me. I think it was just him alone. If it wasn't me who had barged into Deluge Fortress today, but another powerful peak Emperor God, Abysmal Saint Master might not care. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and said, "Very possibly," Emperor God Lu Guang said, "and he only descended his consciousness clone after all. It didn't possess any fighting power. If he were to descend personally, he might use that as an excuse to kill you. Maybe because he has scruples with Sanctuary Alliance, he wouldn't kill you directly, but he could punish you slightly. Hee, it seems like Abysmal Saint Master is quite dictatorial." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Whoever is powerful could be dictatorial. In actual fact, many great emperors of Sanctuary Alliance who are high above are all dictatorial. There is no one who dares to go against their will. Once someone goes against them, punishment is considered a mild treatment. Sometimes, they might even take action to kill some Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. Comparatively, Emperor Bai, who is highest of all, takes note of his identity and almost never descends to punish Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. As for the great emperor that Emperor Bai killed, he was a moderate in conduct and stepped over Emperor Bai's bottom line. Hence, Emperor Bai killed him, Emperor God Lu Guang said. "I see." Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. "Whatever. I never provoke any of the great emperors anyway. The great emperors shouldn't kill me personally. After all, they have to consider the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance who are anticipating my growth. Just like Abysmal Saint Master who didn't like me and didn't want me to grow, he didn't dare to do anything about me in public. At most, he would play some tricks at the back." "That's true." Emperor God Lu Guang nodded in agreement. "Let's go. Let's leave." Jian Wushuang immediately left with Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin. They drove out from Abysmal Sanctuary at the fastest speed. In the ancient silver spaceship, Jian Wushuang sat together with Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin. As for Jian Yi, he stood by the side politely. "Haha, it felt great. It was a great fight. 13 Almighties, including Fortress Master Hong Tian. None of them escaped and all are killed." Emperor God Juyin looked excited. Although he was an Emperor God and had once participated in many massacres, he had only seen once or twice a scene where 13 Almighties had died together. Plus, the deceased included peak Emperor God, like Fortress Master Hong Tian. To be able to kill all 13 Almighties including Fortress Master Hong Tian, such great battle achievement, I have to thank the two of you for your assistance. "Thank you." Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. "I took a chance to avert calamities for others. It's nothing. To be frank, I didn't do much for this fight, and I received a chaotic divine treasure. I feel a little embarrassed." Emperor God Juyin rubbed his nose. The biggest killer of the fight had been Jian Wushuang. He had killed more than half of the Almighties alone. Plus, He had performed a great technique to break the formation forceful at the beginning. Then, he had killed Emperor Godbing Can in a short time, which had led to the situation of one-sided domination. It could be said that the fight had succeeded mostly because of Jian Wushuang. Then, there was Emperor God Lu Gang. At the beginning of the fight, Emperor God Lu Guang had suppressed Fortress Master Hong Tian so that he didn't have any chance to attack. Hence, Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Juyin, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers could kill all the other 12 almighties. Lastly, there was Emperor God Juyin. He had only held back some Sir Gods. He put in less effort. Regardless, without both of your help, it would have been impossible for me to kill Fortress Master Hong Tian and the rest. Jian Wushuang smiled and then took out the spear that gave out boundless chilliness. Emperor God Juyin, this is your reward. Jian Wushuang passed the spear to Emperor God Juyin. Haha, thank you. Emperor God Juyin took it and was thrilled. A chaotic divine treasure. Although he didn't use spear as his main weapon, it was extremely precious to him. Looking at Emperor God Juin's expression, Jian Wushuang asked again, Emperor God Juin, I wonder if you would be interested in being Lineage of Stars Guest Elder? Guest Elder? Emperor God Juin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sword Emperor, how can I? Guest Elder is only a name. You don't have to do anything for Lineage of Star normally. Only when Lineage of Star is in crisis, you lend us a helping hand will do. As for the condition, I will give you another chaotic divine treasure, a defense armor. Jian Wushuang said. What? Emperor God Juin stunned. Even Emperor God Lu Guang at the side couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Chaotic divine treasure was extremely precious. Everyone knew that. Defense armor was even more precious than attack divine weapons. Emperor God Juin had a chaotic divine treasure levels divine weapon, and it was a divine weapon that he was good at. In addition to the spear that Jian Wushuang gave him, he had 2. The combination of 2 was far behind a defense armor. Chapter 1843 Extremely Rich. Sword Emperor, are you for real? Emperor God Juin's eyes glowed brilliantly, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course, Jian Wushuang laughed. Moreover, if you were to be a guest elder of the Lineage of Star, you would also have the chance to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace of the Lineage of Star. The secret skill of Star Palace? Emperor God Juin's eyes turned red at once, and his breathing became heavier. A Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor was extremely attractive to him. After all, most of the Emperor Gods, which was inclusive of some peak Emperor Gods, did not possess a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor. For example, Fortress Master Hong Tian did not have one. Moreover, the secret skill of Star Palace was even more impressive, and even great emperors drooled at the secret skill of Star Palace. As such, he naturally yearned to cultivate it as well. So, as long as he agreed to become a guest elder of the Lineage of Star, he would be able to obtain all these? Things were really falling into his lap. Of course, for the secret skill of Star Palace, at the very least, you must become a guest elder of the Lineage of Star for 100,000 years, and also make some contributions to the Lineage of Star before you are able to cultivate it. As for the defense armor, I can give it to you right away, Jian Wushuang said. After taking a deep breath, Emperor God Juin looked at Jian Wushuang again. Sword Emperor, thank you for thinking so highly of me. The conditions that you have given me are too alluring, and I am absolutely unable to find a reason to refuse your offer. However, because of that, I find it a bit embarrassing. How about this? Give me some time. It will not take too long, at most thousands of years. Then, I will definitely come to the Lineage of Star, and I will also bring the Lineage of Star a great present. With that, I will have the right to become a guest elder of the Lineage of Star. No problem. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. After that, he flipped his palm and some black armor appeared in his hands. The moment the black armor appeared, Emperor God Juin's eyes were attracted to it right away. He could already tell that the black armor was of the level of a Chaos Divine treasure. I will give this armor to you first. Jian Wushuang passed the black armor to Emperor God Juin. This? Emperor God Juin hesitated slightly. Sword Emperor, I have yet to join the Lineage of Star for real. This armor. It is merely a Chaos Divine treasure level armor, and it is nothing much. Just accept it, Jian Wushuang laughed. Upon seeing that, Emperor God Juyin stopped refusing him. When Emperor God Lu Guang, who was at the side, saw the scene, she could not help but gasp. It is a Chaos Divine treasure-level armor, and you gave it away so easily. You are really liberal with your wealth. Moreover, if I am not wrong, the armor that you are wearing is of the level of a Chaos Divine treasure as well. Haha. Even though some peak Emperor gods have paid a huge price, it is still very difficult for them to obtain such a kind of armor. For example, Emperor God Tian Shao of the Soaring Heaven King Palace only possessed one because of the great foundation of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, as well as Emperor God Tian Ling. However, Sword Emperor, you alone possess 2 such armors. This really makes us envious of you. Emperor God Lu Guang, if you really need it, I am willing to give you the same conditions and also add on some Chaos Divine treasure-level attack weapons. Why don't Emperor God Lu Guang come to the lineage of Star and become a guest elder as well? Jian Wushuang laughed. Upon hearing that, Emperor God Lu Guang was attracted as well. From Jian Wushuang's words, she could tell that Jian Wushuang still had Chaos Divine treasure-level armors. Moreover, he had a few attack weapons. With so many treasures with him, he was not concerned in the slightest. This had caused Emperor God Lu Guang to be extremely surprised. In actual fact, Jian Wushuang indeed did not care about those treasures. It should be known that he had searched the ancient battlefield in his hometown for 6,000 years alone. For that ancient battlefield, no Almighties had gone to search it. As such, a large number of treasures and opportunities remained there in one piece. They were all waiting for Jian Wushuang to get them. In just a short 6,000 years' time, he had searched many special pieces. As such, how many treasures and opportunities had he obtained? In particular, in one of the special places, he had obtained a total of 7 Chaos Divine treasure in one go, and there were 2 armors among them. Moreover, including Fortress Master Hong Tian, he had killed a total of 4 Emperor gods and obtained 3 Chaos Divine treasures. By adding all of them up, Jian Wushuang possessed more than 20 Chaos Divine treasure, and among them, there were 4 armors. With so many Chaos Divine treasure on hand, Jian Wushuang could be said to be extremely rich. As such, he would of course not be stingy with regards to 1 or 2 armors. After all, the lineage of Star's situation then was not normal. If he were able to use 1 or 2 Chaos Divine treasures to win an Emperor God over, he would have benefited greatly. However, it was a pity that Emperor God Lu Guang shook her head and declined. Be it attack weapons or defense armors, I have all of them already. Moreover, I do not like to participate in fights between the powerhouses or sections. Hence, I can only thank Sword Emperor for your good offer. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang could not do anything at all. No matter what, Emperor God Lu Guang has helped me greatly this time around, and I will definitely remember this favor of yours. In the future, if you have something you need help with, please go ahead and instruct me, Jian Wushuang said. Emperor God Lu Guang nodded her head. The ancient silver spaceship left the Abysmal Sanctuary in no time. After leaving the Abysmal Sanctuary, Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Juyin bided farewell to Jian Wushuang. Of course, before leaving, all of them exchanged their transmission tokens. Sword Emperor, within the next thousands of years, I, Juyin, will definitely go to the lineage of Star, Emperor God Juyin said earnestly. All right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The 2 of them left in a jiffy, and Jian Wushuang also started to head back to the lineage of Star. In no time, the news of Jian Wushuang inviting Emperor God Lu Guang, Emperor God Juyin, and bringing 4 battle puppets to fight their way into the Deluge Fortress and then killing the 13 Emperor gods, including Fortress Master Hong Tian, spread. The whole Sanctuary Alliance and the whole eternal chaotic world burst into an uproar instantly. Colored glazed sanctuary within the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Emperor God Tian Shao was drinking tea with Sir God Xianbing and Sir God Xianran, who had just joined the Soaring Heaven King Palace. At the same time, they were also chatting. That Jian Wushuang is really extremely arrogant. Fortress Master Hong Tian, Emperor God Bing, Can, and the 11 Almighties under them. With such a frightening lineup, even the Soaring Heaven King Palace would be a bit afraid of them. However, this brat actually said that he would fight his way into the Deluge Fortress within 10 years and kill these 13 Almighties? Where did his courage come from? Emperor God Tian Shao snorted coldly. This Jin Wushuang's speed of growth is too fast. Moreover, he killed 2 emperor gods previously. As such, he is blind and extremely arrogant. According to what I know, when he made his decision and said those words, he did not consult the Star Palace Master or the Almighties in the lineage of Star at all, and he merely made the decision himself. Haha, who does he think he is? Even if it were the Star Palace Master, I reckon that he wouldn't be so daring as to do that. Sir God Xianbing laughed coldly. I reckon that the Star Palace Master and the Almighties of the lineage of Star are probably so scared that they are unable to find a place to cry in. Sir God Xianlan sneered. However, just then, a piece of news was sent to the 3 of them at almost the same time. Jin Wushuang has already fought his way into the Deluge Fortress. Fortress Master Hong Tian, Emperor God Bing Can, and the 11 Sir Gods under them are all dead. None of them has escaped. Upon getting the news, the smile on the faces of the 3 of them, who were originally sneering wantonly, froze instantly. Chapter 1844. Changes in ranking in Sanctuary Alliance. There was a hubbub. Countless experts had heard that Deluge Fortress was destroyed and the 13 Almighties, including Fortress Master Hong Tian, were killed. They were extremely shocked and they couldn't believe it. One should know that there was a powerful formation of 13 Almighties, especially as there was a peak Emperor God, like Fortress Master Hong Tian. Previously, Jin Wushuang had said in front of many experts on Thunderbolt Island that he would go to Deluge Fortress in 10 years. Many sneered at his speech and thought Jin Wushuang was arrogant. Under the condition where the Master of Star Palace was restrained and unable to attack, they didn't think Lineage of Star would be able to destroy the team formation of 13 Almighties. Some were even prepared to make fun of Lineage of Star. But in the end, it had yet to be 10 years. Merely a year later, Jin Wushuang had barged into Deluge Fortress and killed all 13 Almighties, as he had said he would. Even peak Emperor God, Fortress Master Hong Tian, was killed on the spot. It was simply unbelievable. Fortress Master Hong Tian, peak Emperor God, a super expert. How did Jin Wushuang kill him? I heard that Jin Wushuang invited Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Jiu Yin to join him. The 3 of them joined forces and cornered Fortress Master Hong Tian into a desperate situation. Fortress Master Hong Tian couldn't run at all. He had no choice but could only burn his soul and counterattack before death. In the end, he died. After that fight, Jin Wushuang's bad name has reached another level. There should be some drastic changes on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right? Countless experts were chatting among themselves. The fight where Jin Wushuang had charged to Deluge Fortress had caused a huge scene. In the surroundings of Deluge Fortress, there were naturally experts who were watching from afar. There were even some who had recorded things with a mirroring token. The mirror image of the fight was spreading to the public. Jin Wushuang's performance was too outstanding in the fight. In a short period of time, he had killed Emperor God Bing Ken with thunderous measures. Then, he had wiped out all Sir Gods. Then, he had joined Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Jiu Yin to corner Fortress Master Hong Tian to his extreme limit. Every scene had astonished the crowd. Especially the 3 Hong Young golden swords that Jin Wushuang had used struck fear into many emperor gods. Too powerful. The golden swords that Jin Wushuang controls, every sword's attack was like a hit by peak emperor god. It was unbelievably fast too. I reckon one could easily suppress an ordinary Sir God, but he could control 3 at once? The 3 continuous hits could totally suppress a peak emperor Sir God. Jin Wushuang is much stronger than we had imagined. In terms of power, he was definitely above Fortress Master Hong Tian. Compared to the Master of Star Palace, he isn't too far behind too. The scariest part about him was his hunting power. 3 golden swords, secret skill of ancient god, moon picking skill, and also the mysterious pearl that becomes formation via his will. Once his opponent's power is below him, his opponent won't be able to escape. His hunting power is too strong. No wonder Fortress Master Hong Tian, who is a peak emperor god, couldn't escape. Many people were sighing. They were admiring Jin Wushuang's power. Of course, there was something that Jian Wushuang had displayed in the fight that had astonished many of them. It was his defense power. When Fortress Master Hong Tian was forced to his extreme limit, he had burned his soul and wanted to counterattack before his death. The axe that he had swung hit Jian Wushuang's body directly. In the end, Jian Wushuang had merely grown slightly paler. That amazed many of them. The defense power is too strong. The crimson armor that he was wearing is definitely a very powerful chaotic divine treasure. His divine body was shockingly strong too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the hit so casually. His close combat skill is already so ferocious and his defense power is so terrifying. Jian Wushuang, everyone complimented. But what they didn't know was that Jian Wushuang's current defense power wasn't at its peak yet. One should know that when he received the ancient tribe bloodline inheritance, Jian Wushuang had comprehended the first volume of the strongest secret skill of ancient tribe, Immemorial Celestial Body. Immemorial Celestial Body could be in the top 10 of countless defense secret skills, even in ancient times. It was definitely the best and the strongest defense secret skill. Although Jian Wushuang had comprehended the first volume from the stone steel, comprehension and cultivation were two different matters. He had yet to cultivate it. It was not that he didn't want to cultivate, but he wasn't qualified to. Merely the first volume of Immemorial Celestial Body required at least for one to reach the level of early-stage chaotic realm. In other words, the level of Sir God. As Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, his divine power and divine body could be compared to an emperor god favorably. However, in terms of realm, he was truly just a real god. Hence, even though he had comprehended the secret skill, Jian Wushuang had yet to cultivate it. Someday in the future, when he received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill and breakthrough to reach chaotic realm, he could cultivate the first volume of Immemorial Celestial Body. In collaboration with 5 gem armor, his defense power would really be terrifying then. Just as the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance were astonished by the news about Deluge Fortress Crush and Fortress Master Hong Tian's death, there were some changes in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, as they had expected. And it was a drastic change. After all, ever since Jian Wushuang had started exterminating experts who harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star, in 10 years' time, there had been 4 Emperor Gods who died in his hands. The Emperor Gods were all listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. With 4 Emperor Gods' deaths, there was, of course, a drastic change on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, many experts in Eternal Chaotic World only paid close attention at Jian Wushuang's ranking. Everyone would want to know which rank Jian Wushuang, who had massacred for over 10 years and carried such a bad name, would be on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. There were many who started guessing before the ranking changed. In the top of Sanctuary Mountain on Thunderbolt Island, there was an exquisite pavilion. There were 2 Sir Gods who sat together and played chess as they chatted casually. The main topic of their conversation was Jian Wushuang. Judging from the mirror image of him killing Emperor God Bing Can, his fighting power should be extremely strong among peak Emperor Gods. He is at least stronger than Fortress Master Hong Tian, so his ranking is definitely higher than Fortress Master Hong Tian. I reckon he would be the 32nd or 33rd. Of course, if he were to be lucky, he might even be in the top 30s. Top 30? Wouldn't that be higher than the Master of Star Palace? You don't think he would go that far up, right? Who knows? We shall see. The great emperors who are the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance are more knowledgeable and experienced than us. They could definitely estimate Jian Wushuang's actual power from the fight. There shouldn't be any issue with the ranking list. Very soon, the ranking list was announced. Jian Wushuang, Sword Emperor, Real God Inverse Cultivator, 30th rank. Chapter 1845. Sect Master. Colored Glaze Sanctuary. Inside the Soaring Heaven King Palace. As one of the founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao then was extremely furious. Ranked 30th on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance actually placed Jian Wushuang in the top 30? Damn it. Even Star Palace Master is ranked 31st, and he is one position lower than Jian Wushuang. In other words, Jin Wushuang has already surpassed the Star Palace Master? As Emperor God Tian Shao thought about it, flames of fury emerged from his heart. It should be known that more than 6,000 years ago, when Jin Wushuang had clashed head-on with the Soaring Heaven King Palace in the Soaring Heavenland and Sea Continent, Emperor God Tian Shao had once fought with Jin Wushuang head-on. Back then, Jin Wushuang's abilities were not too different from his. However, in just over 6,000 years, Jin Wushuang had already surpassed him completely to get into the top 30 of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. At such a level, he could be considered an outstanding figure among the peak emperor gods. In other words, if he were to come across Jin Wushuang again, there would be no room for him to resist and he could only escape miserably. Moreover, Jin Wushuang's accomplishments were displayed there. For those people whose abilities were weaker than his, it would be next to impossible for them to escape from his hands. This caused Emperor God Tian Shao to be even more furious. Beside him, Sir God Xianbing and Sir God Xianren felt chilly. Originally, they had thought that as long as they were to join the Soaring Heaven King Palace, with their protection, Jin Wushuang would not be able to do anything to them. However, looking at it then, this was not the case. Read more chapter on novel full Even the Deluge Fortress, which contained 13 Almighties and was overseen by Fortress Master Hong Tian, had been destroyed by Jin Wushuang easily. As for the Soaring Heaven King Palace then, wasn't the number of Almighties it possessed less than that of the Deluge Fortress? Fortunately, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has a great foundation, and that great emperor-colored glaze has shown herself personally to warn Jin Wushuang. As long as the both of us stay in the territories that are controlled by the Soaring Heaven King Palace, this Jin Wushuang will not dare to be reckless. However, if Jin Wushuang continues growing at such a frightening speed, there will come a day where even great emperor-colored glaze will be unable to suppress him. At that time, Sir God Xianbing and Sir God Xianren looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. After that, Sir God Xianbing said immediately, "Palace Master, that Jin Wushuang's speed of growth is too fast, and we definitely cannot let him continue growing. Hence, we have to find an opportunity to get rid of him as fast as possible." Of course, do you think that I need you to tell me that? Emperor God Tian Shao stared at Sir God Xianbing, and his expression turned grave. Jin Wushuang's current abilities are out of the ordinary. The only way that is possible for the Soaring Heaven King Palace to kill Jin Wushuang is to let Big Brother take action personally. Big Brother? As Emperor God Tian Shao muttered to himself, he took out a token and he sent a message to Emperor God Tianling, who was still in the second layer. "Big Brother, when are you able to come back? That Jin Wushuang's speed of growth is too fast, and I am completely unable to suppress him." After the token was silent for some time, a message was finally sent over: "I will definitely return within 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Emperor God Tian Shao's heart moved and his eyes revealed a delighted expression after that. "Jin Wushuang, I shall allow you to run amok for another 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, when Big Brother takes action personally, you shall die." This was a territory which was concealed deeply and was extremely far away from the 10 sanctuaries. This whole territory was covered by a giant formation, and this formation was not a normal protective formation of a sect. It was a formation that was deployed after depleting a great amount of resources, along with many almighties who specialized in formations, as well as 2 great emperor-level experts taking action personally. Hence, such a great formation was extremely powerful. Even if a great emperor were to descend, not only would he be unable to destroy the great formation, his life would be at risk if he were to enter the great formation. In the whole of Eternal Chaotic World, probably only the great formation in the Thunderbolt Island, which was the base of the Sanctuary Alliance, could be compared to this great formation. As for the large territory that the great formation covered, it was the base of the Holocaust sect. The Holocaust sect was a dark powerhouse which operated beneath the Eternal Chaotic World throughout the years. Similar to the Acheron Palace, the Holocaust sect was one of the greatest threats to the Sanctuary Alliance. At that moment, at the center of a hall which contained a standalone space in the base of the Holocaust sect, there was a huge sacrificial altar which was floating. At the highest point of the sacrificial altar, there was a throne made of ice jade. On the throne, A white-clothed woman whose face was covered by a veil was seated. As the white-clothed woman was covered with a veil, her whole face could not be seen clearly. However, even with just the small part of her face which was revealed, it was enough to captivate countless cultivators. As for the pair of eyes that she revealed, they were ice-cold, like frost on a dried fish. "Master, this is the piece of news that has come from the Sanctuary Alliance, and you can take a look at it." A black-robed old woman who was by the side handed a token to the white-clothed woman with respect. The white-clothed woman took the token and scanned through it with her consciousness. "Oh!" An indifferent voice which was filled with surprise could be heard, and the white-clothed woman's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Rank 30 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? Haha, this is really shocking. As expected of the man of this body of mine. Looks like if we were to clash with the Sanctuary Alliance head-on in the future, he would become a big threat to my Holocaust sect." "Master, there are now many people in the Sanctuary Alliance saying that there is a huge possibility of Jin Wushuang becoming the second emperor and this is not good. Hence, we have no choice but to take precautions. If we can find the opportunity, we had better get rid of him as soon as possible," the black-robed old woman said. "Get rid of him?" The white-clothed woman's eyes turned cold and she shook her head. "Assassinating and getting rid of geniuses of the Sanctuary Alliance are things that the Acheron Palace should do, and it is unrelated to the Holocaust sect. Moreover, Jin Wushuang's identity is special. Without my orders, no one in the Holocaust sect is to take action against him." "Understood." The black-robed old woman nodded her head repeatedly, and she did not dare to go against her. "Oh no. How are the preparations with regards to that matter?" the white-clothed woman asked abruptly. "The preparations are already done. All the experts under the Holocaust sect are in place, and everything can proceed according to the plan," the black-robed old woman said. "Great," the white-clothed woman laughed. "After planning and preparing carefully for so many years, we have finally come to this stage. Send an order that we will proceed according to the plan after 10 days. "Understood." The black-robed old woman accepted the order. 10 days later, in the base of the Holocaust sect in the dark region of the eternal chaotic world, a frightening massacre storm burst forth without any warnings. This storm was earth-shaking and countless experts fell in this battle. In particular, out of Almighties alone, more than 30 of them fell. If such a frightening great battle were to happen in the Sanctuary Alliance or the eternal chaotic world, it would definitely result in an unprecedented storm. However, as it had happened in the dark region, it was quiet, as if it had never happened before. After the great battle, in the floating giant sacrificial altar in the standalone space, the white-clothed woman who was covered with a veil still sat like before, and below her legs there were close to 100 experts who had knelt down with respect. "Greetings to Sect Master." The voices shook the heaven. On that very day, the Holocaust sect underwent a great change and a sect master was born. Moreover, the sect master had the surname Long. Chapter 1846, Massacre in the Past, Part 1. Just as the entire Sanctuary Alliance and the entire Eternal Chaotic World were shaken by Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang received the news himself. 30th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? Isn't it above the Master of Star Palace then? Jin Wushuang touched his nose. Besides, Hall Master Yuan sent him the mirror image of the fight in Deluge Fortress. The image only started after the formation around Deluge Fortress was broken. "There isn't any record of me using River Mountain Map," Jin Wushuang beamed with joy. Mountain River Map was one of his trump cards. It was naturally best to expose it if possible. In actual fact, it was because he had used River Mountain Map as a welcome gift and broken the formation outside Deluge Fortress that stirred a commotion. When the nearby experts recorded a mirror image, they naturally couldn't record the scene where Jin Wushuang had performed River Mountain Map. "This is fortunate. Although I revealed many techniques in this fight, there are still many trump cards that have yet to be exposed." Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. No one knew that he had held back during the fight. He had yet to fight all out. He didn't expose all of his trump cards either. Like the Dao soldiers, he had merely used 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers. He had never used even one of the 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Plus, his sword servant whose fighting power was above him, Jian Yi, had never fought either. He continued to keep many trump cards for Lineage of Star. Now my ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list is higher than the Master of Star Palace, and my bad name is well known. With my bad name, even if the news about the Master of Star Palace's death spreads, various forces who wanted to pound Lineage of Star will have to think twice, Jian Wushuang muttered. Regardless of the outcome of the fight or the deterrent force of the fight, Jian Wushuang was happy with it. As the 13 Almighties in Deluge Fortress had been killed, the remaining solo experts who harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star were few. Either they sought refuge in greater forces, or they hid at the border of eternal chaotic world. Even Vientiane Tower couldn't find them. Read more chapter on novel Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. Hence, he could only return to Lineage of Star first. In Lineage of Star, in the vast void, Jian Wushuang sat on the far highest throne while Hall Master Yuan, Gu Xian, and Ye Yun sat below. The three Hall Masters were looking at Jian Wushuang with their eyes filled with reverence. In the past dozens of years, Jian Wushuang had stirred a massacre storm in eternal chaotic world with his strong power and ferocious measure. He had killed many solo experts who harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star. His bad name had served as a deterrent to eternal chaotic world. Then, he was listed on the 30th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. With such power and outstanding achievements, the third Hall Masters naturally respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Hall Master Yuan, previously when I invited Emperor God Lu Guang to Deluge Fortress, Emperor God Lu Guang told me on the way that Sanctuary Alliance's higher-ups once had an agreement with the Master of Star Palace many years ago. The Master of Star Palace's action was restricted for the past years. He couldn't massacre with secret skill of Star Palace. What's with this matter? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun looked at Hall Master Yuan too. Hall Master Yuan was Universe Galaxy Weapon Spirit. He took care of many things in Lineage of Star, and he knew the most about the Master of Star Palace. It is true, Hall Master Yuan nodded and started explaining the ins and outs. It happened many years ago. Back then, the Master of Star Palace just obtained the secret skill of Star Palace in Ancient Mystery Land. After he obtained it, he didn't announce the secret skill to the public. In the end, when Lineage of Star fought with a major force, the Master of Star Palace had no choice but to take action. He fought with a peak Emperor God from the other party. In the beginning, Palace Master was no match for him. He had no choice but to perform secret skill of Star Palace and killed the peak Emperor God in the end. The moment the news spread, Alliance Sanctuary shook and many forces, including many solo experts. There were one or two great emperors among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance who were interested in secret skill of Star Palace in the Master of Star Palace's hand. Of course, the great emperors who were high above didn't force the Master of Star Palace personally, but experts of the other forces have no scruples. Hence, a large number of experts came to threaten and cajole. In short, they wanted Palace Master to hand out the secret skill of Star Palace. However, Master Palace got secret skill of Star Palace from 7-Star Realm. The secret skill couldn't be passed on, but could only be inherited in Scripture Depository. Those experts from Sanctuary Alliance wanted the Master of Star Palace to hand out secret skill of Star Palace. In other words, it is to hand out the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. Then, Lineage of Star wouldn't be able to cultivate this secret skill. Why would the Master of Star Palace be willing to? Then, Jian Wushuang was surprised. Secret skill of Star Palace could only be inherited in Scripture Depository and couldn't be passed on? However, Jian Wushuang remembered that when he had received the secret skill in Green Fire World back then, he hadn't received the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, but he had passed the test of Star Foggy Sea. Then, Lord Spirit Sound, who controlled Star Foggy Sea, had given him a token. In the token, there was the complete secret skill of Star Palace. If secret skill of Star Palace couldn't be passed on and could only be inherited, how could he explain the token? Not only the token that contained secret skill of Star Palace, but also Star Foggy Sea. It appeared in Green Fire World, and it isn't ordinary. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Green Fire World was totally sealed off from the outside world. How did Star Foggy World appear in Green Fire World? And Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound, who controlled Star Foggy Sea. After Jian Wushuang took control of Star Foggy Sea, she had disappeared. Jian Wushuang didn't know where she went to. There were many situations that Jian Wushuang didn't understand. It was a pity that he didn't think of it back then. The master of Star Palace had already passed away, and he couldn't ask. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. Then, the master of Star Palace had no choice but to massacre. Hall Master Yuan said, "Back then, Palace Master also has the fighting power of a peak Emperor God, and he cultivated the second volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace. When he performed with all his strength, his fighting power had already reached the level of a great emperor. A great emperor carrying out a massacre is a disaster. Most importantly, when Palace Master wandered in 7-star realm back then, he absorbed a drop of blood essence by chance." Blood essence? Jian Wushuang was confused. That was blood essence left behind by a top expert in 7-star Black Sect, and the blood essence was combined with the terrifying power of Star. Chapter 1847 Massacre in the Past Part 2. Due to the drop of blood, the time that the Star Palace Master has when he unleashes the secret skill of Star Palace is much longer, Hall Master Yuan said. Under normal circumstances, after a cultivator cultivates the first volume of the secret skill of Star Palace and activates the star power to unleash the secret skill, the secret skill will only last for 10 breaths time. When the second volume is activated, the secret skill will last for a breath's time. Similarly, the Star Palace Master unleashed the second volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. However, due to the drop of blood, he can continue his massacre for over hundreds of breaths time, or even longer. If he were to not care about the consequences and continue to deplete the drop of blood, continuing his massacre for hours would not be a problem. As such, when the Star Palace Master went on a killing spree back then and massacred for an hour, he massacred the experts of all the powerhouses to the point that they were all terrified. Moreover, back then, the Star Palace Master had also planned to fight his way into the bases of those powerhouses and destroy all of them. In the end, Emperor Bai from the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance showed himself personally to resolve this matter. Emperor Bai? Jian Wushuang was stunned. According to what he knew, Emperor Bai was a supreme being, and on normal days, he would be too lazy to care about the fights in the Sanctuary Alliance. Although the Star Palace Master's massacre back then had caused an extremely huge commotion, was it still not enough for Emperor Bai to show himself? I have no idea why Emperor Bai decided to show himself. However, in the end, with the mediation of Emperor Bai, both parties came to an agreement where, from then on, all the powerhouses and sects are to not think of the lineage of Star's secret skill of Star Palace. Moreover, the Star Palace Master has also been restricted. In the eternal chaotic world, unless the other party comes to his doorstep of their own accord, or they are being overly aggressive to the lineage of Star, he must not unleash the secret skill of Star Palace to massacre wantonly, Hall Master Yuan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He also finally understood why all the powerhouses in the eternal chaotic world were so fearful of the Star Palace Master. Moreover, even though his ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list then was greater than the Star Palace Master's, he was still not a better deterrent than the Star Palace Master. So it was due to that drop of blood. Due to that drop of blood, the Star Palace Master could massacre wantonly, and that was indeed frightening. If I were to unleash the secret skill of Star Palace with all my might, I would also be able to unleash fighting capabilities that were not inferior to that of a great emperor. However, I could only maintain that state for a breath's time. As for the Star Palace Master, he could maintain it for hours, Jian Wushuang gasped. For a breath's time, even if the other party were to stand still and allow him to kill them, Jian Wushuang would still be unable to kill many of them. However, if it were hours, the Star Palace Master could definitely kill all the enemies who provoked him. After the wanton massacre by the Star Palace Master, A huge grudge was held between the lineage of Star and those big powerhouses, as well as quite a number of experts who traveled alone. Although those big powerhouses and the experts who traveled alone were filled with hatred toward the lineage of Star, they still had their greedy eyes cast on the secret skill of Star Palace. However, due to them being fearful of the Star Palace Master's absolute abilities, no one dared to be reckless. For many years, this has always been the case. However, during the wanton massacre back then, more than half of the drop of blood that the Star Palace Master obtained was depleted. Be it the danger that he encountered while traveling in the ancient Mysteryland or the lairs, he had also unleashed the secret skill of Star Palace. As such, the drop of blood continued to decrease, and during the past few years, not much of it was left. The moment the drop of blood is completely depleted, the Star Palace Master will naturally lose his ability to frighten others. Then, if the experts from the powerhouses knew about it, they would probably start another great battle, and the lineage of Star will definitely be unable to stop it. As the Star Palace Master knew about this, he tried to make a breakthrough to Great Emperor. It is only by becoming a real Great Emperor that our lineage of Star can rest easy. After hearing Hall Master Yuan's words, Jin Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun became silent. Previously, when they had known that the lineage of Star was in danger from Hall Master Yuan's words, Hall Master Yuan had not made the danger clear to them. It was not until then that they understood the point. At the same time, they also understood the Star Palace Master's troubles. In other words, even though I am currently ranked 30 on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, which is one position higher than that of the Star Palace Master, I am still unable to frighten those experts for real, Jian Wushuang said with a heavy voice. That's right, Hall Master Yuan nodded his head. If you really want to frighten those experts from the powerhouses who have cast their greedy eyes on the secret skill of Star Palace and also have a huge grudge against the lineage of Star, it is still far from enough with the fighting capabilities of the top 30 of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. What we need is the fighting capabilities of a great emperor, and minimally, we would also need to have fighting capabilities comparable to the level of the Underworld God. The Underworld God? Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. The Underworld God was ranked 16th on the Heaven and Earth ranking list, and he was the number 1 after the great emperors. As such, he was the strongest expert among the emperor gods. In the 6,000 years that Jin Wushuang had traveled in the ancient battlefield, he had obtained quite a number of opportunities, and his abilities had risen considerably compared to the past. Previously, in the battle in the Deluge Fortress, he had also not used his full power. However, even if he were to use his full power, he would still be unable to compete with the Underworld God in terms of fighting capabilities. Even Jian Yi, whose abilities were more powerful than his, was still slightly inferior to the Underworld God. Fighting capabilities at the level of the Underworld God. Although I am unable to achieve it now, as long as I am given time, I will have an opportunity to achieve it, Jian Wushuang muttered. Jian's abilities were still recovering, and then, he had only recovered to middle stage Chaotic Realm. However, if he were to recover to the peak of middle stage Chaotic Realm, with his identity of an expert from the ancient past, his abilities would definitely not be weaker than those of the Underworld God. Moreover, his abilities might even be more powerful. Palace Master, at present, most of the experts who traveled alone and have huge grudges against the lineage of Star have been eliminated by you. Hence, the remaining ones should be those big powerhouses. However, those powerhouses are not easy to deal with, Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang also understood. For them to be able to become a big powerhouse in the eternal chaotic world, they were definitely not normal. Perhaps even with the number of almighties that the big powerhouses had on the surface, their abilities as a whole might still be inferior to those of the Deluge Fortress. However, what those big powerhouses were the most frightening in was not the number of experts they possessed. Instead, it was their great foundations. There was a saying that a slight change would affect everything else, and it could be best used to describe those big powerhouses. If Jin Wushuang were to take action against a big powerhouse for real, and if he wanted to destroy them completely, the big powerhouse would counterattack. As such, they would use all the resources that they had, as well as favors and friendships that they had accumulated throughout the years to get help from experts. Moreover, there would definitely be many arguments within the Sanctuary Alliance. Jin Wushuang reckoned that if he wanted to destroy a random big powerhouse, it would definitely not be much easier than destroying the Deluge Fortress. Moreover, if those experts who traveled alone knew of teaming up to go against the lineage of Star, those big powerhouses would naturally team up in succession should they smell danger. By then, it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 1848 Weak Point. These major forces couldn't be exterminated. We shouldn't bother with them as of now, Jin Wushuang said. The three Hall Masters nodded simultaneously. Hall Master Yuan, there's something you're required to do, Jin Wushuang said. Then, he waved his hands and there were divine weapons and sets of armor that appeared in the void in front of them. The moment the divine weapon and armor appeared, the aura that spread was extremely ferocious. Chaotic divine treasure. They are all chaotic divine treasures. So many chaotic divine treasures? Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun were dumbfounded. Palace Master, this is... Hall Master Yuan looked at Jin Wushuang in shock as well. I got these chaotic divine treasures coincidentally. As for where I got it, you don't have to know. You only need to know that I used a chaotic divine treasure level armor as the price to invite Emperor Gajio, aimed to be lineage of Star's guest elder, on the way back, and Emperor Gajioin agreed. In a few thousand years' time, he will arrive in lineage of Star, Jin Wushuang said. Emperor Gajioin? He agreed to be lineage of Star's guest elder? That's great. The three Hall Masters were filled with excitement. One should know that he was an Emperor God. On the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there was only a total of 81 Sir Gods. After Jin Wushuang's massacre, there was less. Any Sir God was a supreme overlord that could deter the world. Lineage of Star was up against a great threat, and it was definitely a great incident for a new Emperor God to join them. As for the chaotic divine treasure level armor, although it was precious, it was worth exchanging for an Emperor God. There are 21 chaotic divine treasures, 18 attack divine weapons, and 3 sets of armor. I will pass them to you now. Jin Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. At such a crucial moment, Lineage of Star has to make use of all resources. For the upcoming period, Hall Master Yuan, figure out a way to get some solo experts, using these chaotic divine treasure or other resources as a condition. For example, you can promise them that they can cultivate the first volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace if they could work for Lineage of Star for how many tens of thousands of years. With these conditions, invite them to join Lineage of Star and strengthen our overall power. Of course, you don't have to make them agree immediately. After all, they have yet to find out about the deaths of the Master of Star Palace, nor do they know the potential danger that Lineage of Star is in. Even if they agreed now, when the news spreads and the danger descends, the people will regret their choice. So, you only have to get in touch with them now and communicate with them. Let them know that we have the intention to. As for true recruitment, that shall begin after the danger starts revealing itself. Those who agreed then are sincere. Besides, the experts that you invite definitely can't be those who are vicious and commit crimes. Even if they could be beneficial to the Lineage of Star because of rewards given, they will betray trust at crucial times, and they might even stab the heart of Lineage of Star. We of Lineage of Star don't need experts like them. I understand. Hall Master Yuan nodded heavily. He naturally knew what Jin Wushuang meant. There were many solo experts in Eternal Chaotic World. They were all kinds of people. Which experts were worthy to invite with chaotic divine treasure, or with large amount of resources, and which experts shouldn't be taken in, Hall Master Yuan knew very well, and he knew how to do it. Hall Master Gun Xian, Hall Master Nye Yun, Jin Wushuang looked to the other 2 Hall Masters. The 2 of you shall assist Hall Master Yuan in this. After all, Hall Master Yuan is a weapon spirit. His body can't leave Universe Galaxy, and he can only rely on token communication. However, there are times where some negotiations will have to be done in person. Then, he'll have to trouble the 2 of you to make trips to see them. No problem. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun immediately agreed. Go ahead. Jin Wushuang waved. The 3 hall masters immediately went to carry out their tasks. As for Jian Wushuang himself, to Jian Wushuang, the power increase was of paramount importance. Not only did he have to increase his own, but most importantly, he had to increase Jian Yi's. After all, once Jian Yi's power resumed its peak, it would be peak chaotic realm, also the level of Great Emperor. He was also extremely strong among Great Emperors. By then, with Jian Yi as his trump cards, it would be enough to deter all forces in eternal chaotic world. Lineage of Star, on Sword Star. I have killed many almighties. I took many elixirs and treasures that could be used for power recovery. There are some from Lineage of Star as well. There are 2 white blaze fruits for you too. For the rest of the time, you have to try your very best to recover your power. Jian Wushuang looked at Jian Yi and exhorted. Yes, master. Jian Yi nodded politely. Jian Yi immediately went to cultivate in seclusion. Then, Jian Wushuang went to another secret room as well. Before the danger descends, I already did everything that I could for Lineage of Star. Now, I have to prepare for the upcoming war that is going to explode, Jian Wushuang muttered. It's a pity that I am a real god and I have yet to obtain the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Hence, I couldn't be aiming to become an almighty. As for my power, I have already increased whatever I could. It is almost impossible for me to increase my power tremendously in a short period of time. Hence, the only thing that I can do now is to figure out ways to compensate for my weak point. Weak point. Jian Wushuang did have a weak point then. His weak point was his soul. His soul strength was maintained at the extreme limit of real god. Such a soul power wasn't weak in his realm. However, his current weakest opponent would be a Sir God, and he often fought with Emperor gods as well. Luckily, until then, he had not come across any Sir Gods of Emperor gods who had focused on soul attacks like Sir God Tianyuan. Hence, no one did soul attacks to him. But once he came across one, a soul attack of Sir God level, he might be able to struggle for a while. But if it was an Emperor god who was good at soul attacks that attacked him, Jian Wushuang was not confident that he could withstand it. Hence, before Lineage of Star became a public enemy, he had to improve his weak point. Walala. Jian Wushuang waved, and there were a bunch of elixirs for enhancing soul power and many natural treasures that appeared before him. Most of the treasures were extremely precious, and there were a few kinds that were worth more than tens of thousands of doctrine gems. Jian Wushuang prepared them carefully. Before the news about the Master of Star Palace's death spreads, my soul must break through. Let's begin. Chapter 1849, Substance Like Soul. Before the upcoming danger, with Jian Wushuang as the backbone, the few higher-ups of the Lineage of Star were completely united. After Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xin, and Hall Master Shi Jun had obtained a large number of Chaos Divine treasure from Jian Wushuang. They had gotten in touch with some experts that had good conduct and also traveled alone. After that, they revealed their intentions to invite them to the Lineage of Star. Moreover, this step was carried out secretly. Everything went on as they had expected, and it was carried out step by step. As for Jian Wushuang, he was using his full power to raise his own soul power. As for Jian Yi, he was doing his best to recover his abilities. Time passed by quickly, and in a flash, 800 years had passed. In a secret room in the Sword Star, I have made it. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and they were filled with delight. In his sea of consciousness, there was originally a pile of soul fire that was burning vigorously. The soul fire had undergone a transformation to become a substance like soul. This substance like soul was also a shadow, and it looked like a baby. However, its quality was completely different. Substance like soul. Jian Wushuang's soul power had finally made a breakthrough to achieve the level of an almighty. This stage was actually a critical stage for many real gods to make a breakthrough to become an almighty. Quite a number of real gods had already fulfilled the conditions in other areas. However, as they were unable to form the substance like soul, they were unable to make a breakthrough to become an almighty. However, Jian Wushuang, as an inverse cultivator, he had already lit the soul fire when he was a Dao master. Moreover, as he had also cultivated the universal Dao scripture, his soul power was nurtured and hence increased continuously. As his abilities rose, his soul fire became more vigorous and it achieved the limit of a real god. After training with great effort for 800 years and also with the aid of many treasures, his soul fire finally completed its transformation. The moment it made a breakthrough, Jin Wushuang realized that his own substance-like soul was a lot stronger than that of normal cultivators when they made a breakthrough to the same stage. It was not just in terms of quality. It was also in terms of how vast the soul power was. When a normal cultivator had just formed his substance-like soul would at most be of the size of the fist of a baby. Moreover, it would also be invisible. It was only by continuing to improve it in the future that the substance-like soul would become clearer and its volume would increase as well. However, his substance-like soul then was of the size of the fist of a baby, and it was also extremely clear. In terms of quality, it was also a lot better. Perhaps this is due to me nurturing the soul power step by step, starting from when I was a Dao master, Jian Wushuang murmured. However, no matter what, the moment his substance-like soul was formed, his weak point was made up for by a great extent. For him then, it would probably be difficult for the soul attack of a normal Sir God to affect him. As for an Emperor God-level soul attack, although it was still a threat to him, the threat was not as great as before. Moreover, when he traveled alone for more than 6,000 years in the ancient battlefield back then, among the large number of opportunities and treasures that he had come across, there was a special treasure. It was a ring, and it was known as the Soul Ring. This soul ring was worn by Jian Wushuang on his hands, and it should be a kind of treasure that defended the soul. However, it was a pity that it was partially destroyed, and it was far from able to unleash its power when it was at its peak. However, it was still able to defend Jian Wushuang considerably. With the substance-like soul formed and the soul ring to act as a defense to my soul, my current soul defense is definitely not weaker than that of a normal Emperor God. Moreover, I still have time and I am still going to improve it, Jian Wushuang laughed. In no time, he closed his eyes and continued to improve his soul. His substance-like soul had just formed, and it was still extremely weak. Hence, there was naturally a huge room for improvement. Time passed by. In a flash, 1,800 years passed. By adding the 500 years from before, Jin Wushuang had already secluded himself in training for 2,300 years. However, he had still not come out of seclusion. Just then, in the Purple Moon Sanctuary, in another land in the Purple Moon Sanctuary which was known as the Red Glow Land. The overlord of the Red Glow Land was the Red Glow Fairy Palace, and it was a powerful powerhouse which could compete with the lineage of Star Head-On. In the giant, ancient fairy palace, there were many high summits that stood upright. At one of the peaks of the lofty summits, there was an exquisite bamboo house. In the open space in front of the bamboo house, there was a white-robed married woman who was sitting down quietly, and she was knitting a green upper garment. The cloth that she used was obviously the normal kind. However, more than half of the green upper garment that was knitted was unusually smooth. Moreover, its color was also comparable to that of a warm jade, and it looked good as well. Just then, swoosh! A purple-robed figure appeared at the summit abruptly and came before the white-robed married woman. It was a dignified purple-robed woman, and she was emitting an impressive divine power. She was a Sir God expert who had reached her peak. Mother. The palace master who took charge of the Red Glow Fairy Palace was Sir God Qifeng, and she was greeting the white-robed married woman with respect. The white-robed married man did not turn her head to look at Sir God Qifeng. Instead, she only cared about herself and continued to knit the clothes. However, she opened her mouth and said, "I have just gotten a report from the Great Elder and her group of people. She mentioned that our Red Glow Fairy Palace has some conflict with the Soaring Heaven King Palace during this period of time." Mother knows about it already? Sir God Qifeng's expression changed. "Tell me, what is going on?" The white-robed married woman asked. This matter started because of Sir God Xianbing. Mother also knows that Sir God Xianbing once had a grudge against the Red Glow Fairy Palace, and that the Red Glow Fairy Palace has always wanted him dead. However, now that Sir God Xianbing has joined the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and that he has the Soaring Heaven King Palace supporting him, he totally does not care about the Red Glow Fairy Palace at all. Don't you think that this is infuriating? Sir God Qifeng said. Sir God Xianbing. He has actually joined the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Moreover, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has also agreed to take him in. The white-robed married woman revealed a surprised expression. Mother, you have always stayed here to train, and you have never asked about the world's affairs. Sir God Xianbing has been forced by the Sword Emperor of the lineage of Star to the point that he had no way out. Hence, he decided to join the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Sir God Qixing gave a simple explanation regarding what had happened during this period of time, especially Jian Wushuang's wanton massacre. After talking, did you say that it is not just the Sword Emperor himself, and instead, the two other Sir Gods of the lineage of Star are also hunting some real gods who have a grudge against the lineage of Star wantonly? The white-robed married woman stopped her hand movements, and she looked in the direction of Sir God Qifeng. That's right. In that period of time back then, the lineage of Star was indeed massacring wantonly. However, perhaps due to them having gotten rid of most of the experts who traveled alone already, they had quietened down. However, not long ago, I heard that the lineage of Star had the intention of recruiting some experts. I really have no idea what they're trying to do, Sir God Qifeng said. Oh, the white-robed married woman raised her eyebrows. After muttering to herself for some time, she revealed a strange smile. I understand now. No wonder they are doing this. Chapter 1850. Died? No wonder. Sir God Qifeng looked confused. The white-robed woman smiled but didn't reply. Then, she flipped her hand and there was a token. Mother, this is? Sir God Qifeng looked at the token. This is the communication token of the Master of Star Palace. For the past 3,000 years, I sent many messages to the Master of Star Palace. He replied to me with a few messages in the beginning. Then, for the past 2,000 years, he didn't reply at all, the white-robed woman said. No reply? Sir God Qifeng was surprised. The Master of Star Palace even visited Mother personally to ask Mother to set up a formation for him. He should be making preparations for an opportunity in the Ancient Mystery Land. All these years, he has been staying in Ancient Mystery Land. You sent him messages, but he didn't reply? Could he be fully concentrated in some sort of opportunity, or could he be carried away with comprehension? Carried away? The white-robed woman smiled. In the beginning, I thought so too. As he went in for an opportunity and he prepared so meticulously beforehand, it would be normal if he received an opportunity in Ancient Mystery Land. But later on, about 300 years ago, I sent him another message, but he still didn't reply. That's a little strange, because he and I have an agreement that he would rush to mine 300 years ago, and he would complete one task on my behalf. It was also a condition for me to agree to set up the formation for him. The Master of Star Palace is a good person and his reputation is great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have promised him back then. However, when it was our agreed time and he didn't come here, he didn't even send me a message. That was strange. After all, even if he was carried away in the opportunity and he couldn't rush over in time, he could at least reply and inform me. Mother, what you're trying to say is that the Master of Star Palace has died? Sir God Qifeng stared. Previously, it was hard to say. After all, he might be in places with unique space-time, and he couldn't send any message. However, I heard from you that lineage of Star has been acting strange. Especially when I heard about Sword Emperor massacring in madness, I became 70% certain that the Master of Star Palace had died, the white-robed woman said calmly. One should know that lineage of Star has been at peace for so many years. Although they have many enemies, they never killed their enemies so wantonly before. After all, as long as the Master of Star Palace is alive, lineage of Star's enemies couldn't stir any trouble. Plus, Jian Wushuang. Although he is young, he could reach where he is now as an inverse cultivator. He is definitely not stupid. He should know that when the limelight is too strong, the risk is high, especially when his identity as an inverse cultivator is so sensitive. There were originally a lot of people who didn't wish to see him grow. At such times, if it isn't necessary, he should get stronger in silence. When his power increases and he breaks through to become an almighty, his wings will be full-fledged and there will be almost no one who can do anything about him. He can do anything he wishes then. He would then truly be able to act wantonly, without scruples. By then, it won't be a problem for him to massacre the enemies or even major forces. But it should definitely not be now. Sir God Chi Feng nodded in silence. She felt that what her mother had said made sense. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Ever since Jian Wushuang's massacre, although it had led to his bad name, it had also made everyone fearful of him. There were a lot of people who wished for him to die. There might even be people who were preparing in silence. It was really too risky. Besides, Lineage of Star has started to rope in experts with all kinds of methods. Everything I said combined. I am determined Lineage of Star definitely has a reason that made them do so. As for the reason, besides the death of the Master of Star Palace, I couldn't think of the second, the white-robed woman said with a smile. Sir God Chi Feng heard her, and her heart skipped a beat. Yes, mother, you're right. Only if the Master of Star Palace dies will that Lineage of Star would lose their mainstay. Under helpless circumstances, they took the initiative to kill their enemies, to exterminate them. That's why Jian Wushuang was keeping a high profile. Sir God Chi Feng agreed with his mother's conclusion. From what she knew, Jian Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace back then, and he had kept silent and lied low after he had been listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He had been quiet for 6,000 years. In the 6,000 years, Jian Wushuang had improved tremendously. He could totally continue to lay low and continue to improve his power. However, with no symptoms, Lineage of Star had suddenly started massacring his enemies. It was too strange. On top of that, the Master of Star Palace didn't reply to any messages when the agreed time was up. The possibility of the Master of Star Palace's death was extremely high. The Master of Star Palace, such a horrifying existence. He died in ancient Mystery Land? Sir God Chi Feng sighed. The Master of Star Palace, although he was only on the 31st on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, he was considered an outstanding one among peak Emperor gods, but not the top. However, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance knew clearly that if the Master of Star Palace were to explode and perform secret skill of Star Palace without scruples, its level of scariness would be above Underworld God, who was the top person among Emperor gods. Such an expert had died? Ancient Mystery Land has many opportunities, but there are even more dangerous places. These places, forget about Emperor gods like the Master of Star Palace. Even a great emperor would die without a doubt when they enter. The Master of Star Palace only thought of being a great emperor to serve as a better deterrent to all forces. It was a pity that he belittled the danger. Now that he has died and lost his functions, Lineage of Star. The white-robed woman shook her head slightly. Sir God Chi Feng's eyes beamed when she heard that. One should know that Red Glow Fairy Palace and Lineage of Star were on Purple Moon Sanctuary, and they weren't too far apart. There was a conflict of interest too. If Lineage of Star were to be in danger, Red Glow Fairy Palace would receive many benefits too. Mother, the news about the Master of Star Palace's death, do you think we should spread it? Sir God Chi Feng said. You are the Palace Master of Red Glow Fairy Palace. Do you want to hide or spread the news for Lineage of Star? It's your decision. But one thing, even if you want to spread, it can't be spread from Red Glow Fairy Palace. It must be done through a third person, do you understand? The white-robed woman said. She had a deal with the Master of Star Palace, but there was no friendship. She had helped the Master of Star Palace to set up a formation, and it was merely a deal made. Hence, she didn't have the thought to safeguard Lineage of Star. I understand. I will head to Vientiane Tower now. Sir God Chi Feng was extremely excited. Chapter 1851a. Toss Stone raises 1,000 ripples. There was a high possibility that the Star Palace Master had died. After this piece of news was spread to the Vientiane Tower, it was further spread to the whole eternal chaotic world in an instant. A tossed stone had raised 1,000 ripples. The Sanctuary Alliance and the experts in all the powerhouses of the eternal chaotic world burst into an uproar at once. Of course, after getting the piece of news, many experts doubted the authenticity of it right away. After all, many people knew how frightening the Star Palace Master was. Although he was ranked 30 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, If he were to go crazy, only great emperors could stop him. How would such a powerful existence die so easily? Moreover, even the Vientiane Tower said that there was a high possibility that he had died. This meant that the Vientiane Tower was unable to confirm it for real, probably because of the fact that no one had seen him dying nor seen his body. It was just a guess. As it was only a guess, it was naturally unable to convince everyone. However, the basis for such a guess from the Vientiane Tower was indeed worth pondering about. Firstly, there was no news from the Star Palace Master. No matter who tried to contact him, there would be no reply. This point had already been proven to be true. When quite a number of experts who possessed the transmission token of the Star Palace Master had obtained this piece of news, they tried to contact the Star Palace Master right away. However, there was no reply, and this was the same for the people who were extremely close to the Star Palace Master. Moreover, it was said that one of the great emperors from the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance had tried to contact the Star Palace Master personally. However, there was no reply as well. This meant that the Star Palace Master was definitely in an extremely dangerous situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not reply even to his good friends or a great emperor when one tried to get into contact with him. However, this alone was still not enough to confirm that the Star Palace Master had died. After all, there were some places with special space-time in the ancient Mystery Land where it would be normal for him to be uncontactable. Next, the Vientiane Tower mentioned the unusual activities of the lineage of Star over the past few years. In particular, Jin Wushuang's wanton massacre. With that, they made a guess, and this had really caused many people to harbor suspicions. Indeed, for the past few years, the lineage of Star had been unusual. For so many years, they had put up with the existence of enemies. However, ever since the Star Palace Master became uncontactable, they started to hunt down those enemies wantonly. There was Jin Wushuang, who was extremely talented. Previously, he had remained silent and laid low for 6,000 years. However, without any warnings, he had displayed his talents abruptly again. This was really challenging other people's level of tolerance toward him. In the Sanctuary Alliance, there were probably many people who did not wish to see him growing to such a frightening state. Hence, it would be best for him to remain silent and lay low during this period of time. As for revealing his talents of his own accord, that was considered stupid. Why would Jin Wushuang choose such a stupid path? Moreover, for the past few years, the lineage of Star had been secretly using all kinds of techniques to recruit some experts. Although there were no agreements made during the recruitment, the lineage of Star indeed had the intention to recruit experts. By adding all these factors together and thinking about it many times, it could not help but make many people suspect if the Star Palace Master had really died for real. Colored Glaze Sanctuary, inside the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Emperor God Tian Shao and the remaining almighties in the Soaring Heaven King Palace had gathered together. All of you have probably heard about the news. Emperor God Tian Shao looked down. According to my predictions, there is indeed an extremely high possibility of the Star Palace Master being dead. Great. The large number of Sir Gods below revealed delighted expressions. It should be known that when the Star Palace Master went on a killing spree many years ago, some of the experts that he had killed were from the Soaring Heaven King Palace as well. Back then, a grudge was born between the Soaring Heaven King Palace and the lineage of Star. After that, when the Soaring Heaven King Palace had fought with Jin Wushuang, they had suffered heavy losses. By adding this new grudge to the old enmity, the Soaring Heaven King Palace then detested the lineage of Star greatly. After getting to know that the Star Palace Master had died, they were naturally elated. Palace Master, with the lineage of Star losing the intimidation of the Star Palace Master, all the powerhouses will definitely come together and attack them. With that, our Soaring Heaven King Palace will be able to take revenge. Sir God Qing Fu clenched both his fists tightly and said, "Let's not rush things." Emperor God Tian Shao shook his head. Big Brother has still not returned yet. Before we can confirm that the Star Palace Master has really died, we should not act recklessly. After all, if the Star Palace Master really goes crazy, he will be extremely frightening. Before Big Brother returns, the Soaring Heaven King Palace is absolutely unable to stop him. Let's sit back and wait first. We shall think about it after the news has been confirmed. Before that, we only need to make preparations to take action. All right. Many people below nodded their heads earnestly. However, their hearts were filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Red Dragon Sanctuary, Evil Light Divine Sect. Dead. That old bastard is finally dead? An unusually evil, purple-armored youth, who was more than 3 meters tall, gave an earth-shaking roar and his voice resounded across the hall. At the bottom of the hall, tens of experts were gathered, and they were extremely excited as well. It's great that he has died. It's really great that he has died. Back then, this old bastard killed a total of 4 almighties of our evil light divine sect in one go. Moreover, even the previous sect master died in his hands. This is the greatest humiliation that our evil light divine sect suffered ever since we were founded. However, it's a pity that our evil light divine sect has always had no way to take revenge. However, now, he's finally dead. Although he's dead, the lineage of Star that he founded is still there. Kill. Sect Master, let's take action immediately and destroy the lineage of Star. The eyes of some people were scarlet in color, and they were filled with murderous intent. Let's not rush things. The unusually evil youth waved his big hands. We must definitely avenge Master. Also, we must get rid of the humiliation that our evil light divine sect has suffered. However, it is still too early now. Although the Vientiane Tower has spread the news of the Star Palace Master dying, there are still some disputes. As such, there needs to be another step of confirmation to determine whether the Star Palace Master is dead or alive. Before that, we cannot act recklessly. Wait, we have to wait. Let's wait until someone is unable to control themselves and take action first. After waiting for the news to be confirmed, it will still not be too late for us to take action. From now on, get someone to monitor each and every action of the lineage of Star tenaciously. The unusually evil youth's orders were made known to the lower levels quickly. The whole Sanctuary Alliance was already seething with excitement, and many old bastards who had secluded themselves from the world were shocked by this piece of news. As for the lineage of Star, they naturally obtained this piece of news immediately. In a secret room in the Sword Star, Jin Wushuang was still trying to raise the level of his force of soul. After so many years, his force of soul had risen slightly. Just then, Palace Master, there's trouble. Hall Master Yuan sent a message over, and his voice was filled with anxiety. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes at once. After that, he went out of seclusion straight away. In a hall which contained a vast void, Jin Wushuang and the other 3 hall masters were seated. The expressions of the 4 of them were extremely ugly. Jin Wushuang's hands were holding on to a token, and the token contained a piece of news that the Vientiane Tower had spread at a shocking speed. As he looked at the piece of news in the token, Jin Wushuang sighed lightly. What should come has finally come. Chapter 1852. Visit the Master of Star Palace had just passed away, and it was a fact. The fact would be found out eventually. Jin Wushuang and the others were mentally prepared. There was someone who had made a speculation that the Master of Star Palace had died based on the inability to get in contact with the Master of Star Palace and the abnormal behavior of Lineage of Star. Although it was beyond Jin Wushuang's expectations, there was no choice. They had to act like that. After all, Ancient Mysteryland only opened once every 5 million years, and it only opens for 10,000 years each time. The moment the limit of 10,000 years was reached, the Master of Star Palace wouldn't exit Ancient Mysteryland. It meant that he had definitely passed away. By then it had been 8,000 years. It was merely 1,000 years earlier than expected. However, they seized the chance to kill a large number of solo experts who harbored grudges against Lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan, how did the recruitment of experts using Chaos Divine Treasure and other resources go? Jin Wushuang asked. It is going well. Until now, Lineage of Star has got in contact with over 30 solo experts. Among the over 30 solo experts, more than 1/3 of them are quite convinced by the condition we offered. Among the solo experts, there were 2 Emperor Gods. But according to Palace Master's instruction, I have yet to let them give me their answers, Hall Master Yuan reported. It's right to not them answer yet. The news about the Master of Star Palace's death has spread, but it is mere speculation after all. No one is definite that the Master of Star Palace is dead. Before they confirm that, there shouldn't be anyone who has the guts to take action against Lineage of Star. Even if they do come, Lineage of Star shall deal with them. During this time, let the people consider clearly if they want to join Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. Then, Jian Wushuang tapped on the armrest and replied after he thought for a while. The news has spread and the forces in Sanctuary Alliance are definitely in a hubbub. Every one of them is keeping watch of Lineage of Star. They intend to determine what's true or false through our response. The closer we approach the crucial moment, the calmer we should carry ourselves. Even when people send us messages to ask the Master of Star Palace's whereabouts, tell them that the Master of Star Palace is in a unique place in ancient Mystery Land, and there is a hindrance in space-time, so we couldn't contact him. If there is anyone who is trying to be funny with us, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Regardless of the situation that we are going to face, we of Lineage of Star shall adopt the appropriate measures. Hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xin and Hall Master Nye Yun nodded heavily. Lineage of Star then was different from before. Even if the Master of Star Palace passed away, Lineage of Star still wouldn't be one that anyone could provoke. All right, you are dismissed. As usual, do what you usually do, Jian Wushuang. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Yes, the three Hall Masters nodded. The entire Sanctuary Alliance and the entire Eternal Chaotic World were talking about the news where the Master of Star Palace had passed away, but Lineage of Star, who had obviously become a public enemy, wasn't shaken at all. All forces kept watch of Lineage of Star, but realized that Lineage of Star wasn't any different. Those who should cultivate, continued to cultivate. Those who should wander, continued to wander. Those who should go for an adventure, continued to go for an adventure. It was as though they had never heard of the news. The equanimity made the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance even more confused. They didn't understand if Lineage of Star pretended to be calm or if the Master of Star Palace wasn't dead at all, so they were confident. Those people who were itching to launch an attack settled down in order to not make a rash advance. Such a situation was only maintained for a month's time. 1 month later, outside Universe Galaxy where Lineage of Star was, a shabbily dressed elderly with messy, fiery red hair and a dirty body, like a beggar's, appeared. The slovenly elderly looked at the resplendent galaxy in front of him, and there was a flash of strange light in his eyes. He then said, Zhulong, you specially came here to visit everyone in Lineage of Star. His bright and loud voice spread across Universe Galaxy, also traveled into Lineage of Star's lair. The experts in Lineage of Star and the disciples heard the voice, but they weren't surprised. As one of the top forces in Eternal Chaotic World, Lineage of Star, who had befriended some experts, would have some visitors in Lineage of Star occasionally. It was very normal. However, the few higher-ups in Lineage of Star heard the voice and their faces changed. Zhulong? It must be Emperor God Zhulong. Hall Master Yuan's gaze grew solemn. Emperor God Zhulong has nothing to do with Lineage of Star, and he isn't a friend of ours either. We go our own way without interfering with each other. He isn't among the experts that I tried to get in contact all these years either. What did he come here personally for? Who knows? Hall Master Nye Yun asked coldly. Swoosh. There was an illusionary figure and Jian Wushuang appeared next to Hall Master Yuan. Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Zhulong, although he isn't a peak Emperor God, he isn't too low-ranked on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list either. He visits personally, and we of Lineage of Star can't leave him outside. How about this? Hall Master Yuan, you and Hall Master Gu Xin welcome him in. I will watch in silence. With me here, he shouldn't be able to stir up any trouble, Jian Wushuang said. All right, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Then, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xin immediately greeted him personally. At the border of Universe Galaxy. Haha, Emperor God Zhulong came personally. We of Lineage of Star are greatly honored to have you as our guest. Hall Master Yuan had just got there, and his laughter spread. The slovenly elderly, Emperor God Zhulong, looked at the two of them. You must be Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian from lineage of Star. Emperor God Zhulong looked calm and composed. However, he thought to himself, I, an Emperor God, came to visit personally, but lineage of Star only sent 2 Sir Gods to welcome me. Jian Wushuang didn't even come out? He thinks so highly of himself. Of course, he didn't display any displeasure on the surface. Emperor God Zhulong, welcome. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian brought Emperor God Zhulong into Milky Way. Very soon, they arrived in lineage of Star's lair. On a star where they received visitors, the 3 Hall Masters of lineage of Star were there. Emperor God Long Zhu sat in front of a long, narrow table, and there were maidservants serving him. As for Jian Wushuang, he never revealed himself. Emperor God Zhulong, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit in lineage of Star? Hall Master sat on the highest throne as he asked. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun looked at Emperor God Zhulong. Chapter 1853 Testing O. After hearing Hall Master Yuan's question, Emperor God Zhulong became stunned and he laughed. To tell you the truth, I have come this time around to look for the Star Palace Master. Look for the Star Palace Master? The hearts of the 3 Hall Masters moved. Since Emperor God Zhulong had come at such a time to pay a visit to them, it would definitely be not without any reason. Looking at it then, Emperor God Zhulong had come just to test out the situation. He had wanted to get a feel of the situation in the lineage of Star, and also to find out if the Star Palace Master had really died. Although they were certain about this in their hearts, Hall Master Yuan was expressionless on the surface and he said, Emperor God Zhulong, you should know that the ancient mystery land opened not long ago. As such, our Palace Master has been staying there over the past few years, and to date, he has still not returned yet. It's all right that he has not returned yet. It will be fine as long as he fulfills the matter that he promised me back then, Emperor God Zhulong said. The matter that he promised you? When and what did our Palace Master promise you? Hall Master Yuan was still indifferent. Not long ago, before he entered the ancient mystery land, he had once asked some experts and I to help him deploy a formation. As a condition, he promised to let us into the scripture depository of the lineage of Star to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace. Do you know of this matter? Emperor God Zhulong asked with a stern expression. What? Hall Master Yuan's expression changed. At the same time, he knew immediately that Emperor God Zhulong was definitely lying. To the Star Palace Master, the secret skill of Star Palace was extremely important, and he would absolutely not promise Emperor God Zhulong that he could cultivate it. The reason why Emperor God Zhulong dared to say this then was because it was nothing but a form of test. Since no one was able to contact the Star Palace Master then, no matter what he said, it could not be confirmed. Emperor God Zhulong, I am unable to contact our Palace Master now. Hence, I do not know if there is really such a matter. Hence, are you able to wait for another period of time for our Palace Master to come out from the ancient mystery land? By then, it will still not be too late for you to come again. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Wait for another period of time? I do not have the time and energy to continue waiting. Emperor God Zhulong's expression turned grave. The Star Palace Master promised me that a long time ago. No matter what, I want to cultivate that secret skill of Star Palace today. I'm sorry, before the Palace Master returns, it is impossible for me to let you go to the scripture depository, Hall Master Yuan said right away. Humph, this is the way your lineage of Star treats a guest? Emperor God Zhulong gave a cold snort, slammed the table, and jumped up in anger. His voice was filled with fury, and the most important thing was that with his divine power, his voice spread across the whole lineage of Star, and a large number of expert disciples in the lineage of Star heard the cold snort. In no time, the lineage of Star burst into an uproar. What's going on? This voice is the same as the expert called Zhulong from before, and it should be from the expert who came to pay a visit to the lineage of Star. However, looking at it, his discussion with the Hall Masters is not going well. Quite a number of deacon elders and disciples headed toward the constellation. Such a scene had caused the expressions of Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shi Yun to turn ugly. Just then, Emperor God Zhulong, right? You really have a short temper. All of a sudden, an ice-cold voice could be heard and it reverberated across the universe. After that, a young man who carried a sword on his back walked over slowly. It's Hall Master Wushuang. Hall Master Wushuang has come. When the deacon elders and the disciples of the lineage of Star saw Jian Wushuang, they revealed scorching hot expressions in succession. Those deacon elders and disciples still did not know of the news that the Star Palace Master had died. As such, they naturally did not know that Jian Wushuang had already become the new Palace Master. Thus, they still addressed Jian Wushuang as Hall Master Wushuang. Upon seeing the person who had come, all the anger that Emperor God Zhulong possessed originally dissipated at once. Sword Emperor. Emperor God Zhulong wore a smile. After all, Hall Master Yuan and the other two Hall Masters were Sir Gods, and he did not need to care about them. However, Jian Wushuang was ranked 30th in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Hence, he did not dare to be furious in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Emperor God Zhulong. After that, his body turned vague and he appeared at the highest point of the hall. His ice-cold eyes then looked at Emperor God Zhulong. No matter what our Palace Master promised you before, you will still need to wait for our Palace Master to return to the lineage of Star first. Moreover, after it has been confirmed, you will be able to get your reward. Before that, you had better wait quietly. I was too impatient, Emperor God Zhulong laughed with embarrassment. However, after another hundreds of years, I will need to make a trip to the second layer, which is quite dangerous. Before that, I hope to obtain the secret skill of Star Palace to help myself stay alive. If I were to wait for the Star Palace Master to come back from the ancient Mystery Land, it would obviously be too late. Hence, how about this, Sword Emperor? Is it possible for you to tell me the current location of the Star Palace Master? I will go to the ancient Mystery Land personally to look for him and then get him to send a message back. Is that all right? Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang laughed with ridicule. What a joke. Our Palace Master has just obtained a great opportunity, and he is at the most critical stage. At this point of time, why would I tell you his current location? Emperor God Zhulong, you really know how to imagine the wildest things. Even if he is in a critical stage, transmitting a message is as easy as blinking an eye, and it will absolutely not affect him. Sword Emperor, since you are unwilling to tell me his current location, could it be that the Vientiane Tower's guess is right and that the Star Palace Master has already died? Emperor God Zhulong's eyes had a strange expression, and he was staring at Jian Wushuang. Similarly, his words were spread intentionally using his divine power, and they reverberated across the whole lineage of Star. In particular, the last few words resounded repeatedly, and they did not dissipate even after a long time. When the deacon elders and the large number of disciples in the lineage of Star heard that, all of them were stunned. Palace Master has died? Is this real or fake? Many deacon elders and disciples became dumbfounded. As for Jian Wushuang, his expression turned cold abruptly and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. With a cry, 3 brilliant rays of golden light appeared at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the 3 rays of golden light appeared, they changed into a golden rainbow, pierced the void and appeared in front of Emperor God Zhulong. Not good. Emperor God Zhulong's expression changed greatly. His motive this time around for coming was to get a feel of the situation in the lineage of Star. He had never thought of fighting head-on with Jian Wushuang, who had a mighty name. Moreover, he recognized the 3 rays of golden light. They were the 3 Hongjun golden swords, the treasures that the Sword Emperor was famous for. Rumble. Powerful divine power burst forth. In a dangerous situation, Emperor God Zhulong unleashed his full power. His big hands were covered with a great amount of flames, and he unleashed 3 palm attacks in succession instantly. Bam, bam, bam. 3 booming sounds could be heard in succession, and every booming sound was accompanied by the appearance with a giant black hole. After the booming sound, puff! Emperor God Zhulong spit out a mouthful of blood wildly. Chapter 1854 Jian Wushuang's Strength. Then, Emperor God Zhulong could only feel his internal organs burning, and his aura instantly grew dispirited. At the same time, his heart was shivering with fright. He's too strong, just as stated on the information. Jian Wushuang's 3 Hongjun golden swords are as powerful as a hit of a peak Emperor God each. The combination of the 3 could simply suppress an ordinary peak Emperor God. Virum, Virum, Virum. The 3 golden lights floated in the void and floated in front of Emperor God Zhulong. With Jian Wushuang's willpower, the 3 Hongjun golden swords would attack again and kill Emperor God Zhulong. Sword Emperor, spare my life. Emperor God Zhulong quickly begged for mercy. I do not have bad intentions. I do not harbor malice. You do not harbor malice? Right, you do not. However, the purpose of your visit and what you are thinking in your head, you and I know clearly. There's no need for bullshit. Listen up, go back and tell the people behind you that they'd better send some powerful experts if they intend to probe lineage of Star and find out if our palace master passed away. If they have the power to force lineage of Star into a desperate situation, into a corner, then they will find out. What's the purpose of sending rubbish like you? Jian Wushuang sneered. Emperor God Zhulong heard and felt angry. One should know that he was an Emperor God and his ranking on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list wasn't low, but in the end, Jian Wushuang had referred to him as rubbish? Emperor God Zhulong, I will give you 2 options now. Either you stay here, or you *CK off. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Emperor God Zhulong looked furious, but he couldn't let loose. He could only hold back his anger and turn to leave. Watching Emperor God Zhulong leave, the surrounding hall masters let out breaths of relief. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. He looked at the deacon elders and disciples that had gathered around him. The elders and disciples looked on in distress. They were obviously affected by what Emperor God Zhulong said. What you all of you doing standing here? Go ahead and do what you must, Jian Wushuang bellowed. The elders and disciples looked at Jian Wushuang in reverence and then turned to leave. Although they left, their emotions would be hard to calm down. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. I never thought that Emperor God Zhulong would make that move. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. Emperor God Zhulong tried to probe verbally, and Jian Wushuang was mentally prepared. Even when he intentionally became angry, it was within Jian Wushuang's expectations as well. However, Jian Wushuang had never expected that Emperor God Zhulong would intentionally spread the news about the Master of Star Palace's death within lineage of Star so that the elders and disciples would hear of it. One should know that the founder of lineage of Star, the Master of Star Palace, was truly the mainstay. As long as he was alive, lineage of Star would be in safe hands. However, even though the news about the Master of Star Palace's death had yet to be verified, the elders and disciples in lineage of Star would inevitably be suspicious. Especially when the news spread to the other elders and disciples, everyone would panic and lineage of Star would lose its order. At such a crucial moment, unless the Master of Star Palace revealed himself again, the situation would be hard to deal with. I really want to kill Emperor God Zhulong earlier, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Emperor God Zhulong came to visit after all, and he never provoked lineage of Star in public. If we were to kill him in lineage of Star, it would be unreasonable, Hall Master Yuan said. I know, that's why I held back, Jian Wushuang said. However, they didn't give ourselves away when Emperor God Zhulong probed. The forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance still couldn't be sure if the Master of Star Palace passed away. It's all right, but we have to comfort our elders and disciples. Hall Master Yuan, please take care of this. No problem. I know what to do, Hall Master Yuan replied. Jian Wushuang nodded and then returned to Sword Star to begin cultivation. He had to grasp every minute and second to increase his power. On the other hand, not long after Emperor God Zhulong had left lineage of Star, he appeared in a unique void. There were 4 thrones floating in the void, and there were 4 figures seated on the throne. Of course, the 4 figures were merely consciousness incarnation. They represented the 4 major forces in eternal chaotic world. For instance, Emperor God Tian Shao from Soaring Heaven King Palace, his consciousness embodiment was among the 4. Emperor God Long Zhu. How did it go? Emperor God Tian Shao looked at him. Needless to say, judging by his look, he definitely got rejected. An evil-looking elderly teased. Emperor God Zhu Long humphed coldly, then he took out a token. This is the mirror image after I entered Lineage of Star. I recorded it with the token. I have probed whatever I can. As for the result, you can determine it on your own. Then, Emperor God Zhu Long left. He had gone to probe Lineage of Star personally because of the benefits that the four major forces had offered. He had already acted according to the four major forces' requirements. He didn't care about the final result. After Emperor God Zhu Long had left, the four consciousness embodiment on the throne immediately watched the mirror image. The four of them were quiet after they saw the scene within Lineage of Star. Did you notice anything? Emperor God Tian Shao looked at the other three figures. No, the evil-looking elderly shook his head. From the beginning until the end, the experts from Lineage of Star were calm and composed. As for Sword Emperor, he was as overbearing as ever. Besides, the elders and disciples in Lineage of Star looked like they didn't know the news about the Master of Star Palace's death. Calmness can be forged. As for the elders and disciples, it's normal that they wouldn't know about the death of the Master of Star Palace. It is such a major news. The moment it spread, the entire Lineage of Star would be in chaos. If I were to be Sword Emperor, I definitely wouldn't announce it either. The one that I truly care is Sword Emperor. His strength is shocking, a brawny, middle-aged man said. Before the news about the Master of Star Palace's death spread, it was normal that he is so overbearing. But now, one should know that Emperor God Zhu Long is an Emperor God, and there is a strong force backing him up. However, Sword Emperor got furious because of his one line, and Sword Emperor injured him directly. If they weren't in Lineage of Star's lair, I reckon he might have killed Emperor God Zhu Long directly. Chapter 1855 The First to Do I. After pausing for some time, the stalwart, middle-aged man continued speaking. This Sword Emperor is so aggressive, and he is not impudent at all. This is not something that he can pretend to be so easily, and he must definitely be extremely confident to do it. Moreover, where exactly did his confidence come from? The three people by the side looked at each other. Jian Wushuang's confidence? Subconsciously, they thought about the Star Palace Master. Could it be that the Vientiane Tower's prediction is really wrong, and that the Star Palace Master is not dead at all? Instead, he has only entered a special place, and he is unable to contact the outside world? The evil old man said. It is hard to say. However, we are unable to come to a conclusion with just Emperor God Zhu Long alone, Emperor God Tian Shao said. They did not know that Jian Wushuang's confidence did not come from the Star Palace Master. Instead, it was from the power that he possessed, as well as the large number of trump cards that the Lineage of Star had. With Jian Wushuang bringing many Dao soldiers back to the Lineage of Star and an expert from the ancient past overseeing things, as well as his own abilities, Jian Wushuang and the Lineage of Star were still extremely confident, even though they had lost the Star Palace Master. Especially Jian Wushuang. From the start of his training to date, he had come across all kinds of dangers, and he had been used to it since a long time ago. Moreover, he had already thought of a way out. If a great battle were to really break out and the Lineage of Star were unable to compete against its opponents even after using all its trump cards and powers, he would at least bring some core experts of the Lineage of Star and escape to the Green Fire world. Over there, not only was it hidden and no one knew about it, there was a great formation that his master, Xian Yi, had deployed. As such, no one could do anything to them. The most important thing was that the training environment in the Green Fire world was a lot better than that of the 10 sanctuaries. As such, he could absolutely stay at the Green Fire world and hide there for a period of time to allow his sword servant, Jian Yi, to completely recover his abilities. Then, with the fighting capabilities of a great emperor, even if the Green Fire world were to appear again, who would dare to act recklessly? Of course, Jian Wushuang would only do this at the final stage when there was no other choice. Furthermore, due to the presence of this route of retreat, Jian Wushuang was not afraid in the slightest bit. If we really want to know if the Star Palace Master has died, there are only two ways to do it. the stalwart middle-aged man said with a heavy voice. Firstly, we will wait for the ancient mystery land to close. Then, we will see if the Star Palace Master comes out from the ancient mystery land. However, there is still more than 1,000 years' time before the ancient mystery land closes. More than 1,000 years' time was considered nothing to these old bastards who stood at the highest point of the eternal chaotic world and had lived for an unknown number of years. To them, it was just the instant of flicking a finger. However, if they had to wait for another 1,000 over years then, they would feel uneasy. After all, Jian Wushuang's speed of growth was too fast. His speed of growth was really incredible. In more than 1,000 years' time, there was a high possibility that his abilities would rise again. Moreover, the most important thing was that during the 1,000 years, the lineage of Star could make ample preparations to deal with the upcoming danger. Moreover, they could move the core experts of the lineage of Star, as well as the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, to another location secretly. Then, even if they were to fight their way in, what they would destroy would simply be an empty shell. In more than 1,000 years' time, there would be many changes, the evil old man said. If we do not wish to wait for more than 1,000 years, we can only use the second way, as Jian Wushuang said. We have to force the lineage of Star into a hopeless situation. In order to do this, we need someone to lead a big group of experts and fight their way into the lineage of Star. The stalwart middle-aged man's voice was cold. The three people by the side nodded their heads in succession. If the lineage of Star were already in a hopeless situation and the Star Palace Master did not show himself, or there was no news about him at all, then it meant that he had died. However, the key question was, who would they get to do that? Tian Shao, during this period of time, your soaring Heaven King Palace has had the fiercest fight against Jian Wushuang. Hence, it would be extremely logical for your soaring Heaven King Palace to fight your way to their doorstep now. The stalwart middle-aged man looked in the direction of Emperor God Tian Shao. Forget about my soaring Heaven King Palace. During the intense battle with Jian Wushuang previously, we lost quite a number of almighties. If we were to have a life and death kind of great battle with the lineage of Star again, even if we were to win, my soaring Heaven King Palace would be close to destruction. Emperor God Tian Shao laughed apathetically. How about the three of you? For the past few years, your powerhouses have already recovered to your peaks. Why not make a trip to the lineage of Star? You should know that if you are the first one to fight your way into the lineage of Star, the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace will belong to you. My Divine King Island is not so established, unlike the powerhouses of the three of you. Hence, we do not have the means to go against the lineage of Star. The stalwart middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. With the appearance of the ancient mystery land, more than 70% of the almighties of my real martial arts divine church have gone there to travel. For a short amount of time, we are unable to organize a team of experts to fight their way into the lineage of Star. The evil old man laughed. As for the last person, he said right away, my highest heaven Emperor Mansion will not do it. Upon seeing such a scene, Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes squinted, and he laughed coldly within his heart. Although the four powerhouses had gathered together then, they had not been united since the start, and all of them had their own selfish motives. They were still not sure about the lineage of Star's situation, and the Star Palace Master's death was not confirmed yet. In addition, they knew that they might obtain the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace if they were to be the first one to fight their way into the lineage of Star. However, no one dared to do it. Since no one is willing to take action, let's disperse. Emperor God Tian Shao waved his hands and his figure was the first one to dissipate it. The remaining three people laughed nonchalantly. After that, they disappeared from the void. In no time, the news that Emperor God Zhulong had paid a visit to the lineage of Star and was seriously injured by Jian Wushuang due to him talking recklessly spread within the Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang's aggressiveness had caused quite a number of people to be extremely surprised. Such aggressiveness. This Sword Emperor is probably very confident. Could it be that the Star Palace Master is not dead? Who knows? However, now, if we want to find out whether the Star Palace Master has really died, it will be totally useless to rely on a simple test. Someone has to take action and fight a great battle with the lineage of Star. Moreover, he must force the lineage of Star into a hopeless situation. However, the key thing is, who will be willing to be the first one to do it? The first one to do it. These words were indeed used appropriately. Although the first person to do it would take the greatest benefit, he would need to face the greatest amount of risk. Sticking one's neck out. Everyone knew this saying. If the Star Palace Master were not dead, this first person who did it would face the merciless massacre of the Star Palace Master. Although a great number of powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance were ready to start something, none of them was willing to be the first one to do it. For the next 10 years' time, even though the Sanctuary Alliance and the whole eternal chaotic world were seething with excitement, no one dared to take action against the lineage of Star. Until one day, Chapter 1856, Abysmal Palace. In the lofty palace, there was a total of over a dozen figures that stood there waiting. Among the dozens of people, the one leading was a middle-aged man in a baggy green robe. The middle-aged man was tall and well-built, and his aura was enough to shock an ordinary emperor god. His name was Wu Luo. Palace Master Wu Luo, a peak emperor god in the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. One should know that Emperor God Lu Guang, who Jian Wushuang had invited to destroy Deluge Fortress regardless of the price he paid, was only in the 27th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Palace Master Wu Luo was slightly stronger than Emperor God Lu Guang. However, a strong existence like him was standing in reverence before a dark, blurry figure floating in front of him. The dark figure was very dark. When he was there, it was as though there wasn't any light in the universe. Go ahead. Go and kill Jian Wushuang. There's no reason for lineage of Star to continue to exist, the dark figure said, and his figure slowly dispersed. Palace Master Wu Luo watched the blurry figure disperse in reverence. Then, he stood in front of the experts and waved, "Let's go to Starland." Very soon, the news spread like wildfire in Sanctuary Alliance. Abysmal Palace was going to attack lineage of Star. Ever since the news of the Master of Star Palace's death had spread, they had been standing at the heart of the struggle. However, as the news had yet to prove its veracity, it was still at peace. However, all forces and sects were eyeing lineage of Star with hostility. They were all waiting to see who was the one who loses patience first, who would be the bird at the head of the pack. Then, Abysmal Palace obviously could hold back no more. Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Niu Yun gathered at the hall. Abysmal Palace. Who would have guessed it would be Abysmal Palace? Hall Master Yuan's face grew grave. One should know that although lineage of Star had offended many forces and experts, Abysmal Palace wasn't one of them. Then, the forces and experts who harbored great resentment against lineage of Star didn't take action, but Abysmal Palace was the first. Abysmal Palace, Abysmal Saint Master. I will remember this. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands as his eyes gave out a chilly gleam. Abysmal Palace was one of the major forces in Sanctuary Alliance. They were also the top 3 superb forces in terms of foundation and power among the forces in Sanctuary Alliance. In terms of foundation, power, and fame, Abysmal Palace was much scarier than Soaring Heaven King Palace. In Abysmal Palace, the number of Almighties alone was more than 20, and there were 4 Emperor Gods. As for Palace Master Wu Luo, he was in the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He wasn't the scariest. The scariest was the founder of Abysmal Palace, Abysmal Saint Master, who was in 3rd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, who was on par with Red Dragon King, second to Emperor Bai. They were already so powerful themselves. In addition, they had a great emperor who was in 3rd place, Abysmal Saint Master, who backed them. Just how scary Abysmal Palace would be. Under normal circumstances, even Soaring Heaven King Palace, which was barbaric, would exercise self-control when dealing with Abysmal Palace. Abysmal Palace and Lineage of Star shared no resentment. During the Master of Star Palace's massacre back then, Abysmal Palace hadn't partaken in the war, nor had the Master of Star Palace killed any of their men. However, they were the first who took action against Lineage of Star. Jin Wushuang immediately realized that Abysmal Palace wasn't aiming for lineage of Star, but their main target was actually him. Abysmal Saint Master wanted to kill him. As for the reason behind it, Jin Wushuang was sure. Back when he had met Abysmal Saint Master in Deluge Fortress, he could tell that Abysmal Saint Master hadn't liked him and held a faint murderous intention. However, the people in Sanctuary Alliance knew. Hall Master Yuan, only Abysmal Palace is coming after lineage of Star alone? Jin Wushuang asked. It seems to be so on the surface, Hall Master Yuan answered. On the surface? How about at the back? Jin Wushuang asked closely. I have no exact answer. However, there must be many forces and experts that follow Abysmal Palace. However, before Abysmal Palace forces lineage of Star to play our strongest trump cards, they won't have the guts to take action, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded, and there was billowing murderous intention in his eyes. He looked at the three Hall Masters in front of him, and he spoke with a cold voice. As Abysmal Palace is taking action, it was definitely Abysmal Saint Master who told them to. However, Abysmal Saint Master is a great emperor, and he is restrained by Sanctuary Alliance. The fight between Lineage of Star and Abysmal Palace, no matter how ferocious the fight becomes, as long as we do not step foot in the lair of Abysmal Palace, he won't get involved. Plus, it was the Master of Abysmal Palace who took the initiative to attack Lineage of Star, so we won't have to worry. As Abysmal Palace wants to be the bird at the head of the pack, Lineage of Star can only go all out and knock it down. Hearing what Jin Wushuang had said, the three Hall Masters clenched their hands and let out a chilliness. Lineage of Star was different from before. Even without the Master of Star Palace in the commanding position, they wouldn't be bullied as one wished. As Abysmal Palace wanted to come, they naturally would counterattack with full force. Hall Master Yuan, send a command down. Tell the experts and disciples of Lineage of Star who are on Starland to immediately return to Universe Galaxy at their fastest speed. As for experts in other sanctuaries and wandering elsewhere, you don't need to chase them back. Also, from now on, keep watch of Abysmal Palace. I want to know their every move, Jin Wushuang said in a low voice. Yes, Hall Master Yuan immediately sent down the command. After receiving the command, the experts and disciples of Lineage of Star immediately returned to Universe Galaxy at their fastest speed. 10 days later, a huge warship appeared on Starland. The warship didn't conceal itself, but plunged towards Lineage of Star's lair at its top speed after it descended. They charged forward very quickly and weren't hindered at all. Lineage of Star received the news the very moment they descended as well. Palace Master, Abysmal Palace is already in Starland. They rushed over in a spaceship, and according to the information that our spy got, there is a total of 18 people in the spaceship. They are all Almighties. Among, there are 3 Emperor Gods and 15 Sir Gods. They are led by Palace Master Wu Luo himself, Hall Master Yuan reported solemnly. They arrived very quickly, and there are so many experts. 3 Emperor Gods, 15 Sir Gods, this team formation. Jin Wushuang's face was cold. Chapter 1857 Meeting Enemies Head-On. Back then, with Fortress Master Hong Tian as the leader, Deluge Fortress gathered a total of 13 Almighties, and this power was already extremely shocking. It was only because of the fact that Jin Wushuang had invited Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Jiu in along that he had managed to destroy the Deluge Fortress. However, the Abysmal Palace's lineup then was a lot more powerful than the Deluge Fortress. In particular, they had Palace Master Wu Luo, who possessed an impressive amount of fighting capabilities. Palace Master Wu Luo was ranked 25 on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he was slightly more powerful than Emperor God Lu Guang. Moreover, even Jin Wushuang had to admit that this lineup was extremely powerful. The stronger the lineup, the better it will be. Jin Wushuang's voice was ice cold. Now, most of those experts that my Lineage of Star are trying to recruit are still looking on from the sidelines, and they are unable to make a decision. That is because, to date, they are still unable to see whether the Lineage of Star will survive, and they feel that it is no different from digging their own graves if they were to join the Lineage of Star now. However, If my lineage of star were able to reveal powerful fighting capabilities and show that we are extremely frightening, those experts will then be able to have hope and be willing to join my lineage of star at this stage. For them to become top experts, all of them had to be intelligent and crafty. For a powerhouse that was about to be destroyed, even if it were to offer good rewards or conditions that could attract them, they would definitely not agree to it. However, if they were to think that the powerhouse might not be destroyed and that it had great potential, that would be completely different. Moreover, they might even join of their own accord. The Abysmal Palace's appearance has given the lineage of Star a chance instead. A chance to reveal to everyone our absolute abilities. Our lineage of Star must definitely win this battle. Moreover, we must have a great victory, and we must use this great victory to frighten everyone. Jian Wushuang's chilly voice reverberated across the area. The 3 hall masters below were filled with excitement as well. So what if it were the Abysmal Palace? As long as the Abysmal Saint Master was unable to show himself, the lineage of Star had nothing to fear. Palace Master, we have gotten news that the spaceship that the Abysmal Palace is riding on has already appeared near the Cloud Island. I reckon that in half a day's time, they should be able to fight their way to outside the universe galaxy, Hall Master Yuan said. There's no need for us to wait for another half a day. We shall head out right away and meet them head-on, Jian Wushuang said at once. Meet them head-on? Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xin and Hall Master Shi Yun looked in the direction of Jian Wushuang. They had originally thought that Jian Wushuang had wanted to use the geographical features of the universe galaxy, a trump card, to his advantage and then fight with the Abysmal Palace head-on. However, Jian Wushuang wanted to take the initiative to fight his way to them. It's just an Abysmal Palace, and there is no need for the lineage of Star to expose a trump card like the universe galaxy. Even if we were to meet them head-on, the lineage of Star would still be able to have a great victory. Jian Wushuang said right away. Meet them head-on. The 3 hall masters nodded their heads earnestly. At once, Jian Wushuang led the 2 Sir Gods, Hall Master Gu Xin and Hall Master Shi Yun personally along with Jian Yi. As for Hall Master Yuan, he was a weapons spirit, and he was unable to go out to meet the enemies. Moreover, he had to stay to take charge of the universe galaxy. In a vast void in the star land, a giant spaceship was traveling forward with shocking speed. In the spaceship, the 18 Almighties of the Abysmal Palace were all gathered inside. There are quite a number of people following behind me. There are even a few Almighties as well, a silvery white-armored, arrogant youth, who wore an alluring smile, was chatting. Those people are all scouts from all the powerhouses. Previously, all of them were worried as to whether the Star Palace Master was really dead. Hence, all of them were extremely fearful, and they did not dare to act recklessly. And now, my Abysmal Palace has become the first to take action for them. A green-clothed young lady said. The first to take action? Haha, my Abysmal Palace does not care at all. After all, in front of absolute abilities, everything else is non-existent. The arrogant youth was filled with disdain. All the powerhouses of the Sanctuary Alliance were worried about the Star Palace Master. However, the Abysmal Palace did not care at all, as they had the Abysmal Saint Master backing them. Even if the Star Palace Master were still alive, they would dare to fight their way in right away. Among those scouts, there should be someone from the lineage of Star, right? My Abysmal Palace has done things this time around in a way that attracts a lot of attention. Hence, the lineage of Star has definitely gotten the news a long time ago. After knowing that my Abysmal Palace is coming, the people in the lineage of Star are probably so shocked that they are trembling in fear. The arrogant youth sneered. Don't underestimate the lineage of Star, especially that Sword Emperor. After all, back then, he killed the 13 Almighties, including the Fortress Master Hong Tian in the Deluge Fortress with violent techniques, the green-clothed young lady said. He only managed to destroy the Deluge Fortress due to the presence of Emperor God Lu Guang. As for Sword Emperor's own abilities, he is merely a peak Emperor God. This time around, when my Abysmal Palace has come personally, who would dare to help him to go against my Abysmal Palace? Moreover, even if he were to invite Emperor God Lu Guang over again, it would be fine. With Palace Master here, what is a mere Emperor God Lu Guang considered to him? The arrogant youth snorted coldly. You're right. The green-clothed young lady nodded her head as well. Their eyes then happened to look in the direction of Palace Master Wu Luo at the same time, and their eyes were filled with respect. Just then, an ancient silver spaceship came from the void in front, and the large number of Almighties in the Abysmal Palace realized it at once. This is Sword Emperor's spaceship? The Almighties in the Abysmal Palace were stunned. They had planned to fight their way into the base of the lineage of Star. However, who could have expected that before they could reach the base of the lineage of Star, the lineage of Star would actually take the initiative to come out? Haha, the lineage of Star's people are really extremely stupid. Even though they knew that we were coming, they did not stay in their base obediently and stop us with all their might with the aid of the Great Formation. Instead, they took the initiative to come out? Are they sending themselves to death? The arrogant youth was the first person to laugh loudly. The lineage of Star is not this stupid, right? Could it be that they wish to negotiate or lower their heads to the Abysmal Palace? Negotiate? Lower their heads? Hee, that is highly possible. Let's go and take a look. Many experts of the Abysmal Palace wore a smile and walked out of the cabin. In the vast void, the two spaceships had stopped moving, and they confronted each other with a huge distance in between them. The large number of experts of the Abysmal Palace had already come out from the spaceship and appeared at the void. As for the lineage of Star, only Hall Master Gu Xian showed herself. I am Gu Xian from the lineage of Star. Greetings to Palace Master Wu Luo, as well as everyone else from the Abysmal Palace. Hall Master Gu Xian had a modest expression. However, her words and behavior did not contain any form of fear. May I know why all of you have come on my lineage of Star so abruptly? Why have we come? The large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace laughed secretly. It was obvious that Hall Master Gu Xian asked the question even though she already knew the answer. Chapter 1858 Funny Excuse. Sir God Gu Xian. There was a cold voice. Among the experts of Abysmal Palace, Palace Master Wu Luo in green robe took a stride forward and his sharp gaze with boundless dignity fixed upon Hall Master Gu Xian. I came here today for one person only, and he is Jin Wushuang. The feud between him and Abysmal Palace is deep-seated. Abysmal Palace has to kill him. As long as Lineage of Star hands him over, I will immediately leave. Hall Master Gu Zin's face changed when he heard that. He replied, I wonder when did Hall Master Wushuang offend Abysmal Palace? When? Not too long ago. He killed Emperor God Fan Yuan, and Emperor God Fan Yuan is a man under Abysmal Palace. Palace Master Wu Luo replied coldly. What? Hall Master Gu Xian stunned. Jin Wushuang, who was in the silver spaceship, heard, and he couldn't help but laugh. Palace Master Wu Luo is so shameless. He uses such a funny excuse. Excuse, it was no doubt an excuse. Emperor God Fan Yuan had been killed when Jin Wushuang had killed Emperor God Jinming, who shared great resentment with Lineage of Star. Jin Wushuang was sure that Emperor God Fan Yuan was a solo expert, and he wasn't related to Abysmal Palace at all. It was impossible that he was Abysmal Palace's man. After all, if Emperor God Fan Yuan was Abysmal Palace's man, he definitely would have brought up Abysmal Palace when his life was threatened. But he didn't. It was obvious that Emperor God Fan Yuan was merely an excuse that Abysmal Palace had found. Emperor God Fan Yuan had already died anyway, and the dead couldn't bear witness. Abysmal Palace could say whatever they want. Palace Master Wu Luo, Emperor God Fan Yuan was really killed by Hall Master Wushuang. However, how could Emperor God Fan Yuan be Abysmal Palace's man? Hall Master Gu Xian questioned instantly. Humph, he is if I say he is. Stop this nonsense. Either Lineage of Star hands over Jin Wushuang or Abysmal Palace will barge in to destroy Lineage of Star. It's your choice. Palace Master Wu Luo's cold voice reverberated in the sky. However, just as he spoke. Haha, I originally thought Soaring Heaven King Palace was barbaric enough, but it seems now that Abysmal Palace is even better at it compared to Soaring Heaven King Palace. His laughter shook the sky and rang across the universe. As the laughter rang across the universe, Jin Wushuang, who was on the silver spaceship, got out slowly with an icy look. The moment he appeared, his eyes shot at everyone from Abysmal Palace like lightning. At the same time, his voice with boundless chilliness was heard. Abysmal Palace, right? Let's just say Emperor God Fan Yuan was Abysmal Palace's man. So what? I, Jin Wushuang, already killed him. What can you do about it? As his voice reverberated, not only the people from Abysmal Palace could hear it clearly, the spies who were hidden in the dark sent by all forces, including a few almighties, could hear them clearly. In an instant, it stirred a commotion in the universe. You have guts. An idiot that doesn't know the immensity of the universe. No wonder so many people want to kill him. The experts from Abysmal Palace were furious. Palace Master Wu Luo stiffened, and he stared at Jin Wushuang when he roared, "As you're courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Die." They didn't bullshit anymore. The moment Palace Wu Luo's voice stopped, the 18 almighties from Abysmal Palace instantly pounded. Hong, 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 hong. 18 fierce auras spread and pressed forward wantonly. Especially the three leading figures, the three emperor gods were soaring with killing intention. They were all aiming at Jin Wushuang in the void in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh. The two figures appeared behind Jin Wushuang at the same time. Looking at everyone from Abysmal Palace, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yin looked solemn. Both of you, be careful. Jin Wushuang glanced at the two people behind him. Don't worry, we will. Hall Master Gu Xian nodded heavily. Jin Wushuang didn't speak anymore but waved, and there were instantly 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers that appeared in front of them. The 4 Dao soldiers looked cold and expressionless. There was a chilly gleam in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Die! There was a low bellow and Jin Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nye Yun, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers charged forward. Jin Wushuang would naturally bear the brunt of the battle right at the front. The two team formations were obviously out of proportion. Suddenly, they were going to fight head-on. Dan Tu, Luocian, the two of you team up with me, and we shall kill Jin Wushuang first. The rest of you, kill the 2 Sir Gods from Lineage of Star and destroy the 4 Dao soldiers. If you can't destroy the 4 Dao soldiers, just keep them stranded for the time being. When we kill Jin Wushuang and the others, we will figure out a way to take control of them. They will be extremely useful to Abysmal Palace in the future, Palace Master Wu Luo commanded. Yes, the almighties behind him nodded simultaneously. The proud and aloof Emperor God Dan Tu and the green-robed maiden, Emperor God Luo Xian, followed behind Palace Master Wu Luo. Suddenly, both parties were fighting together. Die! Palace Master Wu Luo's aura increased tremendously, and there was a flame soaring from his body, as though he was covered in a layer of flame armor. His body grew to 5 meters tall, and he was holding hundreds of millions of Jin hammer with both his hands. The hammer was slammed in the direction of Jin Wushuang. Dong! The void wasn't broken, but there were shapeless waves that rippled as though it had hit the surface of the water. However, the ripples contained terrifying power that could injure a Sir God badly. Then, there were more than hundreds of ripples that spread. Humph! Jin Wushuang shrumped coldly and Blood Mountain Sword was drawn from its scabbard instantly. Reincarnation Sword Principle, the 4th move. The sword was drawn and wielded. It was completed in an instant. The stroke contained boundless reincarnation power. The reincarnation power was based on Jin Wushuang's comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine, and he had already reached the peak of the 7th level in Doctrine Palace. Besides, most importantly, the stroke contained Jin Wushuang's terrifying strength, divine power of a 3rd stage ultimate real god and bloodline power of a 7-star ancient tribe expert. The combination of two brought about the strength that was double the power of an emperor god. The terrifying stroke whistled as it slashed. Instantly, most of the ripples that spread were broken, while the sword light continued to sweep out. In the end, it shattered more than 100 ripples. You're quite powerful. Palace Master Wu Luo was shocked. Then, the 2 ghostly figures appeared next to Jin Wushuang at the same time. Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian. The 2 Emperor Gods weren't weak in ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Dan Tu was even extremely close to peak Emperor God. Then, the The two emperor gods let their fighting power explode as they went all out. Chapter 1859, Using Your Blood to Warn the World. Jin Wushuang Die. Emperor God Dan Tu's face was hideous and his eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. Emperor God Dan Tu was a super genius. Be it when he was a universe god, or when he was a real god, he was praised as the number one in his realm. At that moment, he had become an almighty and entered the realm of emperor gods. However, this was not his limit. He still had great potential, and he could absolutely become a peak emperor god in the future. Moreover, it was possible for him to rival or even surpass Palace Master Wu Luo. As such, this caused him to feel extremely proud. However, when he knew of Jian Wushuang's existence as well as his accomplishments, he could no longer remain calm. Jian Wushuang's brilliant accomplishments, where he possessed the fighting capabilities of a peak emperor god even though he was a real god, had caused Emperor God Dan Tu to lose his arrogance. Quite a number of people had once compared him to Jian Wushuang. However, in the end, Emperor God Dan Tu was not even considered a genius in front of Jian Wushuang. This had caused Emperor God Dan Tu to be filled with hatred since a long time ago. At that moment, since he had the opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang, he naturally went all out. Swish! A saber light headed toward Jian Wushuang's head, and it was filled with a tremendous amount of hatred. On the other side, Emperor God Luo Xian went all out. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. Boom! A frightening aura of a bloodline burst forth completely and Jian Wushuang's body expanded abruptly. It was not until he had become 100 feet tall that he stopped expanding. The skin of him then had completely changed to black jade, and his body surface wore red armor. Moreover, many heads and arms appeared from his body, and he had a total of 7 heads as well as 14 arms. This caused him to look unusually hideous and frightening, as if he were an unmatched demon god. For his 14 arms, each of them held a sword, and at that moment, the swords were swung out fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. Violent clashing sounds could be heard continuously, and every clash was earth-shaking. He had completely unleashed his close-quarter combat abilities and, combined with his own extremely unreasonable power and sword principles, he fought an intense battle with Dan Tu and Luo Xian, the two emperor gods, at the same time. In the end, he still had the upper hand, and the two emperor gods were suppressed to the point that they retreated again and again. Fortunately, Palace Master Wu Luo hurried over in time. Boom! A powerful blow from a hammer descended, and it tore open the space, generating a great amount of pressure. This caused Jian Wushuang's expression to turn grave, and among his 14 arms, a total of 8 of them held swords to block the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang's body was sent flying toward the bottom. Die! The killing moves of the two emperor gods, Dan Tu and Luo Xian, who were by the side, were unleashed, and Jian Wushuang swung the swords in his 6 remaining arms with his full power to block their attacks. However, the unreasonable power sent Jian Wushuang flying, just like before. Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Shi Yun, retreat. While he was sent flying, Jian Wushuang still shouted. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun had teamed up with 4 Dao soldiers to fight an intense battle with the 15 Sir Gods of the Abysmal Palace head-on. As it was 6 against 15, no matter how powerful the abilities of the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, as well as of the 2 Hall Masters, were, they were still suppressed. However, fortunately, there were no casualties. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the 2 Hall Masters, as well as the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, retreated right away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Although Jian Wushuang's body had already retreated from the battlefield, he did not escape. Instead, he stopped at a void that was far away. Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Shi Yun, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers returned to him in no time. In front of them, the 18 experts of the Abysmal Palace gathered together again. This great battle had actually stopped temporarily. However, it had not come to an end yet. Gu Xian and Shi Yun, how do both of you feel? Jian Wushuang glanced at the two hall masters behind him. "I'm still all right." Hall Master Gu Zin's voice was dull. "It has been a long time since I fought such an intense battle." Hall Master Shi Yun was extremely cold and stern. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed. "Our warm-up has come to an end. Next, it's time for our massacre." Massacre. The eyes of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun glowed brilliantly. "Kill all of them. Let them know the consequences of provoking the lineage of Star. Kill, kill, kill." The two hall masters were filled with murderous intent. At the void in front, the 18 experts of the Abysmal Palace had already started to close in on them, and Palace Master Wu Luo shouted with an ice-cold voice, "Jian Wushuang, you already have no way out. With the Abysmal Palace taking action, it is impossible for you to escape. Moreover, even if you are lucky enough to escape, the lineage of Star will definitely suffer." "Oh right, what about the Star Palace Master? Even in such a situation, he is still unwilling to show himself. Seems like he is really dead." When the scouts who hid at the void nearby and came from all the powerhouses heard those words, their hearts moved. Indeed, the lineage of Star was engaged in a close-quarters battle with the Abysmal Palace head-on. However, there was still no news from the Star Palace Master. Hence, this had confirmed the predictions of the Vientiane Tower from before. However, when Jian Wushuang heard those words, he laughed without any restraint at all, and his laughter resounded across the universe. "Haha, what a joke. You really wish to get our palace master to show himself to pieces of trash like all of you? This is really a big joke." Today, there happened to be people from each and every powerhouse of the Sanctuary Alliance present. Hence, I will use the blood of the large number of experts of your Abysmal Palace to tell the world the consequences of provoking the lineage of Star. At the same time that his voice reverberated across the area, Jian Wushuang took out the One Realm Pearl with a flip of his hands. Purple energy burst forth and completely covered millions of miles of void instantly. One Realm Pearl, great formation formed. Upon seeing such a scene, the eyes of the large number of experts of the Abysmal Palace turned grave. They were not unfamiliar with such a scene. They knew that the reason why Jian Wushuang was able to destroy the Deluge Fortress completely and kill Fortress Master Hong Tian on the spot was because of the peculiar pearl that he possessed. With a thought, the pearl would create a formation, and it would make it absolutely impossible for Fortress Master Hong Tian to escape. As such, he could only fight like a cornered beast. At that moment, Jian Wushuang unleashed the same move as well. However, what they did not understand was that since there was such a great disparity between their abilities and lineup, what was Jian Wushuang trying to achieve by deploying the Great Formation? Could it be? When they had just thought of that, Jian Wushuang waved his hands abruptly and bronze figures appeared in front of them out of thin air instantly. For these bronze figures, all their bodies were extremely huge. Moreover, be it their physiques or their looks, they were exactly the same as the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers that they had just fought. However, the only difference was that these bronze figures wore bronze armor. Dao soldiers? Bronze-armored Dao soldiers? The experts of the Abysmal Palace were all stunned. They knew about the Dao soldiers. Of course, they knew the differences between a bronze-armored Dao soldier and a silver-armored Dao soldier. Logically, the level of threat of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers was far from being comparable to that of the silver-armored Dao soldiers. However, at that moment, when they saw the bronze-armored Dao soldiers, which had appeared before them, the expressions of all the experts of the Abysmal Palace turned extremely ugly. There was no choice as there were far too many bronze-armored Dao soldiers in front of them. There were so many of them. Looking at it, there was actually a total of 30 of them. Chapter 1860, Level 8. Most of the experts at the scene knew about Dao soldiers. In ancient Mystery Land, there were some places with Dao soldiers. Although the Dao soldiers were strong in power and not much weaker than an Almighty, they only knew simple attacks. Hence, to the Almighties at the scene, they weren't much of a threat. However, that was when there were very few Dao soldiers. Now there was a total of 30 Dao soldiers. Even if three teamed up could only match evenly with a Sir God, they had the fighting power of 10 Sir Gods. In addition to the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun, lineage of stars fighting power at Sir God level, weren't much weaker than Abysmal Palace. In actual fact, Jin Wushuang had a total of 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, but he only took out 30 of them. If he were to take out all of his bronze-armored Dao soldiers, the experts from Abysmal Palace would show even more interesting expressions. Jin Wushuang, is this the final trick that lineage of star has? Palace Master Wu Luo's gaze was cold as he stared at the 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, but there wasn't much changed on his face. It was only 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, and it was still within the range of Abysmal Palace's power. Final trick? Of course not. Jin Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips, and with his willpower, the 3 Hong Jun golden swords suddenly appeared simultaneously and floated before him. Palace Master Wu Luo, you should know that I am the best at the 3 golden swords. Today, I shall let them greet you. The 3 golden swords? That's funny. Palace Master Wu Luo smiled in disdain. He had watched the mirror image that showed Jin Wushuang's fight with Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others in Deluge Fortress personally. In that fight, Jin Wushuang's 3 Hong Jun golden swords were really eye-catching. Any one of them contained a hit of a peak Emperor God, and it was terrifying fast speed. When they exploded in full force, they posed a great threat to an ordinary peak Emperor God. However, he wasn't worried about the 3 golden swords at all. You'll know when you try. Jin Wushuang smiled maliciously, and there was a boundless space-time power that suddenly swept out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 golden swords that floated in silence were affected by the space-time power. They quivered and shot out ferociously. They appeared in front of Palace Master Wu Luo like 3 bolts of lightning, and they shot Palace Master Wu Luo's chest one after another. Palace Master Wu Luo, who looked disdainful earlier, his eyes suddenly dilated in shock. This speed. Palace Master Wu Luo was shocked because the 3 golden lights were too fast. The speed that it displayed was much faster than back then, when Jin Wushuang had used it during the fight in Deluge Fortress. With such terrifying speed, even Palace Master Wu Luo was surprised. However, Palace Master Wu Luo, who was on the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, was also quiet in response. Just as the 3 golden lights burst out, he swung the hammer in his hands. The swing was as though it could break the sky directly. It contained terrifying power that could make all Emperor Gods feel hopeless. Bang, bang, bang. 3 continuous hits and Palace Master Wu Luo fell back for tens of thousands of miles. He could also feel that his hands were numb. Level 8? Palace Master Wu Luo stared at Jin Wushuang. He could feel the space-time power that was given out from the 3 golden swords, and the space-time power was terrifying. Only when one's comprehension towards space-time doctrine reached the 8th level could give play to such power. Jin Wushuang, a real god, his comprehension of space-time doctrine had already reached the level 8 in Doctrine Palace? Level 8? How is it possible? Many experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Level 8 in Doctrine Palace was the comprehension standard of an ordinary Emperor God. One should know that when Jin Wushuang performed the 3 golden swords during the battle in Deluge Fortress, his comprehension of space-time doctrine was only at the 7th level in Doctrine Palace, and it wasn't even at the peak of the 7th level. However, with this fierce power and ferocity of Hong Jun Golden Sword, he could match evenly with a peak Emperor God. Then, it had only been over 2,000 years since the fight, but Jin Wushuang's comprehension of space-time doctrine had heightened so massively. Impossible. No matter how talented he is, no matter how ridiculously strong he was, without the assistance of opportunities, it is impossible that his comprehension towards space-time doctrine could improve so tremendously in 2,000 years, unless he has been hiding his true power since the beginning. Palace Master Wu Luo stared, and his voice became extremely cold. Jin Wushuang, you have been hiding? You only found out now? Jin Wushuang smirked coldly. Just as Palace Master Wu Luo had said, without the assistance of opportunities but merely relied on his personal comprehension, he wouldn't achieve such massive improvement in comprehension towards space-time doctrine in 2,000 years' time. The reason why the power he had displayed then was different from the fight with Deluge Fortress before was that Jin Wushuang had never revealed his true power. In the 6,000 years he had wandered in the ancient battlefield near Green Fire World, he had received many opportunities. Among them, the biggest opportunity was a miniature cave dwelling. He had comprehended in the miniature cave dwelling for 1,200 years. His comprehension of space-time doctrine had improved at an unprecedented rate. His comprehension was originally at the peak of level 6 in Doctrine Palace. However, after he had comprehended in the miniature cave dwelling, not only did his comprehension of space-time doctrine break through to the level 7 in Doctrine Palace, he continued to improve and possess the power to the level 8 in Doctrine Palace. Level 8 was the comprehension standard of an ordinary Emperor God. On top of that, his power and strength were twice as strong as Emperor God. The Hongjun Golden Swords were scary, and also Jin Wushuang's fighting power. He was far beyond anyone's imagination. Palace Master Wu Luo, you should be glad that you are the first who gets to see my peak fighting power all these years. Today, they'll use the blood of the experts from Abysmal Palace to serve as a deterrent to everyone. Jin Wushuang's voice reverberated in the universe slowly. Arrogant. Palace Master Wu Luo humphed coldly. If I am arrogant or not, you shall watch. Jin Wushuang spoke coldly, and a bolt of space-time power swept out. The 3 Hongjun Golden Sword instantly turned into golden lightning. Then, the 3 Hongjun Golden Swords attacked Palace Master Wu Luo, Emperor God Dan II, and Emperor God Luo Xian respectively from all 3 different directions. It exploded its top speed, then Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian stared. *T. Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew grave. Although Jin Wushuang's power was far stronger than they had imagined, he was confident that he could match with him and he could withstand the 3 golden swords. He could withstand, but it didn't mean that Emperor God Dan Tua and Emperor God Luo Xian could. Chapter 1861. Jin Wushuang, Greatest Fighting Capabilities. The 3 Hongjun Golden Swords were like 3 written Taoist voodoos, and among them, 2 of them headed toward Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian, respectively. It's too fast, Emperor God Luo Xian could not help but murmur. Emperor God Dan Tu's expression was ghastly pale. However, as Emperor Gods, they could not go down without a fight. Hence, they unleashed their techniques to block the attack right away. Clang, clang. 2 heavy clashing sounds could be heard at the same time. The moment Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xiao clashed with the Hongjun Golden Swords, they were sent flying. However, while they were still flying, and that they had not fully regained their posture yet, the 2 Hongjun Golden Swords shook slightly and attacked again. Oh no! We are in huge trouble. Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian had an extremely shocked expression. Although the attack force of the Hongjun Golden Swords had risen slightly compared to before, it did not rise by too much, and it was still within the acceptable range for the both of them. However, in terms of speed back then, Jin Wushuang had merely unleashed his comprehension of the space-time doctrine, which was at the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Even then, the speed that he had unleashed had already caused them to be extremely frightened. At that moment, it was the 8th level. His speed had completely exceeded the acceptable range for both of them. While the 2 of them were sent flying, they did their best to block the attack. However, there were sounds of clang, clang, clang. Multiple clashing sounds could be heard in succession, and every clash caused both their hearts and minds to feel heavy. After clashing many times, the hands of the both of them felt numb. However, the 2 Hongjun Golden Swords were still not affected in the slightest bit. Instead, they had already changed into brilliant rays of golden light and appeared in front of both of them. Moreover, they headed for both of their heads right away. Their speed was too fast, and they were unable to dodge them in time. However, just then boom, boom. The space broke open and 2 big hammers were swung out of it at the same time. They then sent the 2 Hongjun Golden Swords flying and got rid of the danger that Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian was in. Palace Master. Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian were looking at Palace Master Wu Luo, who had appeared in front of them, with delight. "Both of you, please retreat to one side first," Palace Master Wu Luo said. After hearing what was said, Emperor God Luo Xian did not hesitate at all, and his figure retreated far away at once. As for Emperor God Dan Tu, he had a ghastly pale expression, and he was staring at Jin Wushuang with full of dissatisfaction. Before he had fought with Jin Wushuang, he had still doubted Jin Wushuang. He had thought that he might not be inferior to Jin Wushuang. However, when they had fought for real, especially when Jin Wushuang had gone all out, he realized that although he was an emperor god, he still did not have the right to participate in the battle. That's right. He had no right to participate. If he were to force himself to participate of his own accord, not only would he be unable to help Palace Master Wu Luo, he would become a burden to Palace Master Wu Luo. Dan Tu, please retreat first, Emperor God Luo Xian said. Humph. Emperor God Dan Tu gave a cold snort, and he retreated while suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart forcefully. Moreover, in no time, along with Emperor God Luo Xian, he joined the intense battle by the side. As for this piece of void, only Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Wu Luo remained. Palace Master Wu Luo, do you think that you will be able to handle me alone? Jin Wushuang laughed. With a thought, the three Hongjun golden swords changed magically at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The three rays of golden light moved again and headed for Palace Master Wu Luo. Palace Master Wu Luo had a cold and stern expression. On his body, a great amount of dim light emerged, and it was just like a demon cloud. Although he did not utter a single word, another giant hammer appeared in his other palm. This giant hammer had a powerful aura, and it was actually a chaos divine treasure as well. Die! The demon clouds rolled about, and Palace Master Wu Luo transformed into a ferocious beast from the ancient past instantly. He then attacked right away with frightening murderous intent. At that moment, his aura rose to its maximum abruptly. A powerful pressure was exerted on Jin Wushuang, and this pressure was slightly more powerful than before. He swung the two big hammers in his hands at the same time, and the hammers were swung repeatedly, as if they were two lofty mountains that were extremely heavy. The most important thing was that not only were the two hammers extremely powerful, their speed was so fast that it was shocking. With the two hammers attacking madly, they actually managed to barely block Jin Wushuang's three Hongjun golden swords, which were attacking continuously. Oh! Jin Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. He had not expected Palace Master Wu Luo to actually be able to stop his three golden swords. As expected of Palace Master Wu Luo, who is ranked 25 in the Heaven and Earth ranking list, what you are unleashing now is probably your strongest fighting capabilities, and they are indeed impressive, Jin Wushuang said loudly. Humph, Jin Wushuang, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. However, you are still not good enough to defeat me, Palace Master Wu Luo snorted coldly. Is that so? Jin Wushuang did a strange laugh. After that, with a thought, another ray of golden light rose again. Upon seeing the ray of golden light, Palace Master Wu Luo's expression finally changed. A fourth one? Palace Master Wu Luo was completely stunned. As for Jin Wushuang, he sneered, You are barely able to block the attacks of three golden swords. But what if you were to encounter a fourth one? As soon as his words left his mouth, the fourth Hongjun golden sword which had risen shook slightly. After that, it pierced the void instantly. As for its speed, it was not slower than the three swords from before in the slightest. Moreover, it contained the same amount of power. Boom, 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 boom. For Hongjun golden swords swept past the void and generated ear-piercing sounds. The sounds were terrifying, and the Hongjun golden swords headed to Palace Master Wu Luo again and again. Each Hongjun golden sword possessed the power of a peak emperor god, which was more than enough to kill a Sir God easily. At that moment, four of them had teamed up. Even though it was Palace Master Wu Luo, at that moment, he was under a great amount of pressure that he had never felt before. He could only grit his teeth tightly and do his best to block the attacks. On the other side, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Shi Yun, the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, as well as the 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, were fighting an intense battle with the large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace. Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian had entered the battlefield. However, the two of them were stopped by two silver-armored Dao soldiers each right away. Although the fighting capabilities of a silver-armored Dao soldier were slightly inferior to that of an Emperor God, with two of them teaming up, they could still deal with an Emperor God with some difficulty. Moreover, the Dao soldiers' abilities to protect themselves were so strong that it was shocking. Hence, it was absolutely impossible for Emperor God Dan II and Emperor God Luo Xian to destroy them even if they wanted to do. Even with the fighting capabilities of Emperor Gods, they had still come to a deadlock temporarily, and they were unable to get away for a period of time. As for the two groups of Sir Gods, they were having an intense fight. In this battle, the performance of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun was unusually dazzling. Boom, boom. Unreasonable power burst forth at once. Be careful. Be careful of Hall Master Gu Xian. Chaos Divine Treasure. It's actually a Chaos Divine Treasure. Moreover, it is extremely powerful. Damn it! At that moment, the 15 Almighties from the Abysmal Palace had extremely ugly expressions. Previously, when Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun had fought with them as a warm-up, the divine weapons that they had used were merely chaos unique treasures. However, at that moment, the hands of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun were holding on to chaos divine treasures which were so powerful that it was shocking. Chapter 1862 Suppress. How is it possible? Abysmal Palace has a stronger foundation than Lineage of Star, and we Sir Gods never once possessed chaotic divine treasure. What did Lineage of Star do to deserve this? Their two Sir Gods have chaotic divine treasures? The experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't help but exclaim. One should know that chaotic divine treasure was extremely rare in Eternal Chaotic World. If an ordinary Emperor God didn't have any background or opportunity, he wouldn't get chaotic divine treasure, let alone a Sir God. In Eternal Chaotic World, Sir Gods who had chaotic divine treasures could be counted on one's fingers. Either these people were lucky, or they had powerful background. However, the two Sir Gods from Lineage of Star had chaotic divine treasures. Since when did Lineage of Star become so wealthy? With the addition of chaotic divine treasures, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nyain, who were originally powerful, especially Hall Master Gu Xian, who was a peak Sir God. When they attacked with 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, they could suppress the 15 Sir Gods from Abysmal Palace. Haha, this feels great. Continue. Let's continue. Hall Master Nyayun was extremely excited. He carried a gray rod, and the gray rod gave out an ancient yet vast aura. Because of the gray rod, his overall power increased by one notch. Even if he were to fight with an Emperor God Sir God, he wouldn't be fearful. From the bottom of their hearts, Hall Master Nyayun was grateful for Jian Wushuang. After all, the gray rod in his hand and the chaotic divine treasure that Hall Master Gu Xian was using were both from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had obtained many chaotic divine treasures from the ancient battlefield. He told Hall Master Yuan to rope in some experts with the chaotic divine treasures. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nyayun were his people. Jian Wushuang, of course, wouldn't be stingy, but gave them the most suitable chaotic divine treasures. In the fight, the two of them gave play to their full fighting power. In the three battlefields, Lineage of Star had the upper hand in two. The other one was in a stalemate. Overall, Lineage of Star already had the absolute upper hand. Just then, pust! A head flew off directly when the eyes in the head were wide in disbelief. The scene struck fear into many experts from Abysmal Palace. Sir God Xian, be *starred. Be careful. The experts from Abysmal Palace were terrified and furious. Gu Xian, well done. Hall Master Nyayun was filled with excitement. The fight had been going on for quite a while, and finally, there was an expert who died. The person was from Abysmal Palace. At first, Abysmal Palace had had the lower hand. Then, there was a Sir God from their side who had been killed. Hence, they were in an even worse situation. But as the first expert died, The second and the third were definitely not far away. The massacre continued. After Sir God Uxian was killed by Hallmaster Gu Xian, the second Sir God was killed very soon. He was killed by Hallmaster Nye Yun and 2 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Then, there was the third one. The remaining experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't stay calm anymore. Everyone looked at Palace Master Wu Luo, expecting to see Palace Master Wu Luo to turn the table around. However, when they saw Palace Master Wu Luo's situation, the experts from Abysmal Palace were dumbfounded. Palace Master Wu Luo had already lost his aloof carriage and appearance of a sect master. On the contrary, his body was unusually in a fix and his face was pale. Although he wielded the 2 hammers with his awl, he was suppressed by the besiegement of 4 Hongjun golden sword. How could it be? The experts from Abysmal Palace found it unbelievable. One should know that Palace Master Wu Luo's position in Abysmal Palace was only second to Abysmal Saint Master. He was an absolute super expert on the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, such a super expert was completely suppressed when he fought head-on with Jian Wushuang. A minute. Palace Master Wu Luo already noticed the surrounding battlefields. He saw that 3 Sir Gods from Abysmal Palace had died one after another. His face grew grave, and he felt aggrieved. He felt really aggrieved. He was a peak Emperor God, but he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. If it were to spread, it would become a joke. Dan 2, Luoxian, the 2 of you hurry up and rush over to the other battlefield, Palace Master roared. Emperor God Dan 2 and Emperor God Luoxian were looked cold. They wanted to shake off the silver-armored Dao soldiers long ago. However, even though the 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers weren't powerful, they kept pestering them and didn't give them any chance to be free from them. Most importantly, the 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers were 2 obstacles that wouldn't break nor shatter. They couldn't do anything about the Dao soldiers. The 2 of them felt helpless when they heard Palace Master Wu Luo. Palace Master Wu Luo. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly and looked at Palace Master Wu Luo. At this moment, you still have the gall to bother with the others. You'd better plan for yourself. Jian Wushuang said, and there was suddenly a billowing divine power that swept out. Not only divine power, but also ferocious bloodline power. They concentrated to a brand new level. Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Wu Luo as his gaze turned cold. Moon-picking skill. Virum. Divine power and bloodline power exploded entirely. At the same time, the boundless space-time power swept out too. The strongest secret skill of Ancient God, moon-picking skill, relied on space-time power as well. The higher his comprehension of space-time doctrine, the fiercer the secret skill when he performed it. Then, Jian Wushuang was performing the secret skill with his awl. The void suddenly shook vigorously. Palace Master Wu Luo was originally in a fix because of the pressure from Hongjun Golden Sword. Then, he suddenly felt the surrounding universe and the space-time pressing down at him in madness. The pressure shook heaven and earth. In an instant, his movements were severely hindered. Ancient God's moon-picking skill? Palace Master's eyes dilated, and he recognized the skill. He immediately harumphed coldly, and a huge space-time whirlpool swept out. The space-time whirlpool swallowed everything in the surrounding and wanted to swallow the entire space-time and the entire universe. With such devouring power, it reduced the effect of the surrounding universe and space-time towards him, but his speed was still diminishing drastically. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 golden lights burst out one after another. Palace Master Wu Luo blocked with his awl. However, he only managed to block 3 of them under the pressure of the universe and space-time. The remaining 1 hit his body without any hindrance. Chapter 1863, Completely Defeated. Bam! A heavy clashing sound could be heard and Palace Master Wu Luo was sent flying immediately. It was only after flying for tens of thousands of miles that his body stopped moving. At that moment, his expression became even more ghastly pale, and some blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that the attack moments ago had caused him to be injured. Not bad. Not only do you have a defense armor that is of the level of a Chaos Divine Treasure, your secret skill to defend yourself is extremely powerful. Even with an attack from my Hongjun Golden Sword at its full power, you merely got away with light injuries. Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Wu Luo. After that, he gave a strange laugh. However, if you were to take the attack a few more times, even though you had a Chaos Divine Treasure level defense armor, you might still be unable to withstand all of them, right? As soon as his words left his mouth, unreasonable divine power and bloodline power were unleashed from Jian Wushuang's body again. Again? Palace Master Wu Luo's expression changed greatly. As Jian Wushuang had said, if it were just one attack, he could still withstand it, and he would not suffer heavy injuries. However, if such an attack were to come a few more times, then it would be a completely different story. Buzz! The void shook again. After that, the whole universe and space-time headed toward Palace Master Wu Luo again. 4 Hongjun Golden Swords were shot out again as well. A similar scene appeared again. This time around, under the attack of the Hongjun Golden Swords, Palace Master Wu Luo could not help but give a groan. However, the moment he regained his posture, Jian Wushuang took action again, and it was still the same move. How is this possible? Palace Master Wu Luo was completely dumbfounded. He had a good understanding of the ancient God clan's moon-picking skill. This move was the strongest secret skill of the ancient God clan. However, it was not easy to use it as it would deplete one's divine power and bloodline power greatly. For a normal ancient god, unleashing the moon-picking skill once or twice in one intense battle would cause him to reach his limit, and it was impossible for him to unleash it a third time. However, what about Jian Wushuang? He had unleashed the moon-picking skill twice in succession. Despite that, he did not feel any pressure, and he was still very relaxed. At that moment, he had unleashed it a third time? His divine power and bloodline power was this vast? He did not know that Jian Wushuang was a Stage 3 Ultimate Real God who possessed a total of 100 Ultimate Divine Power Water Droplets. In addition, there was the King of Venomous Worms in his body who was helping him to recover with his full power. As such, he could be said to have an endless amount of divine power. As for bloodline power, he possessed the bloodline of Ancient Clan. As such, his level of bloodline was higher than that of the Ancient God Clan. Thus, it would be a lot easier for him to use the secret skills of the Ancient God Clan by using the bloodline of Ancient Clan compared to an Ancient God. Hence, not to mention unleashing it 2 or 3 times. Even if he were to unleash it tens of times in succession, he would still be able to bear it. Although he could bear it, Palace Master Wu Luo was unable to bear it. Monster! This Jian Wushuang is absolutely a genuine monster. No wonder even Saint Master is fearful of him, and he wanted to get rid of him in advance. I am actually fighting with a monster. Palace Master Wu Luo opened his eyes wide, and at the next moment, he made up his mind. Retreat. Everyone, retreat quickly. Palace Master Wu Luo's cry reverberated across the whole battlefield, and he retreated to the back immediately. Upon seeing that, the eyes of the large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace shrank, and they were filled with dissatisfaction. It should be known that they were the Abysmal Palace. Among the large number of big powerhouses in the whole Sanctuary Alliance, they could be said to be the top 3. This time around, they had activated more than 80% of their fighting capabilities with Palace Master Wu Luo leading them personally to fight their way into the lineage of Star. In the end, they were actually defeated by the other party in front of the experts of each and every powerhouse in the Sanctuary Alliance? What a disgrace. This was absolutely a huge disgrace. The moment they retreated, they would definitely be reduced to an object of ridicule in the Sanctuary Alliance. However, even though they knew that this would be the case, they could only retreat. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even Palace Master Wu Luo had been defeated by Jian Wushuang head-on. Hence, what else could they do to turn the situation around? The large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace started to retreat at once. However, it was a pity that in such a situation, even if they wanted to retreat, they would still need to go through the lineage of Star first. Haha, kill all of them. Hall Master Shi Yun was extremely excited, and he gave chase right away without hesitation. Although Hall Master Gu Xian had never said anything, her eyes were glowing with coldness. Her speed was not slow in the slightest, and she continued to give chase. Similarly, the Dao soldiers gave chase as well. As for Jian Wushuang, who was at the very front, he was holding his sword in one hand, and he was filled with murderous intent. As for the 4 brilliant rays of golden light in front of them, they had already attacked furiously with lightning speed. This very day was the day where the lineage of Star had showed everyone how powerful it was. He wanted to use this battle to completely frighten all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. At that moment, even though the Abysmal Palace had already started to retreat, an insufficient number of their experts had died and an insufficient amount of blood was shed. As such, this was far from achieving Jian Wushuang's requirements. Not enough. Not enough people have been killed. Jian Wushuang was glowing with a shrill light that was terrifying, and he was like a wild beast that was extremely furious. He was looking in front at the experts of the Abysmal Palace who were escaping madly. Among the 3 Emperor Gods, it is definitely impossible to kill Palace Master Wu Luo. As for the remaining Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian, I can kill both of them. As for my first target, it's him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he locked on to one person tenaciously. That person was an arrogant youth, and he was Emperor God Dan Tuesday. At that moment, the experts of the Abysmal Palace had already arrived at the edge of the great formation that the One Realm Pearl had formed. Palace Master Wu Luo was at the front. After taking a look at the purple light membrane in front of him, his eyes glowed with a fierce light, and he attacked with the 2 hammers in his hands right away. Boom, boom. A heavy but ancient sound could be heard, and the great formation started to shake crazily. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He could feel the great pressure that the One Realm Pearl was under. Palace Master Wu Luo's attack power was indeed frightening. If nothing were to go wrong, he would only need to attack the great formation with his full power 3 times in order to destroy it. At that moment, he had already attacked it once, and he still needed to attack it 2 more times. Before he destroys the great formation, we have to do our best to get the experts of the Abysmal Palace to remain here. Among those 2 Emperor Gods, at the very least, we must get one of them to remain. Kill! Jian Wushuang shouted, and he unleashed his moon-picking skill again. The void shook, and the universe and space-time exerted a frightening amount of pressure on everyone from the Abysmal Palace instantly. Although its power was slightly dispersed, it was still all right as Jian Wushuang was so powerful. As such, most of the Sir Gods were suppressed, and they were unable to move at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hall Master Gu Xian, and the large number of Dao soldiers threw themselves over madly. Similarly, Jian Wushuang attacked, and his eyes were completely locked on to Emperor God Dan Tuesday. Not good. Emperor God Dan Tu's expression turned ghastly pale at once. Rumble. Frightening massacre burst forth again. Palace Master Wu Luo was unable to participate in the massacre immediately. After all, he needed to use his full power to destroy the great formation of the One Realm Pearl. Boom, boom. With 2 violent booming sounds again, the great formation of the One Realm Pearl was finally destroyed. Chapter 1864. Suffer a crushing hefty defeat. The formation broke. Hurry up and leave. Palace Master Wu Luo broke the formation and immediately shouted. However, when he turned around and saw everything that had happened behind his back, his face changed. No! There was a shrill scream that reverberated in his ears. Before Palace Master's gaze, Emperor God Dan Tu's face was red and the saber that was tightly gripped in his hand dropped. Then, there were 2 resplendent golden lights that shot at him. Emperor God Dan Tu looked hopeless. He didn't have any chaotic divine treasure-level defense armor like Palace Master Wu Luo. It was impossible for him to withstand Jian Wushuang's golden sword attack. Pust! Pust! The 2 golden lights pierced Emperor Dan Tu's head almost instantly, and his head was completely smashed. The super genius from Abysmal Palace died on the spot. D***. Palace Master Wu Luo was furious. He had never expected that in the short time that he was resolving the formation by One Pearl Realm wholeheartedly, Jian Wushuang would kill Emperor God Dan II with thunderous measures. Plus, not only Emperor God Dan II, but the other Sir God experts from Abysmal Palace were massacred mercilessly as well. They were in a wretched situation. When the formation by One Pearl Realm broke, the experts from Abysmal Palace were thrilled. They started fleeing without hesitation. Although Palace Master Wu Luo was furious, he didn't stay but ran away at the first instant. Without the hindrance of the formation by One Pearl Realm, Jian Wushuang couldn't make the experts from Abysmal Palace stay when they started running away. Very soon, the experts from Abysmal Palace had disappeared completely. In the void, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nie Yun, the three of them stood at the far front while the Dao soldiers followed behind them. Watching the experts from Abysmal Palace running away, the three of their faces were cold. It's a pity that my One Realm Pearl, although it could become a formation with my will, the power of the formation is limited. Palace Master Wu Luo was powerful and he could break the formation with 3 full-force hits. If the formation could hold them back longer, the Almighties from Abysmal Palace might have been killed. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intention and there was a tinge of regret in his eyes. It's a pity, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun nodded simultaneously. The three of them exchanged a look and then smiled. Haha, Jian Wushuang laughed extremely wantonly. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun then laughed too. Although there were many experts from Abysmal Palace that had managed to escape, which they found regrettable, the result was that Abysmal Palace had suffered a crushing hefty defeat after all. Hefty defeat. It was absolutely no doubt a great defeat. During the fight, Lineage of Star had merely had a few of their bronze-armored Dao soldiers damaged. They only needed some resources to recover them. Other than that, they hadn't lost anything. Abysmal Palace had suffered a great loss. Abysmal Palace kept a high profile and came to Lineage of Star before the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat and lost many Almighties. If the news were to be spread, it would stir a great commotion, Hall Master Gu Xian said excitedly. It's okay to stir commotion. Most importantly, the fight serves as a deterrent to the others. There was a gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Abysmal Palace sent 80% of their highest fighting power and suffered a crushing defeat. How many Abysmal Palaces does Sanctuary Alliance have? After this fight, the forces and sects would be even more fearful of Lineage of Star. Even if they found out that the Master of Star Palace passed away, they have to reconsider again and again before they do anything to Lineage of Star. Yes, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun nodded heavily. They walked out of Galaxy Universe and took on their enemy in order to intimidate all forces with the fight. They were very satisfied with the result. Come on, let's return. Jian Wushuang waved to put the Dao soldiers away. Then, Jian Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters brought the exciting result back to Lineage of Star. In the void, far away from the battlefield earlier. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures stopped in the void. The experts from Abysmal Palace who strutted about and gave themselves airs when they barged into Lineage of Star. They were daring and energetic. But then, everyone, including Palace Master Wu Luo, was in a fix. They were like stray dogs. Especially many Sir Gods looked terrified and frightened. These Sir Gods were normally high and mighty. Although they had once faced life and death danger when they wandered outside, it hardly happened. That day, they had really taken a trip to Gate of Hell. They almost couldn't return. There are so few of us left. Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew in distress. He looked at the people around him and he couldn't help but shiver. The experts from Abysmal Palace looked around and lowered their heads simultaneously. The reason why they lowered their heads was that they were embarrassed. One should know that they had sent out a troop of 18 Almighties in the beginning. Among the 18 Almighties, there were 3 Emperor Gods and 15 Sir Gods. It was a terrifying team formation. But then, with one glance, the people who were still standing in the void were only 9 in total. Yes, only 9 left. There were 2 Emperor Gods, Palace Master Wu Luo and Emperor God Luo Xian. The remaining 7 were Sir Gods. Among the 9 of them who were alive, every one of them was pale, and they were injured. As for the other 9 people, they had been killed in the fight earlier. 9 Almighties, including Emperor God Dan II, passed away during the fight. On the other hand, there wasn't any death in the other party. Was it really Abysmal Palace that had such a result? Abysmal Palace, whose overall foundation and power were in the top 3 in Sanctuary Alliance, had been beaten up by Lineage of Star? Saint Master wanted me to kill Jin Wushuang and destroy Lineage of Star along the way. I have to figure out ways to get my hands on the secret skill of Star Palace as well. But now, Abysmal Palace was defeated heavily in the fight. How do I report to Saint Master? Palace Master Wu Luo looked distressed. Not only we couldn't report in, but Abysmal Palace's overall power also diminished. We would even become Sanctuary Alliance's laughing stock for quite a while. Jin Wushuang he, Jin Wushuang. This time, Abysmal Palace is doomed. We will definitely remember this. In no time, I will definitely repay in 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Just you wait, Palace Master Wu Luo roared, and led the experts from Abysmal Palace to leave very quickly. Chapter 1865 Great Pre-Sin Universe Galaxy, inside the base of the Lineage of Star. During this period of time, news of the Star Palace Master dying had already spread to the outside world. As for the experts and disciples in the Lineage of Star, they had also heard about the news and they felt restless. However, with Hall Master Yuan reassuring them, there was no trouble. The Lineage of Star was just like before. As for Hall Master Yuan, he was waiting quietly for the results of the battle to spread. During that battle, scouts from all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance were present. Naturally, the scouts from the Lineage of Star were present as well, and there was a large number of them. The course of events in the battle was relayed to Hall Master Yuan immediately. When he knew that Jin Wushuang and his group of people had had a huge victory and that they were on their way back, he heaved a sigh of relief. In no time, Jin Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters returned to the Star Palace. Haha, let's welcome the triumphant return of our 3 heroes. Hall Master welcomed them, laughing loudly. Jin Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters laughed heartily. After this battle, our Lineage of Star has revealed a great force of deterrent. Next, Hall Master Yuan, please go ahead and settle that matter, Jin Wushuang said. Hall Master Yuan's expression changed. He knew which matter Jin Wushuang was referring to. Previously, before the news of the Star Palace Master dying had spread, the Lineage of Star had been doing recruitment secretly by offering many experts who traveled alone attractive deals. Among these experts who traveled alone, some of them were attracted. However, the Lineage of Star did not get them to give their answer right away. After the news of the Star Palace Master being dead was spread, these experts who traveled alone hesitated again. After all, it was risky for them to join the Lineage of Star at this point of time. Jin Wushuang had known about this a long time ago. Hence, he had never pressed them for replies, but instead gave them enough time to consider. It was not until the recent battle where the Lineage of Star had defeated the Abysmal Palace head-on and was powerful enough to frighten everyone that he had made it known to those experts that the Lineage of Star possessed absolute abilities and confidence to deal with any kind of danger. At this stage, they could show themselves for real and officially invite those experts who traveled alone. Hall Master Yuan, how many experts do you think you can recruit successfully? Hall Master Gu Xian looked at Hall Master Yuan. Before the battle with the Abysmal Palace, I had no confidence at all, and being able to recruit about 2 to 3 Almighties was already considered not too bad. However, now, I reckon that I can recruit at least 10 experts who traveled alone and were also at the level of Almighty. Moreover, the numbers might even be more. Hall Master Yuan laughed. That's great. The eyes of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yuan brightened up. I shall leave this matter to you, Hall Master Yuan, Jin Wushuang said. No problem. Hall Master Yuan was extremely confident. While Jin Wushuang was still having a discussion with regards to some matters with the 3 Hall Masters, Jin Wushuang's expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? The 3 Hall Masters looked at Jin Wushuang at the same. Do you remember that after I destroyed the Deluge Fortress, I told all of you that I used the price of 1 Chaos Divine treasure level armor to recruit that Emperor Gaju into the Lineage of Star? Emperor Gaju agreed to it on the spot. However, He needed some time. And now, Emperor Gajuin has already arrived outside the universe galaxy, Jian Wushuang said while stroking his nose. Emperor Gajuin? Emperor Gajuin has come? Hall Master Yuan and the two other Hall Masters were over the moon. After all, Emperor Gajuin was a genuine Emperor God expert. Although he was not a peak Emperor God, he was definitely a great fighting force to the lineage of Star. Let's go. Follow me, and let's welcome Emperor Gajuin together. Jian Wushuang laughed. Hall Master Yuan and the two other Hall Masters naturally followed behind Jian Wushuang. In no time, the four of them arrived at the edge of the universe galaxy. Emperor Gajuin, as Jian Wushuang looked at the unusually evil black-robed young man at the void in front, he revealed a smile. Ha ha, Sword Emperor. Emperor Gajuin walked over right away, and after he came before Jian Wushuang, he greeted him kindly. As for the three Hall Masters behind Jian Wushuang, he nodded his head to signal to them. After that, he spoke. I have said before that within thousands of years, I would definitely come to the lineage of Star. Now that I have come, I wonder if the lineage of Star and you, Sword Emperor, are still willing to accept me? Of course we accept you. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Emperor Gajuin, for you to be willing to become a guest elder of the lineage of Star, the lineage of Star is greatly honored by your presence, Hall Master Yuan said. Emperor Gajuin grinned and said abruptly, Oh, right. When I was on my way here, I heard that the Abysmal Palace had fought their way here. What is the situation now? The Abysmal Palace has already retreated, Jian Wushuang said. Retreated? Emperor Gajuin was surprised. What happened? The Abysmal Palace is a super big powerhouse that is ranked in the top 3 in the Sanctuary Alliance. Moreover, they have been extremely aggressive and it is impossible for them to have a good start but a poor finish. Since they came for the lineage of Star this time around, they would definitely attack you. Strange, and I still hurried here at my fastest speed, hoping that I would be of some help to all of you. Upon hearing Emperor Gajuin's words, Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. He could tell that Emperor Gajuin had just happened to head to the lineage of Star. However, after hearing the news about the Abysmal Palace taking action against the lineage of Star, he had made the best use of his speed to hurry over to help them immediately. However, it was a pity that he was too late. Emperor Gajuin, you were right. The Abysmal Palace never let their enemies off. Since they said that they would take action, they would definitely take action. However, it's a pity that you were too late. Not long ago, my lineage of Star already fought an intense battle with the Abysmal Palace. Moreover, we defeated them, Jian Wushuang said. Defeated them? Emperor Gajuin was dumbfounded. The lineage of Star defeated the Abysmal Palace head-on? Is this a joke? Could it be that the Star Palace Master took action personally? The Palace Master did not take action. However, the Abysmal Palace has indeed been defeated by us. Moreover, they retreated with a great defeat. This piece of news will probably be made known to you soon, Jian Wushuang said. After hearing what was said, Emperor Gajuin was shocked. He then raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. After that, he calmed down slowly. Forget it. It's all good since they have been defeated. Emperor Gajuin laughed and looked at Jian Wushuang again. Sword Emperor, back then, when you used a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor to recruit me into the lineage of Star, I said that I would look for you after a few years and I would also bring you a great present. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise and I have brought you the great present. A great present? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Back then, Emperor Gajuin had indeed said that. However, Jian Wushuang was not concerned with it at all. He had not expected Emperor Gajuin to actually bring him a great present. I wonder what this great present is? Jian Wushuang questioned while laughing. With his abilities and identity then, normal treasures and opportunities would be unable to attract his attention. Hence, what kind of item would be considered a great present to him? Chapter 1866 Sword Emperor Dugu. With Jian Wushuang's eager expectation, Emperor Gajuin flipped his hand and took out a token in sword shape. The token gave out an extremely unique aura. He could tell that it was some kind of token with one glance. This is... Jian Wushuang looked confused. He didn't know anything about sword-shaped tokens. Not only Jian Wushuang, but Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yuan reacted similarly. Only Hall Master Yuan was surprised when he saw the token. After he took another careful look, he exclaimed, "This is Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance Token." Emperor Sword Palace? Sword Principal Inheritance Token? Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Your Excellency, you must be Hall Master Yuan from Lineage of Star." Emperor God Jin smiled at Hall Master Yuan. "Your Excellency has good eyesight. You recognize the token with one glance." "You're right. This token is Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance Token. As for its value, as Hall Master Yuan can recognize it, you should know." Hall Master Yuan nodded heavily. He, of course, knew the price of the token. "A huge present. It is really a huge present," Hall Master Yuan complimented. "Hall Master Yuan, what's going on? What's the origin of the Sword Principal Inheritance Token?" Jian Wushuang asked. Hall Master Wushuang. As Emperor Gajuin had yet to verify the death of the Master of Star Palace, Hall Master Yuan still referred to Jian Wushuang as Hall Master Wushuang instead of Palace Master in front of Emperor Gajuin. "You should have heard of Emperor Sword Sect, right?" Hall Master Yuan asked. "Of course, I know," Jian Wushuang nodded. "Emperor Sword Palace is one of the major forces in Sanctuary Alliance. They are extremely ancient and their foundation is strong. Although the power isn't as fierce as Abysmal Palace and Soaring Heaven King Palace, their positions in Sanctuary Alliance is extraordinary." Hall Master Wushuang, you only know that Emperor Sword Sect is very old, but you don't know about its origins. Emperor Sword Sect is actually related to a super expert from the First Era, Hall Master Yuan said. First Era? Jian Wushuang stunned. After ancient times, it had been the First Era. After the First Era collapsed, the Second Era derived from it, which had made eternal chaotic world. Hall Master Yuan started explaining. Among the three eras, ancient times were the strongest, followed by the First Era. Ancient time is too long ago, and the experts of eternal chaotic world could only find traces of ancient times from the ancient battlefield. However, the First Era is considered rather close to us. Although the First Era couldn't be compared to ancient times long ago, there were many top experts and geniuses, especially some super experts, who stood at the peak. Their potential and talent are actually much higher than experts in ancient times. But due to the restriction of the environment during the First Era, they couldn't match evenly with experts in ancient times. In this era, there were once many super experts. For example, the higher leader of Ancient Tribe, Ancient God Emperor, who was a 10-star Ancient God, his power was above Great Emperor. Also Emperor White, he was from the First Era as well. Back then, he was famous and highly positioned. These two were considered true big figures back in the First Era, and they were considered super experts on the peak. However, their powers were merely in the top 10 in the First Era, not the top 3. Jian Wushuang was convinced when he heard that. Ancient God Emperor and Emperor Bai were powerful, especially as Ancient God Emperor was the leader of Ancient God, a 10-star Ancient God. Actually, his power had already exceeded the range of Chaotic Realm, but they couldn't be listed in the top 3 in the First Era. How scary would the top 3 be? The top 3 in the First Era, they were super experts who could truly break the sky and split heaven. Even if they were to be in ancient times, they were extremely talented figures. Ever since the First Era collapsed, the top 3 and many experts in the First Era died. Only Emperor Bai remained alive. Among the 3 super experts, the one on the 3rd place was Sword Emperor Dugu. Hall Master Yuan said. Sword Emperor Dugu? Jian Wushuang stunned. He didn't know much about the First Era. It was also his first time hearing Sword Emperor Dugu's name. However, judging from the name itself, Sword Emperor Dugu was definitely an expert who was good with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the nickname of Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor Dugu had impressive swordsmanship. He was widely acknowledged as the first man in Sword Principle. It is said that although most of his sword principles were self-invented, his strongest and scariest sword principle was from ancient times. When the First Era collapsed, Sword Emperor Dugu died. However, Many years ago, when it came to the Second Era, eternal chaotic world started, and there was a Sir God who happened to obtain Emperor Sword Palace that Sword Emperor Dugu left behind. Emperor Sword Palace contains sword principle and sword intention, and the Sir God happened to be good at sword too. He was the first who entered Emperor Sword Palace, and he received the greatest opportunity and advantage. After that, his power increased tremendously, and he even broke through and reached Emperor God level. He used Emperor Sword Palace as his base and started Emperor Sword Sect. Then, Emperor Sword Sect started passing down until now, Hall Master Yuan explained. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. He had heard of Emperor Sword Sect long ago, but he had never expected Emperor Sword Sect to be related to Sword Emperor Dugu, who was powerful in the First Era. Then, what's this Sword Principle Inheritance Token? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Principle Inheritance Token is the token to enter Emperor Sword Palace. Although the greatest opportunities and advantages in Emperor Sword Palace were taken by the founder of Emperor Sword Sect, some of the opportunities couldn't be taken away but could only be kept within Emperor Sword Palace. Emperor Sword Palace opens once every 1,000,000 years, and every time it opens, only those who hold Sword Principle Inheritance Tokens are qualified to enter. Just like Emperor Sword Sect, although they control Emperor Sword Palace, their men can't enter if they do not have Sword Principle Inheritance Tokens. Hall Master Yuan paused and continued. There's a total of 5 Sword Principle Inheritance Tokens. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Sword Sect would keep 2 for themselves and distribute the other 3. In the end, the luckier sword experts would get them. They enter Emperor Sword Palace with the Sword Principle Inheritance Token, and they could receive inheritance of Sword Principle, which was extremely helpful to their swordsmanship. Plus, legend says that if one received sufficient opportunities and possessed talent, he would stand a chance to receive the terrifyingly powerful ancient sword principle that Sword Emperor Dugu controlled. Chapter 1867 Frightening Everyone. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. I am proficient in sword principles. In other words, this Emperor Sword Palace will be of great use to me. That's right. Even to great Emperor-level experts who are proficient in sword principles, the Emperor Sword Palace that Sword Emperor Dugu has left behind would be extremely useful. Hence, it would naturally be even more useful to you, Hall Master Wushuang. Hall Master Yuan laughed. However, this Sword Principle Inheritance Token is extremely rare. Emperor Gajuin, how did you obtain it? I was able to obtain it as I was lucky, Emperor Gajuin grinned. Before Sword Emperor invited me to the Deluge Fortress, I got to know that a Sir God possessed a Sword Principle Inheritance Token by coincidence. Back then, I was not too concerned with it. However, after I was recruited by you, Sword Emperor, I thought about it. Hence, over the past few years, I found that Sir God and used some methods to obtain this Sword Principle Inheritance Token easily. Is that so? Your luck is not too bad, Hall Master Yuan gasped. Emperor Gajuin, Jian Wushuang looked in the direction of Emperor Gajuin. Thank you very much. I shall accept this Sword Principle Inheritance Token. Haha, there is no need for you to be so modest. Although this Sword Principle Inheritance Token is valuable, it is still comparable to a Chaos Divine Treasure-level defense armor. Emperor Gajuin laughed heartily. Oh right. From what I know, the Emperor Sword Palace will open up again in another 300 years' time. If you wish to go there, you had better hurry. In another 300 years' time? Jian Wushuang frowned. With 300 years of time, he would be able to make it in time. However, the most important thing was that the lineage of Star was in great danger. At such a stage, wouldn't he not be able to make time to go there? Hall Master Wushuang, you may set your mind at ease and go. Hall Master Yuan could tell that Jian Wushuang was worried, and he laughed immediately. After teaching the Abysmal Palace a lesson, for a short period of time, the experts from the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance will probably not have the guts to attack the lineage of Star again. Even if they were to really attack us, it would probably only be after another thousands of years. According to what I know, every time the Emperor Sword Palace opens, one can only stay inside for 1,000 years' time, and you will definitely be able to make it back in time. The only troublesome thing is the Emperor's Sword sect, as they might not let you enter the Emperor's Sword Palace. Why? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. He was confident that he had asked Hall Master Yuan before in the past. Hence, he already knew the big powerhouses that had a grudge against the lineage of Star. For example, the Divine King Island, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, and the Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion all had a huge grudge against the lineage of Star. However, among those big powerhouses, the Emperor's Sword sect was not included. Since there were no grudges between them and Jian Wushuang really possessed the Sword Principal Inheritance Token, why would the Emperor's Sword sect not let him enter the Emperor's Sword Palace? There are indeed no huge grudges between the lineage of Star and the Emperor's Sword sect. This is not fake, and at the very least, no experts from either side have died at the hands of the other. Even if there were, both sides do not know about it. However, although there are no huge grudges, there are small conflicts. For example, when Palace Master, Star Palace Master, was traveling in the second layer in the past, he fought with the current sect master of the Emperor's Sword sect for his own benefit. Moreover, he also caused the Emperor's Sword sect master to suffer huge losses, and he lost all his face in front of everyone. Although this was only a small episode, and it was not at the stage where both of them would take action to kill each other, the Emperor's Sword sect master still remembered it. Now, since you wish to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace, you definitely have to obtain the approval of the Emperor's Sword sect first. Perhaps the Emperor's Sword sect would not take action to attack you, but they would probably make things slightly more difficult for you, Hall Master Yuan said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Let's not care about this Emperor's Sword sect. After all, I still have 300 years of time. During this period of time, I will stay in the lineage of Star and take a look at the reactions of all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. If there are really no movements from them, I will go to the Emperor's Sword sect 300 years later. All right, Hall Master Yuan nodded his head in approval. Emperor Ga Jiuyin, this is the first day where you have become the guest elder of the lineage of Star. I will get people to prepare a banquet immediately, and during the banquet, I will announce this to everyone, Jian Wushuang said. Please go ahead. Emperor Ga Jiuyin did not stand on ceremony. Under Jian Wushuang's personal guidance, he took a step into the universe galaxy. With Palace Master Wu Luo leading them personally, the large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace fought their way into the Starland, attracting a lot of attention. However, in the end, before they could reach the doorstep of the lineage of Star, they were defeated by the experts of the lineage of Star who Jian Wushuang led and were forced to escape. Among the 18 Almighties, a total of 9 of them were killed on the spot. Even Emperor God Dan too, an Emperor God-level genius, died in that battle. The moment this piece of news spread, the Sanctuary Alliance burst into an uproar. It should be known that previously, when they had gotten to know that the Abysmal Palace was going to attack the lineage of Star, the experts of all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance had thought that it would be the end of the line for the lineage of Star. However, who could have expected the end results to be as such? Moreover, during that battle, the large number of trump cards that the lineage of Star had unleashed had caused the experts of quite a number of powerhouses to be extremely terrified. Those 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Although Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun were merely Sir Gods, they actually possessed Chaos Divine treasures. In the end, the most shocking thing had been the frightening fighting capabilities that Jian Wushuang had revealed. 8th level. This Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time doctrine has actually achieved the standard needed to clear the 8th level of the Doctrine Palace. Even though his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine is so high, he still hid it all the while. This Jian Wushuang has really hidden his abilities so deeply. Since his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine is so high, the golden swords that he controls will become extremely frightening. Just 3 of them alone were able to give Palace Master Wu Luo a great amount of pressure. With 4 of them, even Palace Master Wu Luo was completely suppressed. When further combined with the ancient god's secret skills that Jian Wushuang unleashed, he actually defeated Palace Master Wu Luo head-on. Previously, I thought that it was a bit too much to put Jian Wushuang in the top 30 of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, looking at it now, after this battle, his ranking will definitely rise again. At the very least, He will have a higher ranking than Palace Master Wu Luo. However, I wonder what his ranking will be? Countless experts were chatting enthusiastically. As for those powerhouses who were restless and wanted to attack the lineage of Star, they became quiet again. There was no choice. The results of this battle were something that they had never expected. Originally, they had thought that with the Abysmal Palace taking action personally, it would be enough to force the lineage of Star to its limit, and the lineage of Star's situation then would be revealed. However, in the end, after the battle, the lineage of Star had become even more unfathomable. Because, to date, they still did not know how those Dao soldiers and Chaos Divine treasures were obtained. On top of that, they were unable to confirm whether the Star Palace Master was dead or alive. Hence, they did not dare to act recklessly. In no time, the rankings in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list underwent some changes again. At that point, Jin Wushuang, who was originally ranked 30 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, was ranked 22. Chapter 1868 Calm. On the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, they recorded super experts on the peak of the universe in Eternal Chaotic World. For the experts on the list, any increase of ranking would require convincing battle achievement. It was extremely difficult. But then, Jin Wushuang had risen from the 30th place to the 22nd place directly. He increased a total of 8 rankings in an instant. Most interestingly, the original 22nd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list had been Emperor God Tianling from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jin Wushuang shared great resentment with Soaring Heaven King Palace, but he had never fought with Emperor God Tianling. Then, Jin Wushuang had raised his ranking directly while Emperor God Tianling had fallen to the 23rd place. Of course, regarding Jin Wushuang's current ranking, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance were doubtful. Some thought that Jin Wushuang had relied on his Forhong Jun Golden Sword to suppress Palace Master Wu Luo in the 25th place miserably, and his power should be above Emperor God Tianling's. But there were some who thought although Jin Wushuang's Hong Jun Golden Sword was strong, Emperor God Tianling could withstand it directly. Once the 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords failed to create great advantage for Jin Wushuang, Emperor God Tianling could totally defeat him. Both parties had their reasoning, but no one could clearly determine who was stronger. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 280 years had passed. In the 280 years, Eternal Chaotic World was calm. The forces and experts who were preparing to pound at Lineage of Star had reined themselves in, and no one dared to act hastily. The victory of Lineage of Star in the fight with Abysmal Palace had served as a deterrent. Even Abysmal Palace, who was in the top 3 major forces in Sanctuary Alliance, were defeated by Lineage of Star and suffered great losses. Which other major forces in Sanctuary Alliance had the power and confidence to fight Lineage of Star alone? As for teaming up, the forces and experts considered it before. However, the biggest problem still lay there, which was if the Master of Star Palace had really died. As long as the answer was uncertain, the forces and experts wouldn't dare to join forces. Because once they united to attack Lineage of Star, it would be a decisive battle. By then, if the Master of Star Palace wasn't dead and they started to massacre in madness, the forces and experts would be doomed. During the calm times, Lineage of Star had received an extremely precious chance to gasp for air. In the hall, Jin Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun gathered together. As for Emperor God Juyin was a guest elder after all. Lineage of Star wouldn't restrict him too much, and it was temporarily unsuitable for Emperor Gajio to know the secret in Lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan, how did the recruitment go? Jin Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. Not bad. Currently, there are 4 Almighties that made a decision, and they are willing to be guest elders in Lineage of Star. Once Lineage of Star is in danger, they will lend a helping hand. Among the 4 Almighties, there are 3 Sir Gods and 1 Emperor God Xin Wu. Hall Master Yuan said, Emperor God Xin Wu? Jin Wushuang was surprised. He knew of Emperor God Xin Wu. Among Emperor God experts in Eternal Chaotic World, his power could be considered at the bottom. In terms of attack power, he was slightly stronger than an ordinary Sir God. However, he was best at defense power. Not only was his defense power strong, he also knew many kinds of defense skills, secret skills, and powers. Although Emperor God Xian Wu's power is ordinary, he is truly an Emperor God expert after all. To Lineage of Star, he is also a helping hand, Jian Wushuang said. Not bad. Hall Master Yuan nodded, and he smiled. Actually, Emperor God Xian Wu is actually not weak, especially his defense power and body protection power. He is only not too good in strength and close combat skill. He knew that too. Hence, when he was wandering in the second lair and the third lair, and also when he was wandering in ancient mystery land, he took the risk to wander in dangerous places. His goal was to get a chaotic divine treasure-level divine weapon that suited him. However, he wasn't very lucky and he didn't get anything. Then, Lineage of Star offered to give him a suitable chaotic divine treasure-level attack divine weapon, and that made him really happy. He even said on the spot that the divine weapon itself was worth his life. Then, Emperor God Xian Wu already came out from ancient mystery land. I reckon he will arrive at Lineage of Star in no time. Emperor God Xian Wu, and the other 3 Sir Gods who agreed to become guest elders, take good care of them. You can pass them the agreed chaotic divine weapon first, but they have to guarantee that they will lend a helping hand when Lineage of Star is in danger. Otherwise, if take advantage of Lineage of Star but run away during crucial times, that's not something we want, Jian Wushuang exhorted. Don't worry. These experts that I have invited, their reputation are not bad. As they agreed, they shouldn't go back on their words. Plus, when I give them their chaotic divine treasure, I will, of course, set some restrictions, Hall Master Yuan said. That be best. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he looked around. In recent years, the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance were quite calm. It seems that the fight with Abysmal Palace took great effect. Now, unless Ancient Mystery Land closes and they confirm that the Master of Star Palace has passed away, no one will dare to take action against Lineage of Star. Hence, I will prepare to head to Emperor Sword Sect now. Before I go, I will leave all Dao soldiers behind as well. Besides, Jinny will stay back in Lineage of Star. If, during the time when I cultivate in Emperor Sword Palace, Lineage of Star has any problem, you should be able to deal with it with Jinny and the Dao soldiers. Jian Wushuang knew that 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers was an extremely fierce fighting power. On top of that, Jinny's current power was slightly stronger than himself. With him attending garrison duty personally, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be worried when he cultivated in Emperor Sword Palace. After delegating tasks, Jian Wushuang headed to Emperor Sword Sect alone. Emperor Sword Sect wasn't within 10 cultivation sanctuaries, but in the vast void near the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang departed from Lineage of Star via space wormhole. It only took 10 years to reach the void where Emperor Sword Sect was. That's where Emperor Sword Sect is? Jian Wushuang stood in the void as he looked at the piece of floating land while he revealed a creepy smile. Chapter 1869, Emperor Sword SEC. In another few years' time, it will be the day where the Emperor Sword Palace opens again, and it is obvious that the Emperor Sword Sect has already made preparations for it. Since they knew that some people would come to visit them during this period of time, they actually sent a Sir God expert to welcome them. Jian Wushuang stroked his nose. He had already realized the existence of a white-haired old man in front of the entrance of the Emperor Sword Sect. This white-haired old man stood at his position like an old monk who was sitting in meditation, and he did not care about the normal disciples and experts who entered or left the Emperor's Sword Sect in the slightest. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate either. His body turned vague, and he walked forward. While walking, Jian Wushuang released a portion of his god power intentionally. Upon feeling the existence of the god power, the white-haired old man who was sitting in meditation opened his eyes immediately and looked in the direction of Jian Wushuang. I am Tian Guzi. I wonder which friend of ours has come to the Emperor's Sword Sect? The white-haired old man's hearty voice reverberated across the area. Tian Guzi? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. In no time, his body stopped before Tian Guzi and came into view. As the distance between them got shorter, Tianguzi felt the aura that Jian Wushuang emitted, and his expression changed at once. When Jian Wushuang's body came into shape completely, and when he saw his looks clearly, Tianguzi frowned. "So it's the famous Sword Emperor. Nice to meet you." Tianguzi greeted Jian Wushuang to show his respect. Although Jian Wushuang was only a real god, his abilities were already displayed. Tianguzi was merely a normal Sir God. As such, he naturally treated Jian Wushuang with respect. "I have heard that the Emperor's Sword Palace that your sect controls will open up after another period of time, and I am here to pay a visit," Jian Wushuang laughed. As expected, he is here for the Emperor's Sword Palace. Tianguzi's heart felt heavy. The Emperor's Sword Palace opening up soon was not a secret to begin with. Hence, during this period of time, quite a number of experts had paid a visit to the Emperor's Sword Sect. Jian Wushuang was an expert who was proficient in sword principles. Hence, it was normal for him to pay a visit. However, there had been some episodes between the Emperor's Sword Sect Master and the lineage of Star Palace Master in the past. "Sword Emperor, please wait a moment. Let me first relay a message to my sect master to tell him that you have come," Tianguzi said. "You have to first send him a message to ask him? Aren't you here especially to wait for the large number of experts who made their way here to pay a visit? Could it be that you cannot make up your mind? Or are you trying to say that the Emperor's Sword Sect does not welcome me?" Jian Wushuang looked at Tianguzi. "How could I dare to do that?" Tianguzi shook his head repeatedly and laughed. "As Sword Emperor is a super existence who is ranked 22nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, the Emperor's Sword Sect will naturally be afraid of you if you come here personally. I am now sending a message to my palace master to allow him to make ample preparations to welcome you, Sword Emperor." "Oh, is that so?" Jian Wushuang laughed jokingly and did not say much. Tianguzi sent the news of the arrival of Jian Wushuang to the Emperor's Sword Sect Master right away. In a giant palace at the core of the Emperor's Sword Sect, there were figures which were emitting a large amount of aura sitting there. These people were all experts who had come to pay a visit before the Emperor's Sword Palace opened. Moreover, most of these experts were proficient in sword principles. The Emperor's Sword Palace was a place of opportunity which Sword Emperor Dugu from the First Era had left behind. At that moment, the greatest opportunity in the Emperor's Sword Palace was the Sword Principle Inheritance. For the Sword Principle Inheritance, only people who possessed the Sword Principle Inheritance token had the right to obtain it. However, there were merely 5 inheritance tokens. Moreover, 2 of them had always been in the hands of the Emperor's Sword Palace. In other words, there were only 3 Sword Principle Inheritance tokens that were circulating around the outside world. Every time the Emperor's Sword Palace opened, only 3 experts from the outside world could go deep into the Emperor's Sword Palace. However, there were some small opportunities for sword principles in the Emperor's Sword Palace. Hence, they were still attractive to quite a number of experts who were proficient in sword principles. Therefore, even though they did not possess sword principle inheritance tokens, every time the Emperor's Sword Palace opened, some experts would go out of their way to come over. The person who sat at the highest point of the hall was a red-robed man with dashing eyebrows. He was the Emperor's Sword Sect Master. However, at that moment, he was holding on to a wine cup and chatting with a purple-clothed woman who was before a long, narrow table. "I did not expect that the Emperor's Sword Palace's opening this time around could actually get you, Luo Xianzi, to come personally as well. My Emperor's Sword Sect is really honored by your presence." The Emperor's Sword Sect Master purred, and his words were filled with the intention to earn her favor. However, the purple-clothed woman's expression was extremely cold, and she merely used a few words to barely deal with the Emperor's Sword Sect Master's words. The Emperor's Sword Sect Master was not upset in the slightest. After all, he knew what kind of temper Luo Xianzi had. Just then, from outside the entrance of the sect, Tianguzi's message came. "What, Sword Emperor?" The Emperor's Sword Sect Master's expression changed, and he could not help but murmur, "This Sword Emperor has actually come as well?" There were no grudges between him and Jian Wushuang. Moreover, there were no big episodes between the Emperor's Sword Sect and the lineage of Star either. However, he had once suffered big losses in the hands of the Star Palace Master. As such, he still harbored some hatred toward the Star Palace Master. Thus, it was difficult for him to not vent his anger on the experts of the lineage of Star. Hence, with regards to Jin Wushuang, he did not really welcome him. Everyone who comes is a guest. Since he has come, please let him in, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master messaged Tianguzi. In no time, Tianguzi led Jin Wushuang to the palace. The moment Jin Wushuang appeared, the large number of experts in the palace who were originally chatting and drinking quietened down right away. At that moment, all their eyes were locked onto Jin Wushuang. Without even needing Tianguzi or the Emperor's Sword Sect Master to introduce him, all those experts already recognized him. As they had recognized Jin Wushuang's identity, the atmosphere in the palace became silent instantly. A mighty name was a good shelter. In the eternal chaotic world, Jin Wushuang's fierce name was too great. In particular, within the recent thousands of years, it was unknown as to how many almighties had died at his hands, and even a good number of emperor gods had died at his hands as well. As for the 10 over experts present, although all of them were almighties, apart from Luo Xinzi, no one could remain calm when they looked at Jin Wushuang. Moreover, there were a few people who felt terrified when they saw Jin Wushuang. For these people, the sects that they were in had huge grudges against the lineage of Star. Hence, when they saw Jin Wushuang, a murderous god, it was difficult for them to not feel fearful. After all, if Jin Wushuang were to go crazy and attack them, they would be doomed. However, fortunately, after Jin Wushuang entered the palace, he did not care about those people at all. Instead, his eyes locked onto Luo Xinzi right away. I did not expect her to be here as well? Jin Wushuang was surprised. With regards to Luo Xinzi, Jin Wushuang had never had any dealings with her before, and he had not seen her before. However, with regards to Luo Xianz's abilities, Jin Wushuang knew about them well. Peak Emperor God. Moreover, she was ranked 21st in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, which was right above him. Chapter 1870 deliberately made things difficult. Just as Jin Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi, she looked at Jin Wushuang as well. In her cold eyes, there was a flash of surprise, but it disappeared very quickly. It's an honor to receive Sword Emperor. Please forgive me for not traveling far to welcome you, Emperor Sword Sect Master said. Although he wanted Emperor Sword to forgive him, he spoke highly of himself and stayed seated and never stood when he was talking to Jin Wushuang, who was a more powerful figure. It was obvious that he didn't care about Jin Wushuang. I am only a junior. How could I make Emperor Sword Sect Master welcome me personally? Jin Wushuang smiled and wasn't bothered. Hee. I heard that Sword Emperor is decisive in killing people. Whoever offends you will end miserably. But from what it seems, you aren't behaving as the rumors say. Sword Emperor is quite a friendly person, Emperor Sword Sect Master said with a smile. Friendly? Jin Wushuang smiled but didn't say anything more. Sword Emperor, I wonder why you came to Emperor Sword Sect today? Emperor Sword Sect Master finally asked. Emperor Sword Palace is going to open. I came here, of course, for Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance Token. This is my Sword Principal Inheritance Token. Jin Wushuang took out his Sword Principal Inheritance Token. The moment the surrounding experts saw the Sword Principal Inheritance Token, they were surprised. Emperor Sword Sect Master saw it, and he creased his eyebrows. He knew that Jin Wushuang had come for Emperor Sword Palace, but he hadn't known that Jin Wushuang had a Sword Principal Inheritance Token. The Sword Principal Inheritance Token was hard to get. Among the Almighties there, only Luo Xinzi had a Sword Principal Inheritance Token. Everyone else didn't have one. Emperor Sword Sect Master, I heard that I can enter Emperor Sword Palace to receive Sword Principal as long as I have Sword Principal Inheritance Token. I wonder if it's true? Jin Wushuang asked. Sword Emperor, don't worry. Emperor Sword Sect Master smiled. Sword Principal Inheritance Token is the only proof to enter Emperor Sword Palace and receive Sword Principal. This is true. However, over the years, Emperor Sword Palace has been opened many times, and the appearance of Sword Principal Inheritance Token is well known to the public. Naturally, There are many people with wicked intentions who forged the sword principal inheritance token. The outer appearance and the aura are the same as the real one, but in actual fact, it might be an imitation. Emperor Sword Sect Master, what you're saying is that the sword principal inheritance token in my hand is fake. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. The surrounding people gasped a breath of cold air and thought that Emperor Sword Sect Master had the guts to say nonsense. There were genuine and imitated sword principal inheritance tokens. That was true. However, firstly, forgery of sword principal inheritance token was very rare. Secondly, even if it was really forgery, it would at most be circulated in Eternal Chaotic World and be sold to people who didn't know what it was at a high price. In other words, people who had more money than sense, who would come to Emperor Sword Sect with a forged sword principal inheritance token. Everyone knew that Emperor Sword Sect could differentiate true or false sword principal inheritance tokens. Under such circumstances, weren't those who brought forged tokens asking to be snubbed? Besides, if it was a universe god or real god who took out sword principal inheritance token, it might be a forged one. However, the one who had taken out the sword principal inheritance token was Jian Wushuang. How could Sword Emperor take out a forged item? It was impossible, but Emperor Sword Sect Master had said so. It was obvious that he wanted to deliberately make it difficult for Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master chuckled when he noticed Jian Wushuang's change of expression. Sword Emperor, don't misunderstand me. I didn't say that the sword principal inheritance token that you brought is fake, but Emperor Sword Palace only opens once every 1,000,000 years, and there is a limited quota. It's best to be more careful. You're right. Jian Wushuang looked calm. No one could guess his feelings. If so, Emperor Sword Sect Master shall determine the authenticity of the sword principal inheritance token personally. Then, Jian Wushuang threw the sword principal inheritance token in his hand to Emperor Sword Sect Master. Emperor Sword Sect Master caught it and spread his palm. He didn't need to probe as he already knew that the sword principal inheritance token was real. He had done it with the intention to make it difficult for Jian Wushuang, but he didn't expect Jian Wushuang to give him the sword principal inheritance token directly. Wouldn't Jian Wushuang be worried that he would pull some tricks on sword principal inheritance token, so it would become fake? Sword Emperor's sword principal inheritance token is true. Emperor Sword Sect Master chuckled, and he passed sword principal inheritance token back to Jian Wushuang. As you have checked the authenticity of the token, can I enter Sword Emperor Palace now? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Yes, of course. But Sword Emperor should know that Emperor Sword Palace is controlled by Emperor Sword Sect as well. Among the 5 sword principal inheritance tokens, there are 3 tokens that Emperor Sword Sect took the initiative to distribute, including the one in Sword Emperor's hand. Since Emperor Sword Sect has offered such a great opportunity, we, of course, expect things in return. Emperor Sword Sect Master squinted his eyes and smiled at Jian Wushuang. Of course, I know that. I wonder what is the price that Emperor Sword Sect Master would like me to pay? Jian Wushuang looked calm. There was no free lunch in the world. Jian Wushuang knew that concept really well. Emperor Sword Sect controlled Emperor Sword Palace, and they took the initiative to send out Sword Principal Inheritance Token. Their purpose of doing so was to receive sufficient benefits. The experts who had visited Emperor Sword Sect, even those who didn't have Sword Principal Inheritance Tokens but could receive meager Sword Principals, had to pay a price too. Emperor Sword Sect isn't asking for much. To Sword Emperor, it is nothing. 3 attack divine weapons and 1 defense armor. Emperor Sword Sect Master smiled. That's simple. Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look at Emperor Sword Sect Master. He flipped his hand and took out 3 Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure Level Divine Weapons and a Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure Level Defense Armor. I wonder if Emperor Sword Sect Master is happy with these items? Jian Wushuang asked. Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure was valuable too. The total of 4 treasures should be worth more than 30,000 Doctrine Gems. It was already considered a costly price. However, Emperor Sword Sect Master looked at the 3 divine weapons and set of armor in disdain and said, I think Sword Emperor misunderstood me. The divine weapon and armor that I mentioned aren't unique treasures, but chaotic divine treasures. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock when he heard what Emperor's Sword Sect Master said. Chapter 1871 Fall O. Chaos Divine Treasure? The Emperor's Sword Sect Master had demanded 3 divine weapons and 1 defense armor. However, all of them had to be Chaos Divine Treasures. Upon hearing that, the first thought that the large number of experts present had was that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was crazy. They were Chaos Divine Treasures. Even the most normal attack-type divine weapons were enough to cause many Emperor gods to cast their covetous eyes on it, or even go crazy for it. After all, most of the weaker Emperor gods did not possess a single Chaos Divine Treasure, and one such example was Emperor God Xianwu, let alone a defense armor, which was more valuable than attack-type divine weapons. It was just to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace, and Jian Wushuang possessed the Sword Principal Inheritance Token. Under such circumstances, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master still demanded such an unbelievable price from him. He was indeed crazy. However, upon thinking about the words that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had just said, in that it was possible for the Sword Principal Inheritance Token that Jian Wushuang had taken out to be an imitation, everyone present understood. All of them knew that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was making things difficult for Jian Wushuang on purpose. As for the 3 Chaos Divine Treasure-level attack-type weapons and 1 defense armor, it was said by him randomly, and even he himself knew that it was impossible. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, I am probably not the only one who has come here with the Sword Principal Inheritance Token. I wonder what is the price that the rest of them paid. Jian Wushuang questioned indifferently. Apart from you, Luo Xinzi came with a Sword Principal Inheritance Token. As for the price that she paid, its worth was naturally not less than yours. The Emperor's Sword Sect Master laughed. Is that so? Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at Luo Xinzi. However, it was a pity that Luo Xinzi still looked ice-cold and she did not say anything. Looks like this trip of mine was wasted, Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Sword Emperor, since you are unable to pay the price, I'm sorry, but you have to leave. Oh right, before you leave, you have to leave the Sword Principal Inheritance Token behind. It just so happens that this time around, my Emperor Sword Sect has a new genius real god. Hence, it will be appropriate to give him this Sword Principal Inheritance Token, Emperor Sword Sect Master said dully, and his words were filled with ridicule. What a pity! Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, and he seemed to be unable to do anything. However, all of a sudden, Jian Wushuang raised his head again and he wore a joking smile. Emperor Sword Sect Master, let's change the conditions. Change the conditions? How will we change it? The Emperor's Sword Sect Master looked over. Let's forget about the 3 Chaos Divine, Treasure-level attack-type divine weapons and defense armor. Instead, let me use the lives of the large number of disciples and experts of your Emperor Sword Sect in exchange for my right to enter the Emperor Sword Sect. What do you think? Jian Wushuang said randomly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the whole palace froze instantly. The large number of experts in the palace opened their eyes wide, and they had shocked expressions. Using the lives of the large number of disciples and experts of the Emperor Sword Sect to exchange for his right to enter? The meaning behind Jian Wushuang's words, Sword Emperor, may I know what you're trying to say? The Emperor Sword Sect Master's expression turned cold and gloomy. What I am trying to say, could it be that the Emperor Sword Sect Master really does not understand? Jian Wushuang laughed. Before I came, I heard that there was an episode between you and my palace master in the past. Hence, I had already expected you to make things difficult for me on purpose. Originally, I planned to allow you to make things difficult for me. After all, your Emperor Sword Sect is the one who is in control of Emperor Sword Palace. As long as you do not overdo it, on the account of Sword Emperor Dugu, it will be all right even if I were to suffer losses. However, it's a pity that you are too stupid. You are too arrogant. Jian Wushuang's voice resounded within the palace slowly, and the hearts of the large number of experts from the Emperor Sword Sect twitched. They had a bad feeling. At the next moment, what they expected really happened. All of a sudden, frightening god power burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body, and it was accompanied by an extremely powerful sword essence which wanted to tear the vault of heaven apart. The god power covered the Emperor's sword sect instantly. Under the god power and sword essence, it was still all right for those almighties in the palace. However, as for some of the real gods of the Emperor's sword sect who stayed in the palace, as well as the large number of disciples of the Emperor's sword sect who were outside the palace, most of them knelt down instantly. As for those people who were close to Jian Wushuang, blood flowed out of their ears, noses, and mouths. Such a scene caused the Emperor's sword sect master expression to change greatly. Jian Wushuang, please stop this. With a loud cry, an extremely powerful aura rose from the Emperor's sword sect master's body. Two frightening auras then clashed head-on in the palace. Boom! Under the attack of the two auras, the whole palace was smashed into pieces at once. The large number of experts inside the palace rose in succession. A large number of experts appeared at the void, and at the same time, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A few figures flew over in succession from the surrounding. They were some of the almighties of the Emperor's sword sect. Although the Emperor's sword sect was not as powerful as the Abysmal Palace and Soaring Heaven King Palace, it was extremely old and it had a great foundation. On top of that, they were in control of the Emperor's Sword Palace, a place that was rich in resources. Furthermore, they had a large number of experts. They had a total of 7 almighties. However, among them, the Emperor's sword sect master was the only emperor god. Just then, the 7 almighties, which included Emperor's sword sect master, were standing together and they were looking at Jian Wushuang with anger. As for the experts who had come for the Emperor's Sword Palace, all of them stood to the side, and it was obvious that they did not want to be involved. Jian Wushuang, what are you trying to do? The Emperor's Sword Sect Master's face was filled with fury. Jian Wushuang's suppression with his divine power previously had merely caused the consciousness of the disciples inside the Emperor's Sword Sect to take some damage, and no one had any serious injuries. However, Jian Wushuang's actions were the same as hitting the face of the Emperor's Sword Sect. What am I trying to do? Could it be that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master has not guessed yet? Jian Wushuang sneered. I have already said that this sect master of yours is too stupid. In actual fact, the moment I came to your Emperor's Sword Sect, you should have treated me with respect. Not to mention making things difficult for me. If it were a sect master who was more sensible, he would probably be extremely modest, and he would not get me to pay any price to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace. Moreover, he might even think of ways to make friends with me, as he is certain of one thing. Not to mention the fact that I possess the Sword Principal Inheritance Token. Even if I did not have it, with my abilities, I would still be able to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace easily without much effort. But you, haha. No wonder, even though the Emperor's Sword Sect possessed the Emperor's Sword Palace, which is rich in resources, it is still unable to come up on top in terms of ranking among the large number of big powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang sneered, and this caused Emperor's Sword Sect Master to have an even uglier expression. How impudent! Jian Wushuang, don't forget that you are now in my Emperor's Sword Sect, and you are not in your lineage of star, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master said with flames of fury. Is that so? Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. You still do not understand. Be it the lineage of star or the Emperor's Sword Sect, to me, aren't both of them the same? As soon as his words left his mouth, Jian Wushuang's body moved. In the Emperor's Sword Sect, the base of the Emperor's Sword Sect, Jian Wushuang commenced his attack. Chapter 1872, One Person Suppressing One Sect Part 1. Hong. A fierce blowing sound was heard, and the void instantly exploded. The moment they saw Jian Wushuang take action, Emperor's Sword Sect, a total of 7 almighties, including Emperor's Sword Sect Master, looked shocked. Although they were 7 almighties, they were dealing with a true decision then. Reincarnation Palm. Jian Wushuang's billowing divine power concentrated in collaboration with the power of ancient tribe bloodline, under the cover of reincarnation power. Virum. A huge palm that seemed to contain the entire reincarnation doctrine swept out. The moment the palm was pushed out, the universe changed its color. The palm engulfed the 7 people, including Emperor Sword Sect Master. Jian Wushuang was obviously going to fight the 7 alone. "You have guts," Emperor Sword Sect Master immediately roared. As his voice reverberated in the sky, a boundless sword intention soared up from his body. Although Emperor Sword Sect Master was stupid, he was quite powerful. He was a true peak Emperor God after all. Then, there was a spear with a green luster that gave out faint gold lightning in his hands. His might instantly increased. "Break!" As Emperor Sword Sect Master spat one word, the spear instantly brought about boundless golden lightning and stabbed. It pierced the reincarnation palm. Walala! Boundless divine power dispersed to the surrounding, and Emperor Sword Sect Master's figure shuttled through the reincarnation palm. His gaze was cold as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Sword formation. The 6 almighties from Emperor Sword Sect quickly exploded their soaring sword intentions when they heard Emperor Sword Sect Master's command. The 6 almighties' sword intentions resonated and instantly formed a huge sword formation. Emperor Sword Sect focused on swords, and their sword formation was extremely famous too. Then, what the 6 almighties had performed was 6 sword formation. It was the strongest sword formation that combined both attacks and defense as one. The sword formation performed by 6 Sir Gods altogether was even more powerful. Die! The moment the sword formation took place, the 6 almighties glared coldly and suddenly drove the formation at Jian Wushuang. Similarly, 6 sword formation attacked too. Jian Wushuang looked at everything in front of him calmly. On the finger on his right hand, there was billowing divine power gathering. Ancient God's 7th finger, Vault of Heaven's finger. Hong! A terrifying space-time whirlpool that covered hundreds of thousands of miles appeared in the air. The whirlpool strangled everything in the universe to death. For instance, the palaces in Emperor Sword Sect shattered into pieces. Luckily, the real gods and universe gods from Emperor Sword Sect retreated to a faraway place so that they weren't affected. Otherwise, the space-time whirlpool itself would be sufficient to turn Emperor Sword Sect into bloodbath. Then, there was a huge finger in a black jade color that extended from the whirlpool. The huge finger was boundless, and it pointed to the void in front with terrifying power. 6 sword matches, life-destroying sword out. Among the 6 almighties from Emperor Sword Sect, one of them shouted, and the 6 terrifying sword intentions merged. Rumble. A huge sword that gave out a boundless gleam substantiated, and the huge sword swung down under the trigger of the formation. Bang! Both collided, and the void suddenly became quiet. In a short while, both the huge black and jade-colored finger and the huge sword that gave out a boundless gleam collapsed. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked shocked. He utilized his divine power and ancient tribe bloodline to perform Ancient God's 7th finger, Vault of Heaven's finger. In the end, the 6 almighties had withstood it with their sword formation? That's interesting, Jian Wushuang smiled. Die! A sharp sword intention that seemed to be able to tear everything suddenly exploded from Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master appeared next to Jian Wushuang and wielded his spear with faint lightning. Sword light attacked and brought about the surrounding space-time and sword intention that signified that it stops at nothing until it killed its enemy. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Blood Mountain sword was drawn from the scabbard and wielded his sword. Dang! There was a low clashing noise. Emperor Sword Sect Master was a peak Emperor God after all. Although his ranking wasn't as high as Fortress Master Hong Tian's on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, who had died, he wasn't weak. Jian Wushuang was in a hurry to withstand the sudden stroke, and he inevitably took a few steps back. Emperor Sword Sect Master saw that, and he gained confidence. Jian Wushuang, you're courting death yourself. You dare to attack in Emperor Sword Sect? Even if I kill you here today, there is definitely no one who will comment much. Kill me here? Emperor Sword Sect Master, you have some guts. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sneer. The surrounding almighties who were watching the fight turned up their noises at what Emperor Sword Sect Master had said. Jian Wushuang was on the 22nd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. As such a superb existence, only great emperors or the top among emperor gods, underworld gods, would be confident in winning against Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master was merely at the bottom of all peak Emperor gods, but he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Even if he was an Emperor Sword Sect, and he had the assistance of the other 6 Almighties, they could at most fight evenly with Jian Wushuang. Kill Jian Wushuang. The people at the scene wanted to ask Emperor Sword Sect Master where his courage came from. Emperor Sword Sect is pitiful to have you as their sect master. Jian Wushuang sneered, and there was faint, chilly gleam in his eyes. Virum, Virum, Virum. 3 golden lights suddenly soared up. The 3 golden lights were glorious like 3 golden suns. They were Jian Wushuang's Hongjun golden swords. Golden swords? It's Sword Emperor's famous golden swords. The moment the golden swords are out, it means that Sword Emperor is going all out. The surrounding experts who were watching gasped as they held their breath and watched. Jian Wushuang didn't speak anymore, but the 3 Hongjun golden swords quivered and instantly shot out. The 3 golden lights flashed past like fish in a pond. The 3 golden lights bypassed Emperor Sword Sect Master and instantly appeared in front of the 6 Almighties. The 6 Almighties immediately responded. Be careful. Activate the formation to block the 3 golden swords. Virum. A fierce sword intention exploded, and the 6 Almighties followed his command. Jian Wushuang saw and smiled in disdain. Did it work? Dang, dang, dang. 3 continuous thuds, and the 3 Hongyun golden swords backed off and instantly plunged out again. The second attack. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.